angels waging war in the unseen realm. Global events fulfilling biblical prophecy. Eternal life. What lies beyond mortality? From analyzing the paranormal from a biblical worldview to the discussion of cutting-edge science and technology, conspiracy, discovery, special investigative reports. Unafraid to explore the challenging issues facing humanity. Welcome to another edition of Skywatch TV. Special investigative report.
2016 is a significant year. There have been prophecies about this year, the time in which we live, going back thousands of years. Welcome to a special investigative report on Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert. Joining me in studio, two best-selling authors who've been conducting a multi-year, multi-part investigation on the days in which we live, and their new book, just about ready to be released, will be the subject of much of what you'll see on Skywatch TV over the next month or so. The book, The Final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's Last Crusade. We welcome to Skywatch TV Tom Horn and Chris Putnam. Gentlemen, quite an adventure you have led people on through Petrus Romanus, Exo Vaticana, Path of the Immortals, and now The Final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, the Vatican's Last Crusade. For people who are relatively new to Skywatch TV, let's go back to the beginning and kind of lead people through this journey that you guys have been on. How did this all come together? Chris, you want to start with this one? How did these projects actually begin?
Well, Derek, it's great to be back on Skywatch with you. And, it's kind of a strange story. I was finishing up my master's degree in theological studies, and Tom had actually published one of my research papers. It was a critique of Christian transhumanism, and that was in the book Pandemonium's Engine. But that's about all the contact we had ever had, and just kind of an email relationship, and hadn't really met each other or anything yet. And I was looking at the prophecy of the popes, and was really curious why no one was saying anything about it, because the next pope on the list would be the final pope, according to that prophecy. A 900-year-old Catholic prophecy that a lot of Catholics take seriously, and a lot of popes have taken seriously, which makes it even more intriguing. If they believed it, they're supposed to be the infallible spokespersons for the church, right?
Vicar of Christ, yeah.
So you have, popes believing in it, yet at the same time, some of the Jesuits were debating whether it was authentic. And so it was an interesting subject. And, a lot of us feel like the end times are upon us just by the general attitudes and everything that we see in the culture and just the way things are going. And then you have this prophecy saying the final pope is coming up next. And no one was really talking about it. And so I sent Tom an email. What do you think about this prophecy of popes? Because he had quoted it in his book. And, I was thinking, maybe this is my chance to do some writing. So, I suggested that. And then Tom kind of picked up on it. And the rest is history.
Well, there's a lot of intrigue around it because we had only ever had a few email exchanges. We included an article by him in one of the books that we published, which was an anthology, and then we'd never talked on the phone, we'd never met each other, we probably hadn't even exchanged emails for at least a year or more. And yet on the same day, across the nation, him in North Carolina and me in Idaho, actually getting ready to do the Strategic Perspectives Conference, got into this long discussion about why nobody had published, a real investigative work on this allegedly 900-year-old prophecy that was sacred to the Catholics, right? Knowing that whoever replaced Benedict would be the final one on this list, and that final one sounded very much like he's either the Antichrist or the false prophet, right? So I was shocked by that. So I'm downstairs at the Strategic Perspectives. Joe and I are talking about it. I made some notes, and I said to Joe, I'm going to go up to my room, my hotel room. I'm going to email this to myself so that when I get home, I'm going to consider maybe writing a book on this. So I go up, I open my email up, and here's an email from Chris Putnam saying, hey, I would like to talk to you about the prophecy of the Pope. So I emailed him back and said, Chris, you cannot believe the timing, right? But that was only the first really a whole series of supernatural, almost spooky kind of events, preternatural events unfolding one after the other. By the way, Chris is sitting here today, and we would want the public to know that Chris is going to be joining the Skywatch television news team. He will be producing original television. He'll be on the set from time to time. He's also going to help us with additional writing. But Chris had a dream years ago, before we ever even started talking about building Skywatch television, in which, well, you tell him what you saw.
It's really kind of unusual, Tom. It was around 2011, 2012, right when we started this project. I had a dream that basically I was on TV, like a news anchor, is kind of the way that the dream was. And for some reason, it was like a huge explosion or an earthquake in the Middle East, and all my coworkers, and I didn't know who these people were in the dream. It was just kind of vague, but everyone was cheering, and we believed that Jesus was coming back. The end times had started. Something, clued us in. We thought the sixth seal had broken, something of that nature, and we were all celebrating. And it was really odd. I was on television, and I was working for you.
Yeah, so he not only saw himself sitting here doing television, but he knew it was a TV network that was owned by Thomas Horn. And this before we ever even started talking about this. So that's just a couple of things. The new book, by the way, has the biggest predictions we've ever made in it. And so over the series of weeks, as we're talking about this new investigative report, we'll get to some of those too, that are additionally very interesting and very supernatural.
Well, and because the two of you actually predicted the resignation of Pope Benedict before a year in advance. And this was something that hadn't happened in hundreds of years in the Roman Catholic Church. Typically, a pope serves until he dies.
Right.
What was it about the prophecy of the popes? And this goes back to St. Malachi, an Irish monk. What was it that you saw in the prophecy of the popes that led you to conclude that Benedict was not, that he had a certain end date, an expiration date on his papacy?
It wasn't specifically the prophecy of the popes that clued me into that. It was the work of a Jesuit who was an ardent believer in that prophecy, and his name was René Thibault. And he wrote a book, The Mysterious Prophecy of the Popes. Now, it was written in French, but I translated it and read it. He firmly believed that the final pope would arrive in the year 2012. Now, the thing that makes that more intriguing is that book is copyrighted 1951. All right, nobody was talking about 2012. There was no Mayan prophecy that anyone was mentioning. None of that. So that was really odd that lined up with this year that everyone was talking about so apocalyptically. And so René Thibault says the final popes arrived in 2012. So Benedict has to be out of the way, right? And based on that, and some rumors about his health conditions and things like that, we went ahead and went on a limb, basically giving our book a 1-month shelf life. If we were wrong, right? Yeah. And it looked like that was the case at first, and then it was actually kind of funny because we went on Sid Roth's It's Supernatural, went on Jim Bakker's program. So we're out there on some of the largest Christian television programs in the world, and we're saying that based on these calculations that Chris had uncovered, that this Belgian Jesuit 63, now 64 years ago, thought that, who would be Gloria Alave, so Pope Benedict, would step out of the way in 2012. Well, that was one thing, and there was some other calculations that we did. So in our book, Petrus Romanus, we actually said we believe that Benedict will step down in April of 2012. And, people were saying that's never going to happen. Well, the book was only in print for a month or so, even though we were on television talking about it earlier than that. And April came and went, and Benedict didn't step down. And so I kept sending Chris these different emails, and I'd say something like, well, it's not over till it's over. And as soon as I'd hit send, I'd say, what in the world are you talking about? It's not over till it's over. We're at the end of 2012, Benedict is still there. But then, of course, February 28th, 2013, the Vatican announces that Benedict has resigned, but then they give an interview with the El Observatorio Romano, their official newspaper, gave an interview with the New York Times in which they admitted that Pope Benedict had actually officially resigned at the end of a trip when he returned at the end of March to the Vatican, and the beginning of April he resigned to the Curia in secrecy. And in fact, they wouldn't even let
let the other cardinals know about it. It was just a handful of people that they believed could keep secrets, because remember, at that time, they were in the middle of the whole WikiLeaks thing, and they were trying to put a lid on secrets at the Vatican. But we found out that we were exactly right. Tebow was right, Putnam was right, I was right. And people can go to to YouTube, and they can see programs in 2012, early in the year, and even late 2011, in which we're talking about our prediction that not only could we, but we believed he was going to. Well, then, of course, the phone started ringing off the hook. We had people in Rome even that wanted to know, who is your insider at the Vatican? Because there was no way you could predict this, with the whole world telling you that's never going to happen, and then, of course, it did.
Well, we'll continue this discussion here and get into some of the connections between the Vatican and some of the fascinating work that you uncovered as your investigation continued into the extraterrestrial connection and the Vatican's seeming fascination with something that they think is coming, perhaps from out there. But we want to talk about the biggest giveaway of 2016. Tom, as publisher of Defender Publishing, CEO of Defender Publishing, you've kind of developed a reputation when you put out a major book like The Final Roman Emperor, The Islamic Antichrist, The Vatican's Last Crusade, of giving people a lot more for their money than they can get anywhere else. You've got a few different products here. I want to talk about these because you selected these directly. I mean, first one, of course, is Chris, your presentation on the Vatican's astrobiology connection, astrobiology and the Vatican ET connection, a video presentation. But these books, Tom, Satan, You Can't Have My Promises, Satan's Dirty Little Secret, What Happens When I Die, and Becoming a Prayer Warrior. You selected these books as, and of course, these will go to people while supplies last, once the book goes on sale. Why did you select these titles in particular?
Yeah, well, those in particular because, and that's, that'll cover, we bought a lot of pallets, that'll cover the first few thousand or whatever orders that come in, and then if we do run out, they'll replace those with books of equal value. But I picked those in particular because when people read this final entry, and we never did plan, we didn't even plan 2 books, let alone 4, it's just where the investigation took us, we had to go there, they'll understand why we believe the church needs to learn how to pray. And so these books very specifically teach you how to overcome evil, how to pray effectively. In fact, one of those books is considered one of the best books ever written on the subject of spiritual warfare. And so I picked those on purpose. Now, in addition to those books, we are also going to be giving away 2 mystery books. We always do this, right? And these are the books that are in our pallets. They're in our overstock. We've still got, for instance, some of the King James Version Bibles. This is a 15 disc set. This originally sold for $50 retail by itself. We still have some of those. We still have Survive the Unthinkable, which is a woman's self-protection book. Some of the books like The Labyrinth by Mark Flynn. We're going to hope to have Mark Flynn on our program before long. We actually have some David Flynn collection books that are now in overstock, the George Pember collection, other books. So the mystery books, they won't know what they're going to get, but there's probably a $40 value or something there. Altogether, it'll be over $150. It'll be the biggest giveaway of 2016 for a limited time.
We'll tell you more about that in just a second here. The Final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's Last Crusade. Our conversation continues with Tom Horn and Chris Putnam next.
In 2012, they shocked the international community when they predicted the resignation of Pope Benedict 1 year in advance.
Breaking news, Pope Benedict XVI announces his resignation.
Yeah, it is the first time in centuries a pope has stepped down.
And I knew Pope Benedict was going to step down April 2012.
Leaving the world wondering just who their insider at the Vatican really was. In 2013, they exposed the mysteries of Mount Graham, the Lucifer device.
This first station is an instrument called Lucifer.
And the Vatican's secret plan for the arrival of an alien savior. Then in 2015, they took the world underground to uncover the truth behind the Native American legends of giants, the portals they once came through, and the most overlooked aspect of end times prophecy regarding their return. Now, in their final entry to the explosive 4-year investigation, internationally acclaimed best-selling authors Thomas Horn and Chris Putnam unveil their greatest discovery and make their most astonishing prediction yet, involving the imminent prophesied arrival of a mysterious final Roman emperor.
At that time, the prince of injustice, who will be called the Antichrist, will rise. He will be the son of perdition and the culmination of pride. He will deceive many, but when the Roman Empire will fall, then the Antichrist will show himself, and he will sit in the house of God in Jerusalem. And the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet that brought miracles before him, with which he deceived them that had received the mark of the beast, and them that worshipped his image. These both were cast alive into a lake of fire burning with brimstone.
Thomas Horn, Chris Putnam. This will be the final entry and the greatest prediction yet, coming May 2016. The final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's last crusade. Coming exclusively from Skywatch TV for a very limited time starting May 31st, 2016. When you purchase the new book and final report from Tom Horn and Chris Putnam, The Final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's Last Crusade, you'll receive the largest giveaway of 2016, an unprecedented value of over $200 in free books, DVDs, audio files, and a data DVD library with tens of thousands of pages of ancient literature no longer available, as well as movies, WikiLeaks files the government does not want you to see, and more for your library or to give away as gifts. Included in this biggest giveaway of 2016 are Chris Putnam's full-length DVD presentation, Astrobiology and the Vatican ET Connection, the new 5-part Skywatch TV special investigative report on the book, The Final Roman Emperor, plus 2 mystery books with a $40 value, and a data DVD library with thousands of pages of ancient literature, movies, and audio series for your library or to give away as gifts. And for the first several thousand customers while supplies last, you'll also receive Satan's Dirty Little Secret, the 2 demon spirits that all demons get their strength from. Satan, You Can't Have My Promises, the spiritual warfare guide to reclaim what's yours. What happens when I die? True stories of the afterlife and what they tell us about eternity. Becoming a prayer warrior, a guide to effective and powerful prayer. An unprecedented value of over $200 in never-before-offered free products. And the biggest giveaway of 2016, yours absolutely free when you purchase The Final Roman Emperor from SkywatchTV.com for only $19.95 plus shipping, beginning May 31st. But be advised, this astonishing promotion is limited to first come, first serve while supplies last. So it's urgent, beginning May 31st, 2016. You place your order for the final book and biggest prediction yet in this 4-year investigation by internationally acclaimed best-selling authors Tom Horn and Chris Putnam. The Final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's Last Crusade for only $19.95 plus shipping. This offer is on a limited time basis and will end without notification. So be sure to visit SkywatchTV.com to follow the updates in the countdown to the biggest giveaway of 2016. Order the new book by Tom Horn and Chris Putnam on May 31st to receive the unprecedented value of over $200 while supplies last. Free products limited to quantity on hand and may be replaced by products of equal value.
Skywatch TV's special investigative report continues. The final Roman emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's last crusade. Chris Putnam and Tom Horn joining us. Chris, the investigation that you began with the prophecy of the popes led you somehow into the Vatican's connection with extraterrestrials, or the possibility of the existence of extraterrestrials. How did that, the one lead to the other?
Well, that's another interesting story. You know, I've always been interested in the topic of UFOs and those things. And, you know, even before I was a Christian, you know, I was interested, and as I collected newspaper articles, even when I was like 10 years old, on that subject. But if you look at what the Jesuit astronomers are saying in public, it's rather astounding. You could look right on the internet, there's plenty of articles about baptizing extraterrestrials into the Catholic Church. And what an unusual idea that is. When most people are still discussing whether they exist or not, they're talking about baptizing them. Do they know something we don't? Are they expecting something?
Yeah.
Right. And it makes you wonder, what business does the Roman Catholic Church have doing astronomy anyway? I mean, why do they have an observatory?
It would seem to fall outside the Great Commission of making disciples of all nations. Yeah.
Well, I think making disciples of all worlds is what it's become now.
Yeah. Well, and so because around the same time that our book Petrus Romanus came out and we were doing all these TV and radio programs, around that same time, some of the Vatican's top astronomers, Jose Gabriel Funes, who at that time was the head of the Vatican Observatory Research Group, what he calls the Borg, and he had fun with that, the Borg, comparing them to the Borg in our book. But he was out there, also Brother Guy Consolmagno, who, by the way, now is the new leader of the Observatory Research Group. They were out there saying, we'll baptize aliens. But then they started saying something even more curious. They were saying, there's nothing wrong in believing in extraterrestrial life, that is not a conflict with the Catholic faith. But then they took it a different step and they started saying, not only is it not wrong, they said the real heresy is in not believing in extraterrestrial life because it puts limits on God's creative ability. Then they started saying things, this goes kind of back to what you just said, do they think they know something we don't know? They started saying it's more likely than not that there are intelligent extraterrestrial life, not just organisms on another planet. And they just kind of kept ratcheting it up until finally some of their top, we're talking Opus Dei level theologians for the church, saying that furthermore, not only are they likely to exist, but they could be morally superior to us, because what we know about us is that we are fallen, but if they're unfallen, then they're closer to the Creator than we are and would have a clearer revelation about God, about the Trinity, and about the gospel. And now they're literally writing papers that are going through the review process that suggest that they may come here and it won't be us baptizing them, it's going to be them baptizing us into a corrected version of the gospel. Again, we're talking about the Pope's top theologians who are writing this stuff.
A corrected version of the gospel?
A corrected version that's going to require us, they say, to rethink everything we've ever thought we knew about the gospel. And they expect it. So anyway, so we're out there, and now people are calling. And they're saying, what do you guys make, because you're talking about the Vatican, you're talking about the Pope, what do you guys make of what the Vatican is saying about extraterrestrials? And what we knew was, if we were going to have a clear and authoritative answer, only one way we were going to be able to do that, we had to get to the top of Mount Graham in Arizona, because that, ever since Malachi Martin was interviewed on late night talk radio on Coast to Coast AM by Art Bell back in the 90s, and Art Bell said to him, why did the Vatican force themselves onto a mountain in southeastern Arizona?
Over the objection of the locals.
Well, over the objection of environmentalists, the native people. So they literally did force themselves through federal court. In fact, it was granted by fiat, and Chris did a great deal of research into that. We knew we had to get up there because that's where Malachi Martin said, why are they on that mountain? He said, because at the highest levels of Vatican governance and jurisprudence, he said they know what is approaching the earth and that it will be of the the utmost importance in coming years. Now, there were other Catholics that say he's just making this stuff up, but keep in mind, Malachi was the one who was conveying a whole lot of stuff that later on turned out to be absolutely true. The pedophilism that was going on,
Yes.
the Luciferianism, stuff that was conveyed to be true by him at the time that sounded outlandish. So the longer Malachi Martin is dead, the more the credibility goes up. So if that's also true about Mount Graham, then the church is watching something that is approaching the earth. So we're probably going to have to talk about that in the next program, but we went out of our way and we were able to get up onto Mount Graham to meet with the Jesuit who was on duty and actually to see everything up there.
So they're actually looking, though, at the possibility that, and making the claim that perhaps what we've known the gospel to be for 2,000 years is incomplete, not absolutely correct.
In the paper that Tom's talking about, they said that, we're going to have to do a rereading of our scriptures based on this new information from the extraterrestrials, and it specifically says that, and it's something that they're actively discussing. And,
that is astonishing.
And the Vatican's having astrobiology conferences, in Rome. They had one in America last year, with the top secular astrobiologists. So astrobiology, what is that? Astronomy married with biology, life in space, the study of life in space. Now, we don't really know of any life in space, so
Yeah.
I find it kind of amusing that you can get a PhD in something that you have nothing to study.
Yeah, a scientific discipline in search
Right.
of something to study.
Right.
Well, there's more to it clearly than just science, though, because obviously we're dealing with a supernatural, a spiritual aspect here. I mean, supernatural. Well, as we've said before, as Christians by default, we believe in the supernatural realm. And there's got to be more to it than this. Now, we've only got about a minute left, so we'll have to continue this in our next discussion. But is there more to the emphasis on Mount Graham? In other words, why that specific location than just a really good place to see the stars? Is there more to it than that?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk about that more in our next program because there's not really time to develop that here, but we at least wanted to leave you with that little bit of tease. There's more to it. What is it about Mount Graham and perhaps other high places, and I use that phrase deliberately, around planet Earth? Our special investigative report on the final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's last crusade continues. And again, Tom, in just about a minute's time, just touch again on when folks order this book. First, when will it be available and how much product are you including with the book?
Yeah, it's going to be available the third week of May. So right at the time when these programs are broadcasting, that'll be the time when the book will be released. And if they watch the commercial, it's got the date on it for the actual release date. And couldn't be more excited about it. But this book really is the tour de force. That's the other part of this whole series. Petrus Romanus started out strong. Exa Vaticana was even stronger. Path of the Immortals took us places we never expected to go. But wait until people read this book because it is a bombshell.
Well, it is timely because the headlines and the image on the graphic on the cover showing the Islamic State's flag flying from the obelisk in St. Peter's Square hints at the subject material of the book, and we will cover that as our special investigative report into the final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's last crusade continues. For Tom Horn, Chris Putnam, I'm Derek Gilbert, and this is Skywatch TV.
Angels waging war in the unseen realm. Global events fulfilling biblical prophecy. Eternal life. What lies beyond mortality? From analyzing the paranormal from a biblical worldview to the discussion of cutting-edge science and technology. Conspiracy. Discovery. Special investigative reports. unafraid to explore the challenging issues facing humanity. Welcome to another edition of Skywatch TV. Special Investigative Report.
The Vatican appears to think it knows something is coming toward planet Earth. What is it? Our special investigative report continues on Skywatch TV about the new book, The Final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's Last Crusade. I'm Derek Gilbert. Joining me in studio, the best-selling authors of Exo Vaticana, Petrus Romanus, and On the Path of the Immortals, Tom Horn and Chris Putnam. Gentlemen, our last discussion, kind of a whirlwind tour. We got as far as Mount Graham and your investigations that led to the Vatican's observatory on Mount Graham, the Vorg, and why a Christian church is involved in exploring outer space in the first place. And specifically, what is it about Mount Graham that the Vatican found so necessary to locate its observatory there?
It's a really interesting question, Derek. The astronaut Gordon Cooper, he said, you want to know about flying saucers and little green men? Ask the Vatican. They built an observatory up in Arizona, and that's what they're looking for. That's what Gordon Cooper said. Interestingly enough, up there, they really are looking for extraterrestrial life transparently. The most powerful telescope in the world is the Large Binocular Telescope. There's 3 instruments up there right now. They have plans for more. But the Large Binocular Telescope, its mission statement says that it's looking for other worlds. So it's not even a secret. The other instrument is the submillimeter radio telescope, which is a big satellite dish that can see into the spectrum that you can't see with the visual eye. And then the Vatican is the Vatican Advanced Technology Telescope, that for short. And that was basically the prototype of a new mirror technology they pioneered at the University of Arizona, and they got the very first one. And so that's the Vatican's telescope. And their primary mission right now, if you read on their website, a lot of times they're looking for dark matter. They're trying to prove the existence of dark matter. The reason why that's really intriguing to this subject is that they think that dark matter might actually be matter in a parallel universe. And the idea is that gravity waves can come through to our universe, but light can't. So we can't see it. That's why they call it dark. But we can detect the gravity of it, so we know something's there. And so they're looking for that. So transparently, even right on the surface, they're looking for parallel universes, other worlds. So that's not even hidden at all. But then, why did they force themselves up on the Mount Graham? They actually, as we mentioned before, they bypassed all the environmental laws, everything else. John McCain had it really just run right through Congress by fiat, and they got permission to build. And that's why the Indians are really upset. Now, why is that? Well, it's not just that it's a sacred site. They actually believe it's a portal. Now, this ties right into the parallel universe, other realm idea. And Tom actually talked to an Indian who mentioned that, right?
Well, what had happened was we go up to Mount Graham. The whole book, Exo Vaticana, is based on that experience going up there. We met with the Jesuit astronomer. They confirmed stuff for us. In fact, they told us stuff we didn't even expect to hear about how many times UFOs block deep space, filming operations, have to wait for these armadas to get out of the way so they can see past them. It's just extraordinary stuff. Yeah. And they're just talking about it like it's everyday thing. Like, sure, everybody knows there's billions of UFOs in space. Well, we didn't know that, right? We didn't expect these astronomers at the world's most powerful telescope to be saying this openly. So we thought that was extraordinary. So we come down off the mountain, and what happened was we went on Sid Roth's It's Supernatural. And on that program, I happened to say that I thought that the Apache, but there was some other indigenous Americans who also joined in with environmentalists in a federal lawsuit to try to stop NASA, Arizona State University, and the Vatican from building the observatory up there. Well, I thought, okay, the reason that the Apache in particular did that is because they were here ahead of everybody else, right? So it's what? It's like their forefathers and foremothers lived and died on the mountain, so it's like a graveyard. And I said that. I said, so it was holy ground, and they didn't want a bunch of machines in there disturbing the bones of their ancient ones and things like that. Well, then I get home and I get an email from a guy who was a member of the Apache Nation, and he wanted me to know that while what I had had said was true, it wasn't the real picture. He said the main reason the Apache did not want them on Mount Graham, he said, is because Mount Graham is one of the 4 holiest mountains in all of the world for all American indigenous people. And it is, he said, because it is a doorway. It is a stargate. It's a portal. It's a strategic geographic location through which entities have entered into and exited Earth's reality since the dawn of time. Well, when he said that, my brain went off the conspiracy meter about, wait a minute, now maybe this is something deeper about why that mountain, of all mountains, the Vatican and NASA and everybody was fighting to be up there, because maybe there's something that we would consider to be metaphysical, something strange about the mountain. So then what happened, Chris Putnam and I, Exo Vaticana had already gone to the printer. We couldn't stop and add anything into it. We get this new information. That's what put us onto the third part of this investigation, a 4-year investigation that resulted in the book called On the Path of the Immortals, because we wanted to verify. First of all, since we're Christians and conservative Christians, is this just a bunch of New Age, Indian, folklore or whatever? Or is there a biblical precedent for this? And frankly, it kind of revolutionized the way we could even look at the scripture, because when you start thinking this way, you notice in the Old Testament how often mountains are directly connected to doorways and gateways, both good and evil.
Yes.
So you've got Jacob, seeing a specific place where he actually anoints it and says, here, there is a gate to the house of God, this location.
Bethel.
And it scared him, right?
Yeah.
Because he saw a spiral vortex or a spiral staircase, or what the King James calls a ladder, going up and down, and angels ascending and descending. But we also know that there's negative gateways on the earth. New Agers are often really attracted to these vortexes, like he went to Sedona to do an investigation. But we found that too is a biblical idea. For instance, you had recently Dr. Mike Heiser was here talking about his book, The Unseen Realm, his research, one of the best ever written on the subject. And he pointed out how that there in where Aga Bashan, that Bashan and Caesarea Philippi at the base of Mount Hermon, the Hebrews believe that was the gateway to the underworld. But it's right there where Jesus stands and says, the gates of hell. Well, they knew exactly what he was saying, right? Shall not prevail against my church, and upon this rock
I will build it.
I'm going to build my church, right? And a few days later, he goes up onto Mount Hermon with his disciples, and that's where he's transfigured. Like Dr. Heiser says, he is literally sticking a stick in the eye of those offspring of the Watchers who thought they were going to come to the earth and take dominion over the earth away from God. And that story goes on, and people can watch the archived. But we started seeing that this was everywhere. This idea of gateways, doorways. So then what happened was we sent Chris, who went into Sedona with a film crew. I went to the Four Corners area of the United States, because we wanted to really follow up on, okay, if there's something about Mount Graham, if they believe that in the time before time, creation, basically the creator came down over the mountain, but then soon there were these other things, fiery flying seraphim. They draw them, and they're ancient petroglyphs that are 1,000 years older than when Jesus walked in flesh. They show a spiral vortex, a reptilian being coming through, deceiving the Native American peoples. Then giants start swarming over the land. They cry out to the great God of heaven. He sends a universal flood. I mean, they're literally telling the Old Testament story from this side of the world.
The key, of course, and this is what this is all culminating in, and we'll get to this in just a moment, because I think we need to devote quite a bit of time on this as our special investigative report continues. What does this mean for today? And that's where we'll take this conversation in just a moment. First, want to tell you about the biggest giveaway of 2016 from Skywatch TV and Defender Publishing. Again, the book, The Final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's Last Crusade. When you order the book, over $150 worth of product. We'll tell you about that, and we'll be back with Tom Horn and Chris Putnam right after this.
In 2012, they shocked the international community when they predicted the resignation of Pope Benedict 1 year in advance.
Breaking news, Pope Benedict XVI announces his resignation.
Yeah, it is the first time in centuries a pope has stepped down.
And I knew Pope Benedict was going to step down April 2012.
Leaving the world wondering just who their insider at the Vatican really was. In 2013, they exposed the mysteries of Mount Graham, the Lucifer device,
This first station is an instrument called Lucifer.
and the Vatican's secret plan for the arrival of an alien savior. Then in 2015, they took the world underground to uncover the truth behind the Native American legends of giants, the portals they once came through, and the most overlooked aspect of end times prophecy regarding their return. Now, in their final entry to the explosive 4-year investigation, internationally acclaimed best-selling authors Thomas Horn and Chris Putnam unveil their greatest discovery and make their most astonishing prediction yet, involving the imminent prophesied arrival of a mysterious final Roman emperor.
At that time, the prince of injustice, who will be called the Antichrist, will rise. He will be the son of perdition and the culmination of pride. He will deceive many, but when the Roman Empire will fall, then the Antichrist will show himself, and he will sit in the house of God in Jerusalem. And the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet that wrought miracles before him, with which he deceived them that had received the mark of the beast, and them that worshipped his image. These both were cast alive into a lake of fire burning with brimstone.
Thomas Horn, Chris Putnam. This will be the final entry and the greatest prediction yet, coming May 2016. The final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's last crusade. Coming exclusively from Skywatch TV for a very limited time starting May 31st, 2016. When you purchase the new book and final report from Tom Horn and Chris Putnam, The Final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's Last Crusade, you'll receive the largest giveaway of 2016, an unprecedented value of over $200 in free books, DVDs, audio files, and a data DVD library with tens of thousands of pages of ancient literature no longer available, as well as movies, WikiLeaks files the government does not want you to see, and more for your library or to give away as gifts. Included in this biggest giveaway of 2016 are Chris Putnam's full-length DVD presentation, Astrobiology and the Vatican ET Connection, the new 5-part Skywatch TV special investigative report on the book, The Final Roman Emperor, plus 2 mystery books with a $40 value, and a data DVD library with thousands of pages of ancient literature, movies, and audio series for your library or to give away as gifts. And for the first several thousand customers while supplies last, you'll also receive Satan's Dirty Little Secret, the 2 demon spirits that all demons get their strength from. Satan, You Can't Have My Promises, the spiritual warfare guide to reclaim what's yours. What happens when I die? True stories of the afterlife and what they tell us about eternity. Becoming a prayer warrior, a guide to effective and powerful prayer. An unprecedented value of over $200 in never-before-offered free products. And the biggest giveaway of 2016, yours absolutely free when you purchase The Final Roman Emperor from SkywatchTV.com for only $19.95 plus shipping, beginning May 31st. But be advised, this astonishing promotion is limited to first come, first serve while supplies last. So it's urgent, beginning May 31st, 2016. You place your order for the final book and biggest biggest prediction yet in this 4-year investigation by internationally acclaimed best-selling authors Tom Horn and Chris Putnam. The Final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's Last Crusade for only $19.95 plus shipping. This offer is on a limited time basis and will end without notification. So be sure to visit skywatchtv.com to follow the updates in the countdown to the biggest giveaway of 2016. Order the new book by Tom Horn and Chris Putnam on May 31st to receive the unprecedented value of over $200 while supplies last. Free products limited to quantity on hand and may be replaced by products of equal value.
We mentioned some programs on Skywatch TV, the interview with Dr. Heiser as an example. You can find that online, and we want to make you aware of the exclusive online content that you'll find from Skywatch TV. You'll find links to it at the website, skywatchtv.com, the Skywatch TV YouTube channel, the Skywatch TV channel on Roku. To find those programs, again, log on to the website, skywatchtv.com. The Final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, the Vatican's Last Crusade. I guess the question is, if the Vatican is aware of these portals, these holy places, the high places, if you will, to use a biblical term, why are they relevant in 2016? What did you find in your research that points to the time in which we're living right now that led to the new book?
Well, Chris and I can both speak to this, but for me the key relevance is because we on Skywatch Television, we also like to talk about end times, biblical prophecy. And probably the most overlooked aspect of end times prophecy, you don't hear any of the prophecy scholars basically ever talking about this, is that these gateways that opened once before are predicted to open again. And this is something you just don't hear people talking about.
Right.
For instance, in Isaiah 13, when he's talking about the end times utter destruction of Babylon, and this is where a lot of this started. There was a gateway in Babylon too.
Right.
And it was built by Nimrod, who we believe is going to have a second coming too, the Antichrist, the spirit of that, right? But in Isaiah 13, right there in Babylon, it says, "Open the gates, ye ruler. I give command, and I bring them. Giants are coming to fulfill my wrath." And so there are places in Scripture, there's places in the apocryphal text, the book of Enoch, the book of Jubilees, that all foresaw this future moment in which these gateways of the earth are going to open again, and there will be an eruption of these gigantic beings. Now, for instance, in Revelation chapter 9, a mighty angel comes down from heaven. It says he has the keys to another gateway, right? To the bottomless pit. He opens it up, and these hybrid demonic things start coming up out of the ground. But again, Nimrod, Apollyon, Osiris, it says they have a king over them down there in this pit, whose name is Abaddon, or who's known in the Greek tongue, Apollyon, Apollo. And so that was probably the biggest revelation of the book On the Path of the Immortals, is the historical evidence that this happened once before, and the biblical prophetic evidence that it's also predicted to happen again in the end times.
These texts, and there are hints at this throughout the Bible. You mentioned Isaiah 13. I know in the weekly Bible study that Sharon and I do, we stumbled across Abaddon is mentioned as an entity, and the dead are held in Abaddon. So how do we interpret this? I mean, we also see a clue here with the medium of Endor, where King Saul goes to consult with a medium to bring back the spirit of Samuel, and he comes up from the earth, and she says, I see an Elohim arising from the earth, a spirit arising from the earth. Are these the kind of gateways we're looking at, where something that is being held right now in a sort of holding tank, it will be loosed upon the earth?
I think so. And you know, Derek, we've mentioned Dr. Michael Heiser a few times, and I just have to mention him again because a lot of these things are kind of hidden by our translations. People who translate from the Hebrew into the English or the Greek into the English sometimes, don't really get it, I think. And, it's almost like the Bible's been censored to me sometimes when I read it. And Dr. Heiser, being an ancient languages scholar, points a lot of that out. And, one of the things that really fascinated me right from the beginning is that, the story in the Garden of Eden about a serpent beguiling Eve, and deceiving her. On the surface, it almost seems absurd because snakes don't have vocal cords. They can't talk. So what was it, telepathy or what? Was this a talking snake that's there? But if you read Dr. Heiser's understanding of the Hebrew language, you see that this word nakash, in Hebrew, an adjective can be substantivized, meaning it can be turned into a noun. Now, if that's the case, it could literally mean shining one. And so Dr. Heiser would say Eve was deceived by a luminescent serpentine being. Now it starts sounding more like what people call aliens or something like that.
Right, reptilians.
And it gets really interesting. And then you see these fiery flying serpents in the book of Isaiah. What's that?
Right.
What is that? Well, the same word is seraphim.
The seraphim,
right, that are flying around saying, holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. So you see holy seraphim, yet in our translations in Isaiah, it doesn't use the word seraphim. Seraphim's a transliteration of Hebrew, right? But when you get later, and it's in an evil context, in the judgment of Babylon, they call them fiery flying serpents, but it's the exact same term. They just translated it differently.
And these seem to be exactly what the indigenous people were describing as coming through a portal. I mean, if you look at the myth, and it's very interesting because, like Mount Graham again, they describe in the time before time, the great creator comes down. And what's interesting is they describe him as a bearded man, and the Apache don't have any facial hair.
That's right.
So they describe him as a bearded man. He sounds like the book of Revelation description of the Ancient One. But they say he's in a silvery disc. Now, of course, the guys that subscribe to like the ancient astronaut theory might jump on that and say, ha, see, the aliens came and created us. And maybe that's why the Vatican's up there talking about aliens. But what they miss is what the ancient Jewish rabbis call the Merkavim. This is what Ezekiel saw, the wheel in the middle of the wheel, which is described as circular, it's shiny.
But also alive, that these are living beings.
That it's a living being,
yes.
But when we look at it and we don't know what it is, we simply describe it. I think Josh Peck at one time talked to you about, is it the Ophanim?
Yes.
These angelic presences that are described as circular, they're moving back and forth from the throne of God. So when you think of that, that sounds like what the Apache are describing, this literal flying vehicle. The Creator comes down, but then it says not long after that, this doorway opened again, and that's when they said this man that wasn't really a man, he was a serpent. He was the king of the Watchers. In fact, the Dead Sea Scrolls refers to him. I think his name in the Dead Sea Scrolls is Makrisha, but it describes him as being very dark, very serpent-like, like a viper, very frightening with piercing eyes. Right? Well, this is what the indigenous people drew on their petroglyphs, and they said he started teaching, and this brings us full circle. He started teaching the Indians to go down into their underground kivas and to practice what he called witchcraft, sorcery. Pharmakia is how the Bible describes it, for the purposes of opening doorways into the underworld, to put themselves into contact with what was down there. So bring it full circle back to him talking about dark matter. Here's CERN. They're working with the Vatican up on the top of Mount Graham to try to make contact with dark matter. CERN's trying to open a doorway. They're trying to film gravitons escaping into a parallel universe. But go back to Revelation 9, when this gate of the earth opens up and these things come up out of the earth. How does Revelation 9 end? The people that are being tormented by those plagues, what does it say? And yet they repented not of their sorcery. Yeah. And this is the Greek word pharmakia. Pharmakia is simply an effort to try to bypass what God has sealed off from us, to put ourselves into contact with something that he has put behind a gateway that he says is forbidden for us to make contact with it. So we use drugs, we use whatever we have to do to put ourselves into a altered mental state to make contact with what is there. So we have a rich corroboration in American history that says the same thing that happened in the Middle East when Moses was writing the Pentateuch and there were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, the same thing was happening here. The same story. It ends with the flood. It's all the same story. It's a corroboration of Scripture.
And it's the same story that we hear about from the days of Enoch, when the Watchers came down at Mount Hermon, again, which led Jesus to put the stick in the supernatural eye with the transfiguration on Mount Hermon, which is phenomenal. In fact, bringing Mike Heiser back into the conversation again, was listening to a program that he recorded here not long ago, in which he said that there was a period during the early Christian church where there were those who felt among the early Christians that Enoch should have been given as much weight as Moses. Now, of course, Enoch is not canonical, but it does seem to parallel what you learned in your research about what the Native Americans in the American Southwest believe about Mount Graham. These other holy spots around the planet, we know of Mount Hermon. There was a mount in northern Syria near the border of Turkey today called Mount Akra, but in the day Mount Zavan, which was supposed to be the location of Baal's palace. But we also know that there, all over the planet, there are artificial cosmic mountains. Babylon, the step pyramids of Mesoamerica. We see pyramids all over the planet. Was this just an attempt by mankind as we spread across the planet after the Tower of Babel to try to bring mankind into contact with these entities? In other words, is what the Vatican trying to do now, apparently, just a high-tech version of building the Tower of Babel?
Perhaps that's the case. Mount Graham is a portal, and they're up there for that reason. It would lead to that conclusion, would it not? They call it a very rare ecosystem. If you go out there, it's the mountain. You're in a desert when you start. As you go up the mountain, you start to see lush forests and completely different environment. But so it's almost a unique environment.
Well, they call it a sky island, and it very much reminds you of what Dr. Heiser was saying about the mountains were considered the garden of God, right?
Was a garden, but also a mountain.
Place where the gods would exist, and that very much is that same kind of an environment.
Well, we've still only scratched the surface, but our special investigative report will continue. The new book, again, The Final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's Final Crusade, will bring this into present day in our next program as we continue. And we thank you for watching as we keep watch. I'm Derek Gilbert, and this is Skywatch TV.
Angels waging war in the unseen realm. Global events fulfilling biblical prophecy. Eternal life. What lies beyond mortality? From analyzing the paranormal from a biblical worldview to the discussion of cutting-edge science and technology. Conspiracy. Discovery. Special investigative reports. Unafraid to explore the challenging issues facing humanity. Welcome to another edition of Skywatch TV. Special investigative report.
They accurately predicted the resignation of Pope Benedict, something that happened in hundreds and hundreds of years. And now they're making an even bolder prediction for what lies ahead in 2016. Welcome to Skywatch TV. This is our multi-part special investigative report about the forthcoming book by the international best-selling authors Tom Horn and Chris Putnam. The book, The Final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's Last Crusade. We welcome back to the program Tom Horn and Chris Putnam. The Cumae Sibyl. I always thought that the Cumae Sibyl was just a mythological creature. Frankly, I was not even aware until recently when I began preparing for these interviews that she was an historic person. And not only that, that Jewish theologians and early church fathers actually took the Cumae Sibyl's prophecy seriously.
Well, this is a pagan prophetess,
Yes.
right? Of pagan Rome, who delivered prophecies. You go to the temple and offer a sacrifice or whatever, and they had books of prophecies and sayings of the Sibyls, and there was actually more than one Sibyl. As the Roman Empire spread, all the capital cities would have their own version of the Sibyl, and it turns out there was one even in Jerusalem at the time. And so they collected all of these prophecies. So you have the Sibylline oracles, the Sibylline books, and we have copies of a lot of these now. A lot of them became somewhat Christianized, and the Jews also used them. And so some scholars will say that they were changed by Christians and altered and things of that nature, but sometimes maybe not so, because we see something like Justin Martyr in the 2nd century quoting the Sibyl in his apologetic to the pagan Romans, saying, look, even your Sibyl was monotheistic in these passages. And really interesting that he would do that. So you have a lot of that going on, and you find a lot of these prophecies, our only source of it is from the early Christian church, from their quotations, because the original books have been lost. Now, how does this all connect to our investigation? Well, we were really looking into this idea that the Muslims have of the Mahdi, who's going to make the whole world Muslim. And this is, they expect a regular man to be born. He's not Jesus, right? He's a human, but he's supposed to make the whole world become Muslim. Now, how's that going to happen?
Yeah, and just to give people a sense of the time scale involved here, Muhammad didn't found the religion until the 7th century.
That's right.
So we're talking about 6 centuries between the time of the Sibyls and the Sibylline oracles,
right,
and Muhammad.
Now, how does that connect, right? Well, there was a piece of literature called the Apocalypse of Methodius, and that was really popular in the 600s in Syria. Okay, and it was written in Syriac, in the Syrian language. Okay, and it became a mainstay of the early Christian church in that time, and it probably was for 1,000 years. And people believed that it was scripture, basically. It turns out now we don't think that he wrote it. It's pseudepigrapha is what we call it now, because there's just some things that are giveaways. But in that piece of literature, there's a character. They call it the Great Roman Emperor, okay? And really, we believe that not only the Catholics believe that this great Roman Emperor is going to make the whole world Catholic, all right? And at the same time, this is in the 600s, and you think about historically what's going on. The Quran has just been composed, and Islam is beginning to promulgate across the land.
And of course, the Western Roman Empire had fallen in the 5th century. 476 was when the German Magister Militum Odoacer basically deposed the last emperor. So we don't need you anymore.
Right.
I'm going to be the first king of Italy. But Rome at that time still existed. It was just the Eastern Roman Empire centered on what is now Turkey, Byzantium.
That's right. And so, they have all these prophecies about Constantinople, and which doesn't exist anymore. Now it's Istanbul, right? Because the Ottoman Empire conquered it. And which kind of makes some of ISIS's predictions seem a little incoherent in that they want to conquer Constantinople, which isn't there anymore. This character, the Great Roman Emperor, featured in this apocalypse. What we find in Muslim eschatology is a lot of it is more a response to Christians than it is original. I mean, you see the same characters as the book of Revelation. You have the Dajjal, which is like the Antichrist. You have Jesus. They call him Isa. And, it's just like they took the book of Revelation and they Islamified it, okay? And so where does the Mahdi come from? Because he's not in the Quran.
That's true.
And I can't find anything where you can really prove that Muhammad said anything about a Mahdi. And so scholars have looked at this, and I read a lot of books and papers about it, and it really, really, really looks like the Mahdi is just a response to the Great Roman Emperor, which came from this Apocalypse of Methodius. So it's basically an anti-apologetic.
Well, I guess that's not too surprising, because the Quran, and I don't want to deviate from the topic of the book here, but the Quran is essentially just a corrupted version of the holy texts given to Jews and Christians. But setting that aside, what then? How does this relate to where we are today? I mean, where does this lead, and what does it lead you to conclude about what we can expect for the rest of 2016 and the years ahead?
Well, as I was discovering all this, I was thinking, how am I going to tie all this together with our work? And why are we doing this? How does this all fit together? Well, what I discovered is this idea of the great Roman emperor wasn't original either. Whoever wrote the Apocalypse of Methodius copied it from the Sibylline prophecies. So it goes way back into pagan Rome. Now we start getting a really interesting connection, because Tom Horn, in his book Apollyon Rising, and then Zenith 2016, connected a prophecy of the Sibyl to the Great Seal of the United States, and this idea that perhaps the Antichrist would be a great leader from the United States.
Well, and also there is a deeper mystery here that once again Chris uncovered. It's kind of like in Petrus Romanus, when Chris found what had been written by Rene Thibault 64 some years ago, that kind of put us on this trail that ultimately wound up with us making our prediction. This time around, he's back there in antiquity again. We can't keep this guy in the modern world, right? And he's digging around, and what he discovers is, up until probably the 1600s, this idea of the great Roman emperor. So what do we mean by that? The Roman Catholics believed that there would come a time in which there would be basically a Catholic king. The Holy Roman Pope would become king of the earth or something like that. That's why many of the Protestant reformers, they're looking at this thinking this is going to be the Antichrist, right? But those were borrowed from prophecies that originated with the Cumae Sibyl, with these Roman, and then later the Greeks had their own version of the Sibyls. You know, Apostle Paul cast a demon out of the young woman in the New Testament. Well, she was a Sibylline, a Pythoness. She was a prophetess for the god Apollo. But if you go to the Vatican City today and go inside the Sistine Chapel, you have the great paintings by Michelangelo, right? But why, right there among all of the Old Testament prophets, is the Sibyl? I mean, the Cumae Sibyl, what in the world is she doing being honored among all the Old Testament prophets there inside the Vatican? But then you come over to the United States of America, and you start noticing these similarities, that the way Rome is laid out, you have a dome facing an obelisk, which is an ancient symbol, which was used actually, and it was made most famous by the Egyptians, who used it for raising the spirit of Osiris from the underworld to become incarnate in their pharaoh so that it would have divine representation. But again, a divine king. The whole prophecy about the final Roman Empire plays off of this idea of a final divine king, a God incarnate who is going to lead the world in the end of times, what the New Testament would call the Antichrist, right? The son of perdition, the Nimrod reborn. So you have the generator at the Vatican to make it happen, the dome, the obelisk. You even have the Cumae Sibyl glorified inside their most famous chapel, whose prophecy says this entity is coming. You come over to the United States, and what do you find? You have the dome at the capital city, the dome facing the obelisk, and what do you have on the Great Seal of the United States of America but the prophecies that are derived from the Cumae Sibyl? And what does she say? That at the end of time, this great king, it's going to be Apollo, she says, reborn on the earth at the end of time, and he is going to become the king of the new world order. So you have the most ancient, deeply occultic, powerful symbols combined with a primary source for these prophecies, which say that at the end of time, who the New Testament identifies as the Antichrist, is going to become the king of the final world order. Well, in this book, therefore, based on that general idea, we make the biggest predictions. We did accurately predict the resignation of Pope Benedict a year in advance. That pales by comparison to the detailed roadmap that we provide in this book for the very near future, and we literally detail how each event is going to happen, how it's going to unfold, and ultimately we believe it's going to lead to Armageddon.
And you can get a hint from the cover art as to what may be expected here. You see the Islamic State flag there on the obelisk there at St. Peter's Square. You've got two characters, one Roman Catholic, one Muslim, both occupying essentially the same position in their prophecies, one drawn from the other. We'll talk about that as our special investigative report into the book, The Final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's Last Crusade continues right after this.
In 2012, they shocked the international community when they predicted the resignation of Pope Benedict 1 year in advance.
Breaking news, Pope Benedict XVI announces his resignation.
Yeah, it is the first time in centuries a pope has stepped down.
And I knew Pope Benedict was going to step down April 2012.
Leaving the world wondering just who their insider at the Vatican really was. In 2013, they exposed the mysteries of Mount Graham, the Lucifer device,
This first station is an instrument called Lucifer.
and the Vatican's secret plan for the arrival of an alien savior. Then in 2015, they took the world underground to uncover the truth behind the Native American legends of giants, the portals they once came through, and the most overlooked aspect of end times prophecy regarding their return. Now, in their final entry to the explosive 4-year investigation, internationally acclaimed best-selling authors Thomas Horn and Chris Putnam unveil their greatest discovery and make their most astonishing prediction yet, involving the imminent prophesied arrival of a mysterious final Roman emperor.
At that time, the prince of injustice, who will be called the Antichrist, will rise. He will be the son of perdition and the culmination of pride. He will deceive many, but when the Roman Empire will fall, then the Antichrist will show himself, and he will sit in the house of God in Jerusalem. And the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet that wrought miracles before him, with which he deceived them that had received the mark of the beast, and them that worshipped his image. These both were cast alive into a lake of fire burning with brimstone.
Thomas Horn, Chris Putnam. This will be the final entry and the greatest prediction yet, coming May 2016. The Final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's Last Crusade. Coming exclusively from Skywatch TV for a very limited time starting May 31st, 2016. When you purchase the new book and final report from Tom Horn and Chris Putnam, The Final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's Last Crusade, you'll receive the largest giveaway of 2016, an unprecedented value of over $200 in free books, DVDs, audio files, and a data DVD library with tens of thousands of pages of ancient literature no longer available, as well as movies, WikiLeaks files the government does not want you to see, and more for your library or to give away as gifts. Included in this biggest giveaway of 2016 are Chris Putnam's full-length DVD presentation, Astrobiology and the Vatican ET Connection, the new 5-part Skywatch TV special investigative report on the book, The Final Roman Emperor, plus 2 mystery books with a $40 value, and a data DVD library with thousands of pages of ancient literature, movies, and audio series for your library or to give away as gifts. And for the first several thousand customers while supplies last, you'll also receive Satan's Dirty Little Secret, the 2 demon spirits that all demons get their strength from. Satan, You Can't Have My Promises, the spiritual warfare guide to reclaim what's yours. What Happens When I Die, true stories of the afterlife and what they tell us about eternity. Becoming a Prayer Warrior, a guide to effective and powerful prayer. an unprecedented value of over $200 in never-before-offered free products, and the biggest giveaway of 2016, yours absolutely free when you purchase The Final Roman Emperor from skywatchtv.com for only $19.95 plus shipping, beginning May 31st. But be advised, this astonishing promotion is limited to first come, first serve while supplies last. So it's urgent. Beginning May 31st, 2016, you place your order for the final book and biggest prediction yet in this 4-year investigation by internationally acclaimed best-selling authors Tom Horn and Chris Putnam. The Final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's Last Crusade for only $19.95 plus shipping. This offer is on a limited time basis and will end without notification. So be sure to visit skywatchtv.com to follow the updates in the countdown to the biggest giveaway of 2016. Order the new book by Tom Horn and Chris Putnam on May 31st to receive the unprecedented value of over $200 while supplies last. Free products limited to quantity on hand and may be replaced by products of equal value.
We've referenced an interview that we did with Tom Horn about his book, Zenith 2016. I encourage you to go back to our online content at skywatchtv.com. You'll find the YouTube channel there. You'll also find the Skywatch TV channel on Roku there. Look for the interview about the book, Zenith 2016, which gets more in-depth into the Cumae Sibyl and its links through the Freemasons to the Great Seal of the U.S. and what that actually prophesies, I should say. But Chris, the Islamic world essentially cribbed the character of the Mahdi from this pseudepigraphal prophecy, the Apocalypse of Methodius. So it sounds to me as though we've got these two characters that are both, neither one are sent by God, that both presume to be God's instrument of justice and judgment on earth that will lead to a final conflict. Do I read that right?
I think so. I think it's a perfect setup for Catholics who believe in this great Roman emperor or final Catholic king or however they want to put it, and the Muslims who believe in the Mahdi. It's basically the same literary character. It's a perfect setup for the Antichrist to fulfill the role in the minds of both people and bring it all together into a one world religion. And we were told in the book of Revelation that the beast will be given authority over all nations, right? And so we expect that to happen. And what do we see? You know, we see the world, we see globalism occurring right now. And, you know, in analyzing ISIS or the Islamic State, you know, a lot of people think maybe the Antichrist will be a Muslim. I have a hard time accepting that the whole world's going to want to become Muslim. But I do see what we call the Hegelian dialectic, the idea that you can't really move people real radically over to one side, but you can push them a little bit by offering an antithesis, meaning, you know, you have a thesis, antithesis, synthesis is the way it works. Now, what is ISIS? What is the Islamic State? I think it's the perfect antithesis to Western values. I mean, Americans don't want to give up their freedom. They don't want to give up their guns, right? But 9/11, all of a sudden, we have the Patriot Act. We have our rights being taken away, and people are happy about it because they think they feel safer, right? Right. And now it takes hours to get through the airport. It's the perfect antithesis to freedom. And so what does that do? It moves the world a step closer to totalitarian control, to a new world order.
How much significance do we give the Pope Francis talking about the justification for a holy war?
Well, it's really interesting. That's really what got the book idea started when Tom first emailed me about doing this project, is that Pope Francis was out in public using very specific language that if you read Catholic doctrine, they have a just war doctrine. What constitutes a just war, and you know what those requirements are. And I'd taken an ethics class, so I was familiar with these ideas. And yeah, the language that Pope Francis is using is like quoted directly from that. And he's talking about just cause and all these things that are kind of buzzwords.
Genocide and different words. And we do. Chris wrote 2 or 3 chapters in this book that really kind of spells out how we think our prediction is going to how it's going to roll out, and just war is going to be one of those causes. Basically, ISIS is going to create a trigger event. We go into what we think is going to happen that is then going to cause the Pope to call for just war to be enacted, that would then allow the nations of the world, kind of like the first Iraq war where Bush got together and had a coalition army came together. But in this case, we're talking about the Vatican condoning that war under just war, which for the Muslims will be seen as a crusade.
Right.
They'll see this as the flag of Rome, and they'll see it as the fulfillment of their ancient hadith in which Muhammad allegedly said that at the end of time they're going to go to war against the army of Rome. So we think that's literally going to play out. But one thing I would just jump in here and add real quickly to what you're saying, Chris, is that look at what Pope Francis himself has been doing specifically. Just war is one of those things. He's out there. There's other leaders for the Vatican Church too. They've talked to the UN. They've even said this is based on church doctrine, which is a reference to just war. But look at what he's saying on the kind of the esoteric side of things. You've got the Muslims on this side saying we're going to kill the Pope. They made a movie showing their tanks coming down against the Colosseum. They show their flag flying. The reason why it's on the front of our book cover too, on the obelisk there in the middle of St. Peter's Square. But look at how Pope Francis has responded to this. First of all, he says that what's going on with ISIS, he said to the Christian community, what's happening with ISIS means you should prepare yourself for the end times. Yeah. He is literally connecting this to end of the world theology. But he also, as Chris pointed out, one of the first things he did when he became Pope was he dedicated the world to the Fatima apparition, the Our Lady of Fatima. But what does Fatima describe? The third secret of Fatima, the Pope's walking through the large city. Many people believe that's the Vatican. These ISIS-like fighters run in, they blow up everybody, they kill all the people that are assembled, they kill the Pope, right? He also knows that he is the final Pope in the prophecy of the popes. And how does that end? And after all these things, the city of Rome is destroyed. He's made friends with the priests that are what they call them, the ones that study the Zohar. And in the Zohar, it talks about how after 2013, the city of Rome is going to be destroyed. This is a 700-year-old prophecy. The Messiah will present himself, and shortly thereafter. And right now, what are the rabbis doing? The rabbis are saying, prepare for the Messiah. He's here. So there's something that's going on just beneath the surface that we believe is going to roll out over the next 48 months. And we're very specific about how we think that is going to play out. And we think the Pope is positioning himself right now. And the radical Islamists, they're ready. They're saying, bring it on, right?
Yeah.
It's what they want.
So they're looking for this character, the Mahdi, who will lead them to in battle against the forces of Christendom.
That's right.
Yeah. How do we as Christians then process all of this? Because we're looking at what is clearly whether we want to admit it or not as Americans, certainly our politicians don't want to say this, but it is a religious war between the forces of Christendom, in a sense, under the banner of the Vatican, and the forces of Islam, at least as it's imagined by the Islamic State. How do we, as Christians who believe in the inerrancy of Bible prophecy, try to process all of this? Where do we discern the truth amongst all of these competing lies?
Well, Derek, one thing I did in this book is I tried to analyze all this from a different perspective than what you're hearing on the news. What you hear on the news is a very worldly, geopolitical, human analysis. And it's accurate most of the time, and they have good reasons for what they're saying. But what I'm trying to do is pull back from that and take what I call a long play perspective, in that having a supernatural worldview, believing that there are angels, immortals, that are playing out these ideas and things, fulfilling these Bible prophecies, pushing us toward this new world order. You don't see it happening in one human lifetime all the time, okay? These things are immortal beings. So if they have a strategy, it's occurring over centuries, not during your lifetime. So you might not notice it, right? But if you look at, from the early 20th century to now and see how things are pushing toward globalism, toward this idea of a new world order, it's amazing. And, you can look at ISIS more as a tool to push us toward that than them actually being the Antichrist or something like that. That's the kind of perspective I'm looking at. And the thing that was really fascinating, I don't know about this exactly, I can't say it's true or not, but there's a letter supposedly written to Albert Pike by an Italian Freemason named Mazzini.
Mazzini, yeah.
And in that letter, allegedly, they predict that they're going to use 3 world wars to accomplish this new world order. And the first 2 are described so accurately, it's uncanny. Now, what's interesting is there's a Catholic priest who wrote a book. It was copyrighted like 1920, and he mentions this letter. And it was before the Second World War. And it really described the forces of the Jews fighting, being persecuted by the Nazis. It's really accurate. And if it's true, it's astounding. But the thing that's most astounding is that the Third World War is the Muslims against the Christians.
A spoiler alert for our audience, there is a guest chapter in this book that was written by Derek Gilbert, and it really has to do with how this final Roman emperor, who the New Testament would call the Antichrist, is going to be accepted by the Muslims as their Mahdi, by the Jews as their Messiah, and by the Christians perhaps as the second coming of Jesus.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what it comes down to, is that an improper understanding of prophecy can lead us all into error, and that's why it's important to understand what is lying ahead. The final Roman emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's last crusade, the biggest giveaway of 2016 from Defender Publishing and Skywatch TV. Tom Horn, Chris Putnam, excellent work, and an honor to be even mentioned in between the covers of this book with you gentlemen. Get your copy and share it with friends, because it is a roadmap of what is to come. And we thank you for watching as we keep watch. I'm Derek Gilbert, and this is Skywatch TV. '20 has been an amazing year, not the year we planned. It's a year we've seen chaos literally taking to the streets. What is going on? Watch this.
The United States of America is unraveling for all the world to see. The wave of violence has now washed across 29 cities.
And it just collapsed. There you go. Building just collapsed.
Protests have been hijacked by radical extremists bent on anarchy.
If, like so many, you are shocked, worried, and wondering about what's happening in our world right now, what the growing chaos and uncertainty is all about, and where this may all be leading.
You've got the millennial generation polling in favor of government-ran socialism over capitalism, and at the same time, more than 70% of Americans, including self-identified atheists, asking questions about Bible prophecy and this revelation beast system.
Discerning the signs of the times has consumed most of my research and has been my life's passion to prepare whoever will heed the warning signs for what's coming. For what I and my prophecy scholar friends have always known, that great rebellion, chaos in the streets.
Many in government are asking if President Trump will use the Insurrection Act to declare martial law.
Groups of outside radicals and agitators are exploiting the situation to pursue their own separate and violent agenda.
Would set the stage for the arrival of Antichrist.
Let no one deceive you in any way, for that day will not come unless the rebellion comes first and the man of lawlessness is revealed. And as the transgressors are come to the full, a king of fierce countenance and understanding dark sentences shall stand up, and his power shall be mighty. And he shall destroy the mighty and the holy people, and shall magnify himself in his heart, and stand up against the Prince of Princes.
The answer to the hard questions that the whole world is suddenly, desperately seeking explanations for is why I sanction this urgent and historic work, a volume that for the first time in over 50 years lays out how the dominoes will begin falling very soon and the key signs to look for as the chronology of the future is finally unveiled in Antichrist and the Final Solution.
There are no National Guards members here, no firefighters, no police officers.
Welcome to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert. Over the next 4 weeks, we're going to be talking about how what we're seeing in front of us now may be the first stage of the last days. Joining us on the panel as we begin the discussion of two brand new books. First of all, Pentagon Insider and the author of such books as Progressive Evil and The Deeper State, Lieutenant Colonel Bob Maginnis, and the author of the brand new book, Collision Course. Colonel Maginnis, welcome back.
Well, thank you, Derek.
And the co-authors of the other book that will be the focus of our discussion over the next 4 weeks. First, an author of some 36 books over the years and a partner in the popular website raptureready.com. We welcome Terry James back to Skywatch TV. Terry, welcome.
Thanks, Derek.
And Skywatch TV's CEO, best-selling author in his own right, and co-author with Terry in the brand new book, Antichrist and the Final Solution. We welcome Skywatch TV's Tom Horn back to the program. Tom.
Good to be back.
Tom, research shows that there are a lot of people who are now asking whether what's happening around us is actually a sign of the last days.
Yeah, isn't this amazing that just, a year ago we were being told the millennials have no interest in going to church, a Z-Gen has no interest, much of the nuclear generation have lost interest in going to church. None of the pastors are out there talking about Bible prophecy. Now fast forward 12 months later and COVID and the chaos in the streets and plagues that seem to be, locust plagues, that type of thing that's happening around the world, volcanoes going off. Now, all of a sudden, the statistics, the most recent polls are fascinating. It shows that 80% of Americans now are reading their Bible with a question in their mind as to, are we entering into, what those fanatics at Skywatch TV and Rapture Ready call the end times, right? Is that actually happening? 70% of pastors are now suddenly preaching sermons where they're asking the question, is this the end times? And amazingly, 30%, according to one poll, of agnostics and atheists are actually for the first time opening the Bible up to see if there's really anything to this. So how quickly all of a sudden the world, right, is wondering, is there really something to this? Are we really moving toward what my good buddy Terry James would call the 7 years of tribulation? Is it going to be preceded by a rapture of the church? This is what's on the majority of people's minds right now, even secular people, secular programs, television programs asking, are we rushing towards Armageddon? Well, because this is happening, I reached out to Terry. In fact, I came down here and I told, several people that were down here. Joe Artis was there, several other people, and I said, we have not had an opportunity like this in my lifetime. Not one time before now in my lifetime has this many people in the world been asking the important question, are these the end times? Is a rapture going to happen? Is a great tribulation going to happen? Is the Antichrist about to rise on the world scene? And so I reached out to Terry. I said, Terry, we've got to do this. We've got to do it as quick as we can, because it's not only an opportunity to talk to the world, to give them answers to their valid questions, but it's a responsibility. That's why we are here, right? We are to be watchmen on the wall, and we are to provide the right kind of we would call it dispensational theology, right? Are a series of dominoes getting ready to start falling? Is the false prophet about to arrive on the world scene? Is Antichrist? Is a peace treaty going to be made with Israel? Is the third temple going to be built? So we rushed through to put together a book the likes of which have not been written in 50 years. And as a matter of fact, Clarence Larkin was like really the last guy, right, that wrote his whole series of books on dispensational theology. And so we decided to put all three of his best-selling books together in one giant volume, of which we are going to be giving away. But let me turn to the camera for just a second and point something out. There are things in Bible prophecy that for the most people, people read right past. They don't even notice it. But notice this. When it talks about when Antichrist comes, what does it say? In 2 Thessalonians 2:3, it says, don't let anybody deceive you in any way, because that day will not come unless the rebellion comes first. And then will the man of sin be revealed. And that's what we're seeing, chaos. It's getting stronger and then it falls off. Then it's coming back, but with each wave, it's getting stronger every time out. The prophet Daniel, look what he said. As the transgressors. Now this is the Hebrew word pasha, and it means literally to riot in the streets, to rebel. He says, as the transgressors come to a full, then a king of fierce countenance and understanding dark sentences shall stand up, and his power shall be mighty, but not by his own power, and he shall destroy the mighty and the holy people. So even the growth of anti-Semitism that we see, antagonism against the church, all of this is a spirit, a powerful spirit. Daniel says he will be powerful, but not by his own might, right? There is a spirit that is behind him, and right now, it is percolating beneath the surface, and that's why much of what you see going on in the world today actually was forecast 2,000 years ago, and further back, if you go back to Daniel, to be that sense of what would be happening in the world when suddenly the answer man, the Antichrist, arrives.
Terry, I've had the opportunity to interview a friend here recently who lives in Samaria, which is what, part of what the world calls the West Bank. And of course, they're very much concerned as settlers in a community that would be isolated if the map that was proposed was actually imposed on the Jewish settlers in Judea and Samaria of what is going to transpire here. They're talking about the deal of the century, and the sovereignty issue in Israel is very much top of mind. Prime Minister Netanyahu wanted to get this done before the November election because they don't know what's going to happen after November. How has the approach of the world, or the spirit of the age, or Satan, how has his plan toward the Jewish people changed over the centuries, or has it?
I don't think it has changed at all. I think that it's the same as it's always been, and we see that in our book. We talk about in our century, and the century just preceding this one, how Hitler had a final solution for the Jews.
Hence the name of the book.
Hence
Sure.
Yeah. And that's what we're going to be looking at in the book. And Satan's ideas haven't changed on this. He wants to bring the whole world against Israel if he can, in order to erase them from history. If he does that, I believe he thinks that if he can negate God's promises to Israel, then his own fate, which is the lake of fire, will be negated. So I think that's part of his plan, is to show God to be a liar, even though he knows God up close and personal, as they say. He knows that God is omniscient, he's omnipotent, he is never wrong, he cannot be defeated, and yet he still thinks he can win. And his battle against Israel is one primary example of his continuing fight.
So in a sense, it strikes me that this is a parallel to the testing of Job. If Satan can show that God's man Job was not what God said he was, if Satan can show that God's promises to the Jews are false, then he feels he's got a legal claim then to escape his prophesied destiny?
Same when he tempted Jesus. Of course, that had a lot of different connotations to it and a lot of different reasons, but when he tempted Jesus in the wilderness, he was trying to do the same thing, show that God's a liar, that his man is not his man, his son is not his son, even though he said, you are the son. He knows he's the son, but he's trying to still turn Christ and show him to be a liar. So Satan's tactics have never changed, and they're not going to change, obviously, and he does have the whole world, as Tom said, in total rebellion. And I think one of the reasons that God is allowing this, in my own opinion, is to jerk people's attention back to him. As Tom quoted these statistics, how people as never before are asking about these things. I believe that's part of God's allowing these things we've been seeing happening to happen.
Yeah, over the history of the world, we have seen revolutions, and we've seen, whether the French or certainly the Russian, and what's going on even now. I'm drawn back to Dietrich Bonhoeffer, who, of course, was a Lutheran pastor that died, was hung in a prison camp in 1943, I believe it was. What he said is that all of what you see before you in this revolution is really an attack on authority and on God ultimately. You may have kings, Louis XVI, you may have a Bolshevik revolution, you may have these front actors, but the reality is they're after the sovereignty of God. They're after the authority in which man, in our country, if you look at the Declaration of Independence, it mentions God 4 times. You look at the underlying, ingredients of our Constitution, and you recognize the first principles are based upon Scripture. You recognize that what people are ultimately going after, given what's going on in the United States and across the globe, is really the sovereignty of God. They object to it. They want to replace it. And in fact, during the French Revolution, they tried to replace God with, quote, reason. Mm-hmm. And so these sorts of things, we need to begin to appreciate the times we live and what is going on behind the veil.
Tom, we're going to get to you here in just a bit, because I want to, I guess, call back to your previous work on the final Roman emperor and Petrus Romanus, and how what has been taking place in the Vatican in recent years may lead to the establishment of a global order and what the end game is. Also want to tell you how to get the books Collision Course and Antichrist and the Final Solution, along with the book that Tom mentioned earlier. He wasn't kidding when he said this is a giant collection. The Clarence Larkin collection, Dispensations, including all of those classic graphics, which if you've done any searching online for graphics like a timeline for the end times, you will have seen the work of Clarence Larkin. It's all collected in this book. It's part of a package worth more than $900. We'll tell you how to get that, and when we come back, our conversation continues on Skywatch TV.
The world is on an end times collision course, and time is short. But the chronology of the future is finally unveiled in the Antichrist Final Solution Special Collection. In this incredible offer, you'll receive the new book by best-selling authors Terry James and Dr. Thomas Horn, Antichrist and the Final Solution, the step-by-step roadmap to the chronological events unfolding now through to the return of Jesus Christ, including the imminent arrival of Antichrist and a totalitarian one-world government. You'll discover the truth about what's fomenting chaos in the streets, the arrival of the false prophet, the coming third temple, the battle of Armageddon, and your own destiny. You'll also receive the new book by Lieutenant Colonel Robert McGinnis, Collision Course, that details how America is approaching a moral tipping point which demands we change course and fight to reclaim our moral compass before it's too late. Plus, back in print for the first time in decades, Dispensations, the complete Clarence Larkin collection. This beautifully bound, oversized collectible book includes Clarence's legendary works on dispensational truth, rightly dividing the word, and the Book of Daniel. We're also including the data disc of Clarence Larkin's nearly 200 hand-drawn charts and images that reveal the Bible's prophetic timeline from the beginning to present day and to the end. But that's not all. We're also including the brand new Skywatch TV Classics Volumes 1 and 2. This 2-disc collection is valued at $150 all by itself and includes the best of the most popular audio series in the history of our ministry. Now, for the first time ever, you can re-experience entire audio series like Something Transhuman This Way Comes, The Coming Replacement Humans, As It Was in the Days of Noah, Conspiracy Theory Special Edition, The Coming Zombie Apocalypse, and Psychotronic Warfare, all on 2 digitally remastered volumes. Also, backed by popular demand, you'll receive the Best of Defender Publishing ebook collection on data disc, featuring 70 of the most information-packed best-selling books in Defender history. These full-length works are in popular ebook formats, so you can read them on EPUB, PDF, Kindle, and other handheld electronic devices, valued at over $700 all by itself. Sold separately, these items hold a retail value of $940. Yours now for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling while supplies last. The times we live in today and the future we're headed for explained. The urgently needed Antichrist Final Solution Special Collection is available now at skywatchtvstore.com. Order now or call 1-844-750-4985.
Welcome back to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert. We're talking about the brand new books by Terry James, Lieutenant Colonel Bob McGinnis, and Tom Horn. Collision Course by Colonel McGinnis, Antichrist and the Final Solution by Terry and Tom. And Tom, the Vatican has undergone some radical changes here in recent years. Most famously, of course, the resignation of Pope Benedict that you and the late Chris Putnam predicted in Petrus Romanus. How is this going to factor into the development of this global order that will want to basically set up the end times kingdom that they hope will, I guess, avert the rapture of the church and the second coming?
Yeah, so just before we went to the break, Colonel McGinnis was talking about, how throughout history, the kind of chaos and upheaval that we see in the streets of America today has always given rise to these despots. Tojo, Mussolini, Mayo, of course, Hitler, that me and Terry start out in the book, Antichrist and the Final Solution, talking about, because, by the way, the point that we're making is Hitler had the final solution, which was their code phrase for their genocidal plan to obliterate the Jews worldwide. And they were doing that. They started out across Europe, Poland, the bombing of Warsaw, they had their eyes were set on France. You're seeing the same kind of attitude and spirit that is rising up in America today. And these people are not even trying to hide the fact that their goal is to destroy the establishment, wipe it out so that on the ashes of this burned out heap, we can build a new kind of socialist world order. So when you mentioned Pope Francis, you automatically made me think of socialism. And the thing about this is, the Antichrist will be a socialist, obviously, or if not a Marxist. The idea being that if you can make people wholly dependent upon the government, then you can control them.
Right.
And so he wants everybody's hand, literally, their hand, out to him. And so while this chaos is going on in the streets, defund the police, get rid of any of the authority figures that could enforce compliance to this order that we have known inside the United States of America, and replace it with something else. Antichrist is going to come in on the wings of that kind of chaos, but he's also going to come in on the wings of socialism. So you're seeing it in the streets, you're seeing it in the Antifa crusades. Former President Obama's got his organizing for action groups out there by the tens of thousands that are helping Antifa. You see what's going on in the streets of Portland, Oregon, some of the other streets around here, some of the major cities. While at the same time, look what's happening, for instance, in California. They have just shut down churches. They have literally said, forget your First Amendment rights until further notice. You cannot worship God, but if you want to join these agitators, the anarchists in the street, well, we're going to guarantee your right to be able to do that. The world is turning upside down. Well, on the heels of all that is happening, we know this. We know that two very powerful men are going to start rising now on the horizon. One of them is going to be the coming of who we would call Antichrist, but before him and alongside him is going to be the false prophet. And if I understand Daniel and the book of Revelation correctly, you have two figures here. One is political. So he's going to be a political figure, a president, a king, or whatever. Daniel refers to him as a dark king. But he's going to be this global leader who is a political figure. But on this other side, he gets the allegiance of the world's religions, the allegiance of whatever, a new form of Christianity, plus the Muslims, Islam. And Terry earlier was talking about this hostility towards Israel. This is another thing that is quite concerning about the current Pope Francis, is his hostility towards Israel, but embracing Islam, right? So we are moving towards that, and I know we'll run out of time on this program, but in the next program, maybe we can pick that back up and talk about that some more, because I happen to think that Pope Francis is a great candidate for false prophet. And we are the first generation in American history of both Protestants, but also many Catholics, who did not also hold that Antichrist would come to rule the world with the assistance of the Vatican. the city on 7 hills. It's part of biblical prophecy. And so maybe we can get into that as well. It's definitely in our book.
Yeah.
The reason that I'm waffling here a little bit is because I didn't feel like we were done with what Bob was trying to tell us earlier. And in the next couple of weeks, we're also going to get into his book, Collision Course. Because on the one hand, Antichrist and the Final Solution, we are analyzing dispensationalist theology, right? How the dominoes are getting ready to start falling, but you can't separate that from Collision Course and the chaos and the agencies of anarchy that are certainly in league with dark demonic forces.
No, the themes of these books dovetail very closely.
Yeah, one thing that needs to be understood in context, and certainly from a secular perspective, the cultural revolution usually plays itself out, with one exception, and that is when you have a hijacking by a cultic-like leader, Hitler. National Socialist. The National Socialist movement was going away until Hitler stepped in and energized it and caused them to come to him. 40 years ago, I was in China. This is a book that back in the 60s you would have known. This little red book is the quotations of Chairman Mao. And if you look in, as I have, into the quotations, he'll tell you why you have a revolution and how you govern that revolution. You know, what a lot of Americans have to appreciate is that these times and this revolution that we're seeing is very different. You know, it's not only global, it's certainly affecting us, but it has tentacles that we've never seen in the past. And those tentacles, COVID-19, we certainly see economic issues. We see spiritual issues, as Tom alluded to. All of these things, unusual. We've never seen this before. But ultimately, as these past revolutions have tried to, come to an end, there was always an attack on the church. Christians, first their symbols, their icons, and then Christians, Christian pastors especially. And I believe we're beginning to see that as evidenced of some vandalism and, of course, attacks on Christians even today.
Yeah. Clearly, it's happening all over China, but we're seeing it here in the United States.
More
you
so.
wouldn't really know it if you watch the mainstream media because it's not really widely reported.
Well, 3 out of 7 Christians worldwide suffer persecution. The persecution ranged from outright discrimination to actual murder. 11 Christians a day are murdered because of their faith. These are things of some consequence. It's going to come to this country unless we turn it back with God's leading.
And isn't it interesting that you see them toppling these statues, and it goes along directly with what you were saying. First, it starts with the political ideologues, right? So we're pulling over statues of individuals who represented a kind of idea that was part of, early American history. But now what are they pulling over? Now they're tearing down statues of Jesus and beheading it, and they're burning down churches. So it's exactly like what you're talking about. One thing ultimately leads to the other. I'm looking at 2 different headlines right now. Why rioters will eventually turn their rage on Christianity if not stopped. That actually was, I think, spurred by something you had said some weeks earlier. They're going to do to Christians in America exactly what the Nazis did to...
On Kristallnacht 9 and 8, or 8 and 9, November 1938, when they went in with the brown shirts and they arrested tens of thousands of male Jews, and they stormed synagogues, they destroyed Jewish businesses. That was just their attempt to suppress and go after the authority of God. It could have been us as Christians in that land. That's why they arrested priests. That's why they arrested pastors. That's why they arrested Christians, because they were the conscience of that nation. Hitler could not tolerate that.
And back to the subtitle of the book, the Final Solution, and the war against God's chosen people. One of the reasons I believe that we're seeing these statues that are being torn down that have nothing at all to do, like the statue of the elk in Portland, Oregon, that was torched. In Islam, you cannot have icons. This is exactly what we saw with the Taliban in Afghanistan and with the Islamic State in Syria and Iraq. Yes. So, Terry, with just about a minute to go, why is the United States a target for all of this? What is the reason that the United States needs to be dismantled?
The United States is the main holdup to Antichrist building his platform from which to launch Antichrist. And it is the last bastion, I would say, of protections against the globalists. And that's why we see such a rage across the world. It's a satanic rage. So the so-called deep state and those who are of the globalist, elitist sort are not going to stop at anything until they have reestablished their power, which I think the election of Donald Trump disrupted.
Right.
Threw a pebble into the machine to slow it down for a bit. We have a window of opportunity here in the United States as American Christians. We know that ultimately this is prophesied. God foresaw all of this. It is coming. But we still have a window of opportunity to carry out the one job that we were given, the Great Commission, which is to make disciples of all nations. In the weeks ahead, we will continue talking about these two books, Antichrist and the Final Solution and Collision Course. What is prophesied? How does climate change, how does COVID-19 fit into this effort by the global elite to establish a one-world order? This is in the headlines. Global bankers are wanting to remake the global economy as part of this one world government. It doesn't take a lot of imagination, even by agnostics and those who may not have previously believed in end times prophecy, to see how social media, social credit scores, and a global economy, especially if it's now based on a global digital currency, would be very, very useful to a future one world government. Educate yourself, take advantage of the special offer this week from Skywatch TV, and don't miss the upcoming programs with our guests, Terry James, Lieutenant Colonel Bob McGinnis, and Tom Horn. Thank you for watching as we keep watch. I'm Derek Gilbert, and this is Skywatch TV. Climate change is the mantra around which the tribulation will be built. Watch this.
The United States of America is unraveling for all the world to see. The wave of violence has now washed across 29 cities.
And it just collapsed. There you go. Building just collapsed.
Protests have been hijacked by radical extremists bent on anarchy.
If, like so many, you are shocked, worried, and wondering about what's happening in our world right now, what the growing chaos and uncertainty is all about, and where this may all be leading.
You've got the millennial generation polling in favor of government-ran socialism over capitalism, and at the same time, more than 70% of Americans, including self-identified atheists, asking questions about Bible prophecy and this revelation beast system.
Discerning the signs of the times has consumed most of my research and has been my life's passion to prepare whoever will heed the warning signs for what's coming. For what I and my prophecy scholar friends have always known, that great rebellion, chaos in the streets.
Many in government are asking if President Trump will use the Insurrection Act to declare martial law.
Groups of outside radicals and agitators are exploiting the situation to pursue their own separate and violent agenda.
Would set the stage for the arrival of Antichrist.
Let no one deceive you in any way, for that day will not come unless the rebellion comes first and the man of lawlessness is revealed. And as the transgressors are come to the full, a king of fierce countenance and understanding dark sentences shall stand up, and his power shall be mighty. And he shall destroy the mighty and the holy people, and shall magnify himself in his heart, and stand up against the Prince of Princes.
The answer to the hard questions that the whole world is suddenly, desperately seeking explanations for is why I sanctioned this urgent and historic work, a volume that for the first time in over 50 years lays out how the dominoes will begin falling very soon, and the key signs to look for as the chronology of the future is finally unveiled in Antichrist and the Final Solution.
There are no National Guards members here. No firefighters, no police officers.
Welcome to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert. We're in the middle of a 4-week special series about 2 brand new books. And joining me on the panel this week are the authors of the books. First, Pentagon Insider and the author of such books as The Deeper State and Progressive Evil. The new book called Collision Course. We welcome Lieutenant Colonel Bob McGinnis back to Skywatch TV.
Thank you, Derek.
And the co-authors of the book that will be the focus of this week's discussion. First, partner in the popular website that deals with end times prophecy, raptureready.com, the author of 36 books, Terry James. Terry,
great to be
back.
with you, Derek.
Skywatch TV CEO, best-selling author, and the co-author of the brand new book, Antichrist and the Final Solution. We welcome Tom Horn.
Good to be back.
Tom. Terry, this statement, I think, is really intriguing. Climate change, formerly global warming, is the mantra in which the tribulation will be built. What do you mean by that?
The so-called deep state, if you want to call them that, the globalist elite, they started out by calling for climate change, but since the statistics have not panned out over the years, they predicted that New York Harbor would be overflowing with water from the melting ice caps and so forth, the polar bears would perish, all these sad things, and it hasn't happened. And of course, they've been in for a lot of mocking because of that. Some of these people who put this out as a sign for everybody to be concerned with, and the fact is that they had to find a different alternative to this mantra. So they changed it to climate change.
Because from global warming to climate change, right?
We know a certain former vice president flying over places, and wherever he went, well, it turned into a snowstorm or something. So the climate change, the global warming wasn't working out. They had to change to something else. It has a religious fervor to it. There's no question about it. And in Revelation talks about the harlot that rides the beast being the end time system, a combination of all former great empires, which have all been rebellious to God. You know, Psalm chapter 2 says God will have them in derision. He laughs at them for their trying to take over his great creation, and they're still trying to do that, and that's what this climate change mantra is all about. And we're told that the false prophet will be the second of the 2 beasts of Revelation 13. Antichrist, the political leader, will come out of the sea, and John saw him as this beast, this composite beast we're talking about. The false prophet will come out of the land, and he is a religious leader who gives power and authority and glory to the Antichrist. And this religious system that this man will formulate and eventually force everybody to worship Antichrist through this system. And many believe that this could be someone akin to a final pope, even the Catholics. Some Catholics believe that this pope may be that. And this man has a lot of the characteristics, there's no question about it. And so climate change, I think, is going to be, in my opinion, is going to be the message he gives to bring all people into this part of this great delusion. And we can certainly see that with this, I think, in my opinion, this COVID-19 and all these other things, that it's easy to delude people these days. And so this is going to be one great delusion. People are already falling for the climate change. The young generation in particular are terrified of this thing called climate change. And even though there's no climate change other than normal climate change taking place, they're still terrified of it. I mean, we have seasons. We're going to have seasons. Some times going to be worse than others. But I believe that this is a religious fervor that's going to increase. And we're seeing it increase. And Satan, I believe, is using not only climate change, but many other things to bring this in.
Well, you know, Terry, you mentioned the Vatican, you mentioned the Pope, you mentioned climate change, environmentalism, which is at the heart of a great deal of Pope Francis's his mantra, right? But it's very interesting that when you read the book of Revelation 17, it gives some very specific descriptions around which this end times empire is going to rise. And John's very specific. He says, this woman, this harlot, this mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots, he says she sits on 7 Hill, and he uses it in the present tense. This is that city, right, that reigns over the kings of the earth. Well, when John wrote that, there was only one city on earth that sat on 7 hills that reigned over the kings of the earth, and that was Rome, right? But John goes on to describe how this becomes a religious system. And that's exactly what happened with Rome. It was a great political empire, and then there was the fall of Rome and it was diminished, but the authority and presence of the Vatican out of Rome never ceased, continues to this day to have the kings of the earth bow down and kiss the ring, right? So he's very specific about where he sees this end times authority arising. And don't forget, many Catholics, including, our old friend Malachi Martin, right? He said that in the end times that the Vatican would become a machine of the new world order that would help give rise to the coming of Antichrist. He talked about a final conclave. He predicted it before the final pope even arrived, right? And then here you are, Pope Francis. He's Pope number 112. We may not put any stock in that prophecy, but a lot of Catholics do, and a lot of even popes have, even taking measures to make themselves align, right, with the different kind of symbolism and stuff that was predicted by the prophecy of the popes. But what do they themselves believe? Let me give this to you very quickly. There was an interesting article, a shocking article actually, not long ago. It was actually titled, "Is Francis the Last Pope?" Now remember, this was actually written by and promulgated by the two largest Catholic news agencies in the world, EWTN, and I think the other one maybe is called CAN, but they were the ones that put this out, and they did this interview. CAN and EWTN, they do this interview, "Is Francis the Last Pope?" And they talked to Archbishop George Gonsuin. Now, he is the current pastor, if you will, of both Pope Benedict and also Pope Francis. He is the one that gives them their communion. He's the one that takes care of them, right, and serves somewhat even as a secretary. So they interviewed him, and they asked him very specific questions. They said, does Pope Francis consider himself to be the final pope of Malachi's prophecy? It was that specific, right? And have you and Pope Benedict talked about this? And he mentions two things. The Archbishop, he says, when I took images to Benedict and showed him lightning striking the top of St. Peter's, the dome, twice on the day that he announced that he was no longer the Pope, his resignation was accepted, right? He thought maybe it was a digital montage that somebody had made up, but you have to remember, this means a lot to them. Why? Because in their history, the Roman augurs, who were the prophets of Rome, right? In fact, we take the word inauguration from the augurs, and they would divine whether Jupiter was sanctioning the election of a particular king or magistrate by lightning. So lightning strikes Rome's basilica twice on the same day that Benedict steps down, and Archbishop Gonsuin says, we saw this, he says it in the article. People can look this up and read it for themselves. We saw this as a sign from above. God was speaking. Jupiter was speaking, saying he sanctioned Benedict stepping down, and he sanctioned, the election of this next pope. So then the follow-up question, again, the two largest Catholic news agencies in the world, their follow-up question was, well, then does Pope Francis consider himself to be this final pope? Here's what it says. I'll actually read it from the article. During the interview, Paul Bade referenced the prophecy of the popes, according to which Pope Francis might be considered to be the last pope. And here's what he said. Indeed, when looking at the prophecy and considering how there was always a sound reference to popes mentioned in its history, it gave me the shivers, Archbishop Gonsuin admitted. Speaking from historical experience, one has to say, yes, this is a wake-up call. So here you have the current pope, the former Pope, Benedict, and their top archbishop being interviewed and him being interviewed for them, and him saying, yes, it gives us the shivers. This prophecy has always been accurate down through history. So we discover in this article that Benedict, the Archbishop Gonsuin, and Pope Francis, all three have this on their mind and very much consider that Pope Francis may indeed be the final pope. Pope number 112, the final pope. Why is that important? Because the prophecy of the pope says he's the last one, and he is the pope that will be ruling from St. Peter's chair in Rome when the church and the world enter in to the Great Tribulation period. So you can't go any higher than to talk to the Pope and his authorities, his representative, that were conducted in this interview.
Well, I'll tell you, if you understand ancient Roman and Greek religion, and you know that Jupiter, the storm god, was Zeus of the Greeks, and Zeus was Baal of the Canaanites, and Jesus himself connected Baal to Satan, called the great altar of Zeus Satan's seat in Revelation chapter 2, referring to the city of Pergamum. You can see why Archbishop Gonswine got the shivers when he made that connection. We're going to tell you how to get the new books, Antichrist and the Final Solution Collision Course by Lieutenant Colonel Robert McGinnis, and a number of other things, including the Larkin Collection, Clarence Larkin's 3 best-selling books, including all of those wonderful images that he drew over the years, and an audio collection, 15 hours of audio that we have produced here at Skywatch TV over the years, called The Conspiracy War Zone Volume 1. That alone, a $150 value. The whole package together valued at over $900. We'll tell you how to get that. And when we continue the relationship between the false prophet and the Antichrist, when our discussion continues on Skywatch TV.
The world is on an end times collision course, and time is short. But the chronology of the future is finally unveiled in the Antichrist Final Solution Special Collection. In this incredible offer, you'll receive the new book by best-selling authors Terry James and Dr. Thomas Horn, Antichrist and the Final Solution, the step-by-step roadmap to the chronological events unfolding now through to the return of Jesus Christ, including the imminent arrival of Antichrist and a totalitarian one-world government. You'll discover the truth about what's fomenting chaos in the streets, the arrival of the false prophet, the coming third temple, the battle of Armageddon, and your own destiny. You'll also receive the new book by Lieutenant Colonel Robert McGinnis, Collision Course, that details how America is approaching a moral tipping point which demands we change course and fight to reclaim our moral compass before it's too late. Plus, back in print for the first time in decades, Dispensations, the complete Clarence Larkin collection. This beautifully bound, oversized collectible book includes Clarence's legendary works on dispensational truth, rightly dividing the word, and the Book of Daniel. We're also including the data disc of Clarence Larkin's nearly 200 hand-drawn charts and images that reveal the Bible's prophetic timeline from the beginning to present day and to the end. But that's not all. We're also including the brand new Skywatch TV Classics Volumes 1 and 2. This 2-disc collection is valued at $150 all by itself and includes the best of the most popular audio series in the history of our ministry. Now, for the first time ever, you can re-experience entire audio series like Something Transhuman This Way Comes, The Coming Replacement Humans, As It Was in the Days of Noah, Conspiracy Theory Special Edition, The Coming Zombie Apocalypse, and Psychotronic Warfare, all on 2 digitally remastered volumes. Also, backed by popular demand, you'll receive the Best of Defender Publishing ebook collection on data disc, featuring 70 of the most information-packed best-selling books in Defender history. These full-length works are in popular ebook formats, so you can read them on EPUB, PDF, Kindle, and other handheld electronic devices, valued at over $700 all by itself. Sold separately, these items hold a retail value of $940. Yours now for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling while supplies last. The times we live in today and the future we're headed for explained. The urgently needed Antichrist Final Solution Special Collection is available now at skywatchtvstore.com. Order now or call 1-844-750-4985.
It's actually even better than what I said going into the break. I have been informed, reliably informed, that the audio set is actually 2 volumes. There are 2 volumes of the Conspiracy War Zone. So 15 hours on the first disc, 13 hours of this. So 28 hours of audio altogether as part of the collection. So that's the $150 value just for the audio portion. But Tom, the Clarence Larkin collection, that is a big book. A lot of his drawings are really elaborate.
Terry James does exercise every day. I'm going to send a copy of this book home with him, and he can lift this to get his exercise with.
There you go.
But yeah, we are providing the 3 best-selling books ever by Clarence Larkin. This is called Dispensations, the Clarence Larkin Collection. And in addition to the book and his volumes, we're also providing a one-of-a-kind DVD that has all of the images that Clarence Larkin ever created, and they actually even have codes to them that correspond to parts inside the book where he is describing certain, he was famous, right? Yeah. Clarence Larkin was one of the first guys that took all the stuff that was being taught by Darby and all the others and put it together in these very famous charts and maps, right? Mm-hmm. Very colorful, but it does have a way of helping you to walk along to see, as Terry James and I are describing these dominoes that are about to start falling, exactly how that's going to happen in terms of history. Ultimately, by the way, resulting in the second coming of Jesus Christ, the Battle of Armageddon, the 1,000-year millennial reign. And by the way, in our book, we even go past all of that. We go all the way to the Great White Throne Judgment, the it's all there, right?
Yeah. So, and again, that's a data DVD, by the way, so you can basically pull up individual files. It's because the image files are so large, they wouldn't fit on a standard CD-ROM. So it's a data DVD that includes all of the images from the book, the Larkin Collection. Now, Terry, you wanted to clarify something.
Yeah, I was thinking ahead to when Satan is kicked out of heaven for the final time, and he's going to come down and indwell this Antichrist character, the midpoint of the tribulation era, and he sits in the temple declaring himself to be God. And I heard Bob say a while ago in the break that he sees a lot of these things developing in this era.
In terms of climate change initiatives?
Climate change and all of that kind of thing.
Well, I see it happening geopolitically and within the context of our own government. A couple days ago, I was at the Pentagon talking with a colleague, I'll use, who is working on Arctic strategy for the one of the services. I was recently also, and this is a few months ago though, in Europe, and I was talking to commanders about their Arctic strategies. I'm aware of what the Russians are doing in the Arctic. I'm aware of what the Chinese are doing in the Arctic. I'm aware of what the Obama administration and their climate change agenda did across the entire enterprise. So that came up when I heard Terry talking about this. Our government and other governments that I'm aware of around the world have taken this seriously, and they've deployed their minions to do the types of things that you would predictably think if, in fact, this were true.
We're seeing a lot of changes in the geopolitical world, and of course, one of the things that geopolitical watchers, especially with an eye toward end times prophecy, pay attention to is what is happening regarding the rest of the world and Israel. And we've seen with the struggles that Syria has endured since 2011, an alignment that may be setting the stage for the Gog-Magog conflict. Terry, what do you see?
Yes, this is, in my opinion, this may be the very number one issue to show where we are exactly on God's prophetic timeline. Of course, Israel is the prophetic time clock of God, and what we see developing here should truly be staggering to anybody who studies Bible prophecy, and a lot of people don't even see this. You have three major players of the Gog-Magog war of Ezekiel 30 and 39 developing due north of Israel. Mm-hmm. You have Persia, which is present-day Iran, and you have what they call Tergama, which much of that is the area of Turkey. And then, of course, Rosh, or Russia, was the third member of this, these main members of the coalition that will attack Israel, Ezekiel said. They're coalescing directly above Israel. They have been for some time. And there are so many dynamics going on. Bob could probably point some of these out because he's probably familiar with them. They're above Israel with regard to these Gog-Magog future assault force. And I think this is a very key thing to watch, because I believe it will be after what we call the rapture occurs, when this takes place. But just the fact that everything is in order, stage setting across the board and everywhere you look, but particularly here in Israel, is right there in front of us.
Mm. And Bob, right now, Persia, Iran, also making deals with the kings of the East, as I think the Book of Revelation describes China, and aligning themselves in ways that does feel very much prophetic and also dangerous for the United States of America right now.
Well, it is. The Chinese, of course, and with their proxy, the North Koreans work closely with the Iranians and have for decades on their nuclear programs and their other programs. I was thinking of Erdogan, who's the president or the caliph, you could call him, of Turkey, because he has those ambitions. And in fact, the persecution of Christians in Turkey is horrendous, and the desecration of Christian churches and crosses and the like, it's part and parcel to what he has in mind. I think I've mentioned before that my good friend Jerry Boykin was speaking with the president of Egypt, and the president of Egypt said that Erdogan is incredibly ambitious, does intend to be the caliph, and his travels indicate that. And of course, I'm not surprised by Vladimir Putin and the recent developments showing that he's going to continue in office in spite of what constitutionally has been the case. He is incredibly ambitious, and he does work very closely with the Chinese and others. The coalescing of these antichrist-like activities around the world is, as these gentlemen have indicated, is very predictable.
There's so much to cover on this topic that obviously we're only going to scratch the surface. Clearly, RaptureReady.com has been focusing on this material for more than 30 years. But Terry, I do want to touch on one aspect of God's promises regarding Israel, and this is something I think that points to his plan, God's plan, for their role in the end times. And that's the 144,000 from the 12 tribes who are sealed in Revelation chapter 7, I believe. What is their role, and how do they fit in the end times scenario?
Well, in the book, I remember putting that my friend Dr. David Reagan was talking to Zola Levitt, who is, a Messianic Jew, and he asked Zola about that. How would the 144,000 Jews be able to do things that hasn't been done all these centuries with regard to winning people to Christ? And there's going to be a tremendous number of people led to Christ, but these 144,000 sealed Jews by God. And Zola said, "Do you know much about the Jewish people?" He said, "You know how pushy we are." And of course, this is Zola saying that. And David said, "I would not touch that with a 10-foot pole." And he said, "But have you noticed that we are kind of pushy?" And he said, and David said, I said, "Well, yeah, and now that you mention it, I have noticed it." And he said, "Well, why do you think that God gave us that? Because we're going to push people up against the wall, figuratively speaking, and we're going to say, 'Jesus, Jesus, Jesus,' until you accept him." And he said, "We're super salesmen in that regard, and these guys are going to be super salesmen for the gospel, for the kingdom message." And the 144,000 Jewish virgins, the Bible calls them, and apparently have never been married or anything like that, and 12,000 from each tribe. And God's Word says it, I believe it, and that's where I believe the majority of all the saved people of the tribulation era are going to emerge from.
Well, and of course, the Jews will understand that the prophecies about arrival of Antichrist, this false Messiah, are actually derived from their own Hebrew scriptures. That this is actually their greatest prophet, Daniel, who warned that this dark king would rise up at the end of time, and then he would set about to change their customs, to defile their temple, to persecute them. And when they see that starting to happen, it's going to be an easy message for them to receive. Our greatest prophet, or one of our greatest prophets, was the one who forewarned that this was coming.
And that's when I think they will realize that the dual Messiah concept that they have developed over time, because they could not accept the idea of the suffering servant initially, will suddenly fit into place. Oh, Messiah ben Joseph, Messiah ben David, it's one and the same. The son of Joseph and the son of David.
Jesus said, "My people will have rejected me, but him, the men that come, they will accept."
It's an amazing time to be alive, because we're seeing things playing out on the streets of our cities here in the United States and around the world that are heralding these just incredible days. But be not afraid, Jesus said, because all of this was foreseen, foretold, and is playing out according to plan. Our mission as ambassadors for the kingdom is to share the hope that we have in Jesus Christ while we still have this window of opportunity. This is not a time for fear. This is a time for boldness. Educate yourself. See what's happening. Antichrist and the Final Solution by Tom Horn and Terry James. Collision Course, Lieutenant Colonel Bob McGinnis. Essential information in these last days. And of course, take advantage of this special offer because the other information that comes along with this package, essential to understanding the times in which we live. And just remember, God chose you for such a time as this. We are here because he knew that we would be needed in this hour. Isn't that exciting? Mm-hmm. Don't miss the next couple of programs that focus on these two new books from Defender Publishing. And we thank you for watching as we keep watch. I'm Derek Gilbert, and this is Skywatch TV. Chaos in the streets. Evidence of the work of Satan's proxies. Watch this.
The United States of America is unraveling for all the world to see. The wave of violence has now washed across 29 cities.
And it just collapsed. There you go. Building just collapsed.
Protests have been hijacked by radical extremists bent on anarchy.
If, like so many, you are shocked, worried, and wondering about what's happening in our world right now, what the growing chaos and uncertainty is all about, and where this may all be leading.
You've got the millennial generation polling in favor of government-ran socialism over capitalism, and at the same time, more than 70% of Americans, including self-identified atheists, asking questions about Bible prophecy and this revelation beast system.
Discerning the signs of the times has consumed most of my research and has been my life's passion to prepare whoever will heed the warning signs for what's coming. For what I and my prophecy scholar friends have always known, that great rebellion, chaos in the streets.
Many in government are asking if President Trump will use the Insurrection Act to declare martial law.
Groups of outside radicals and agitators are exploiting the situation to pursue their own separate and violent agenda.
Would set the stage for the arrival of Antichrist.
Let no one deceive you in any way, for that day will not come unless the rebellion comes first and the man of lawlessness is revealed. And as the transgressors are come to the full, a king of fierce countenance and understanding dark sentences shall stand up, and his power shall be mighty. And he shall destroy the mighty and the holy people, and shall magnify himself in his heart, and stand up against the Prince of Princes.
The answer to the hard questions that the whole world is suddenly, desperately seeking explanations for is why I sanctioned this urgent and historic work, a volume that for the first time in over 50 years lays out how the dominoes will begin falling very soon, and the key signs to look for as the chronology of the future is finally unveiled in Antichrist and the Final Solution.
There are no National Guards members here. No firefighters, no police officers.
Welcome to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert. We're in the middle of a 4-week series based on 2 new books that outline the work of the enemy, the plans of the enemy, but also God's designs and his timeline for the end times. First, the book that we've discussed the previous 2 weeks, best-selling co-authors, first partner in RaptureReady.com, the author of 36 books himself, Terry James. Terry, welcome back.
Thank you so much, Derek.
And Skywatch TV CEO, best-selling author in his own right. Together, they've co-authored the new book, Antichrist and the Final Solution. Dr. Tom Horn. Tom?
Good to be here.
And the book that'll be the subject of our discussion today, written by the author of such books as Progressive Evil and Alliance of Evil, The Deeper State, as well. He's a Pentagon insider and a frequent contributor to cable news television, specifically Fox News, generally speaking. The author of the new book, Collision Course. We welcome Lieutenant Colonel Bob McGinnis back to Skywatch TV. Bob, welcome.
Thank you.
Satan's proxies. That's an interesting term as we hear about proxy wars taking place here and there. Satan's proxies at work on the streets of the United States?
Well, certainly. John talks about in the Gospels about these antichrists that are going to rise at the end times. We know about the antichrist, and we've been talking about the last couple of weeks, but there are going to be a series of antichrist-like figures out there. And what are they? What are they? Who are they? What do they do? And so forth. And what I've done is develop not only in one chapter who Satan is and his agenda, what he does, how he does it, using psychological warfare and all the tools that are associated with that I'm very familiar with from a military perspective. But he has hired these human proxies. And these human proxies, I named specifically most journalists in today's mainstream media.
That explains a lot.
Well, it does. And then I go into, there are 160 odd associations that are clearly antichrist. There are a host of corporations today that are antichrist. And then I name very specific people by name that fit the profile of being an antichrist. And an antichrist is someone that not only keeps the lost, but he undermines the effectiveness of the believers using lies, intimidation, and manipulations. And so that is necessary to understand how we as a society, that was founded arguably by men and women that knew the Lord, that built into our key institutions a Christian principled system of family, government, economy, and so forth. But it has undermined it, turned it upside down today. And then it's trying to reach Satan's ultimate agenda is to totally defeat the message of Christ in this world.
And when you're talking about antichrists and those who are Satan's proxies, do you necessarily mean that they knowingly serving Satan, or are these people who are just oblivious to what they're doing?
I think some of them actually fit the former category, but most of them are doing what Satan has in mind. When I look at the mainstream media, and I have personally been involved in mainstream media for at least 3 decades. I've been on all the major broadcasts, nationally and internationally. I have been in most of the green rooms, and I've talked to many of the people that you would know by name. What I find is that the vast majority, according to polling, are certainly ideological progressives. Ideological progressives that have bought into a particular agenda. And that particular agenda in this particular time period in which we live is very anti-Trump and the like. They have a direction that they think they ought to take the country, and they're more than willing to be proxies of that particular ideology. And I would subscribe that ideology to what Satan has inspired in the likes of Friedrich Hegel, hundreds of years ago, into the Theodore Roosevelts and the Franklin Roosevelts and the Barack Obamas to the present time. They have a very, very clear agenda. And I think of George Soros. I've been personally criticized about my pointing out the obvious about George Soros. When I was the vice president for the Family Research Council a long time ago, 20 years ago, I had someone that was working specifically to research on Mr. Soros and what he would be doing to our country. And we got cut off the knees for a variety of reasons as we pursued that. Because I was at the time actually debating Soros proxies on a host of issues, abortion, legalization of drugs, other issues. He, of course, has donated billions of dollars to organizations, associations, Black Lives Matter, Antifa, others that we are very cognizant of today that have sought to undermine, to defeat this country, the United States of America. Even though he has residency here, of course, he has a very globalist viewpoint. He thinks he's God, and he claims to in his own book, so I'm not making this up. He has very clear agendas, and he buys people. I can remember being in the Pentagon one day in a meeting, and somebody talked about some organizations that were influencing our policy, and I knew these were Soros conduits. They were Soros proxies. And here I was in a meeting, a classified meeting, and they were talking about people influencing what we were doing in national security. So yes, Mr. Soros, as far as I'm concerned, is one of the proxies that Satan has either directly or indirectly recruited in terms of trying to keep the lost and trying to defeat and discourage through fear, intimidation, and lies the believers.
I just want to jump in real quickly. One of the things that shocked me was, and lest people think that this is a Republican-Democrat issue and that Mr. Soros represents one side and that we're on the other side, what shocked me was learning that the State Department under George W. Bush sent millions of dollars to Soros proxies in Ukraine during the Bush administration. So our supposedly conservative president and his administration were funding the Soros organization to work that kind of change and influence on allies in Europe.
Yeah, well, as you know, I wrote a book, Deeper State, and I tried to explain not only what was going on administratively and through the bureaucrats who, I work with bureaucrats every single day, and I know how they operate, but also the satanic, the demonic influences in that city. That's why I call it the deeper state, because there are demonic influences, and I've seen it personally through the years. And I've indicated my own mother was the personal secretary for Gene Dixon, who did all these seances and all this bad stuff. And I've seen that. So, yes, in Washington, you have bureaucrats that are vessels fit for their master's purpose. I see it personally, and I've tried to chronicle that through the years.
In addition to that, what is the name of the group? There's they wear a Christian label, and they're the ones that were organizing to get Jim Baker kicked off of Christian television. They were doing a lot of work, putting out petitions and all that. And lo and behold, you don't have to follow the trail very long to find out that they're actually being financed by George Soros. Oh, yeah. So Soros has also found some useful idiots or useful persons, some additional proxies among groups that are organized that wear labels that make them just sound like they're great people, they're Christians, they're preaching the gospel, right? No, they're actually working to subvert what conservative Christianity would hope to be able to accomplish and maintain in the United States of America.
Having been in a Christian organization, still a senior fellow with the Family Research Council, which is a Christian organization, I knew some of the people I'm not going to name their names, but I know some of the people that you're talking about, and they were hired through a nonprofit to go out and work against the things that we would be working for. So money talks in Washington. It buys politicians. It buys people on K Street, the lobbyist street. It buys people in the administration. The deep state nature of what has gone on in Washington and continues today. I don't care what administration. Mr. Trump has tried, but he has not been terribly successful as yet. We see the discord in our Congress and our Senate. The staffs are really the power brokers there. They are controlling what's happening in the federal government. They write the legislation that ends up forcing us to do certain things that are really unconscionable.
The question then is, where does all of this lead? And we'll continue this conversation and address that after we tell you how to get a copy of Colonel McGinnis's new book, Collision Course, along with Antichrist and the Final Solution, because ultimately for us as Christians, the question is, how does this direction in our country fit into what we see, the prophesied direction, the prophesied timeline of the end times? All of that in this package that we'll tell you about in just a moment. And when we continue, we'll continue our conversation. The new book, Collision Course by Lieutenant Colonel Bob McGinnis, as Skywatch TV continues after this.
The world is on an end times collision course, and time is short.
But the chronology of the future is finally unveiled in the Antichrist Final Solution Special Collection. In this incredible offer, you'll receive the new book by best-selling authors Terry James and Dr. Thomas Horn, Antichrist and the Final Solution, the step-by-step roadmap to the chronological events unfolding now through to the return of Jesus Christ, including the imminent arrival of Antichrist and a totalitarian one-world government. You'll discover the truth about what's fomenting chaos in the streets, the arrival of the false prophet, the coming third temple, the battle of Armageddon, and your own destiny. You'll also receive the new book by Lieutenant Colonel Robert McGinnis, Collision Course, that details how America is approaching a moral tipping point which demands we change course and fight to reclaim our moral compass before it's too late. Plus, back in print for the first time in decades, Dispensations, the complete Clarence Larkin collection. This beautifully bound, oversized collectible book includes Clarence's legendary works on dispensational truth, rightly dividing the word, and the Book of Daniel. We're also including the data disc of Clarence Larkin's nearly 200 hand-drawn charts and images that reveal the Bible's prophetic timeline from the beginning to present day and to the end. But that's not all. We're also including the brand new Skywatch TV Classics Volumes 1 and 2. This 2-disc collection is valued at $150 all by itself and includes the best of the most popular audio series in the history of our ministry. Now, for the first time ever, you can re-experience entire audio series like Something Transhuman This Way Comes, The Coming Replacement Humans, As It Was in the Days of Noah, Conspiracy Theory Special Edition, The Coming Zombie Apocalypse, and Psychotronic Warfare, all on 2 digitally remastered volumes. Also, back by popular demand, you'll receive the Best of Defender Publishing ebook collection on data disc, featuring 70 of the most information-packed best-selling books in Defender history. These full-length works are in popular ebook formats, so you can read them on EPUB, PDF, Kindle, and other handheld electronic devices, valued at over $700 all by itself. Sold separately, these items hold a retail value of $940. Yours now for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling while supplies last. The times we live in today and the future we're headed for explained. The urgently needed Antichrist Final Solution Special Collection is available now at skywatchtvstore.com. Order now or call 1-844-750-4985.
Welcome back to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert. We're talking about the brand new books by Tom Horn and Terry James, Antichrist and the Final Solution, and by Lieutenant Colonel Bob McGinnis, Collision Course, both from Defender Publishing. Tom, this package, this audio series, the 2-disc set, and of course the Larkin collection, just an amazing amount of information.
Yeah, so we have the giant book that Terry James will be taking with him home so that he can use it for exercising. But this has 3 of the all-time best-selling books by the famous author Clarence Larkin, which made dispensational theology, available to the average person. You no longer had to be a theologian or a professor in a university. You could now understand the timeline of future events. And when we say dispensationalism, what we're saying is that there is a clock. Daniel refers to it as 70 weeks, a 7-year period of time. And when that first domino falls and the church is removed and the Antichrist appears, here's just some of the chapters that are in our book, Antichrist and the Final Solution, Hitler and the Final Solution, the rapture escaping Antichrist Final Solution, the man of sin takes the world stage. Now Antichrist sidekick rises. Then Israel signs an agreement. That's in the news right now, right? Rise of global government, the tribulation temple, the third temple. Israel's invaded. The midst of the week, the beasts arrive. Then it just goes on and on. There's going to be a simulacrum of Antichrist known as the image of the beast. It's actually going to come alive. Maybe we'll get a chance in this show or the next show to talk about how analysts now are saying this year in 2020, it is very possible we are going to reach strong artificial intelligence, which is a game changer. changer, a living, sentient, synthetic mind that'll be billions of times more powerful than every Einstein that has ever existed. So that's all coming. But and I'm only going to do this one time, in the $900 worth of stuff that we're giving people free, the wheelbarrow of stuff, there's also 2 new collections. They're calling them the Classics Collections. Now, these are our all-time best-selling audio sets put together for the first time in 2 disc set. It includes As It Was in the Days of Noah. I think that's our all-time best-selling, never stops selling. That series is in there free. Becoming Replacement Humans. That goes to the technology that's going to lead to Antichrist. Something Transhuman, This Way Comes, which picks up on this theme of transhumanism. Psychotronic Warfare, the audio series that Steve Quayle and I did years ago that's been so famous, it deals with some of the kind of unusual weaponry that could be used for mind control. The Coming Zombie Apocalypse, right? Conspiracy Theory, special edition. So that by itself, $150 value, altogether $900 value. Get Colonel McGinnis's book, Collision Course, and you'll get me and Terry's new book, Antichrist, The Final Solution, and all the rest of it.
Colonel McGinnis, right now we're seeing a lot of unrest in the streets, historical monuments, statues being desecrated, torn down, churches being vandalized. What happens after all the statues come down? What do they hope to accomplish?
They go after the conscience of the country, and the conscience of the country are the Christians. We saw this historically. Certainly, we saw it in Nazi Germany. They went after the pastors, the priests, others that were the leaders of the conscience. We saw it in Venezuela here more recently. We saw it in the French Revolution, where the churches were destroyed or taken over. We've seen it elsewhere through history. And so I have little doubt that what we saw, November of 38 or on other revolutions, that it will come to us. They'll first take the pastors, and they'll come after those that of us that are outspoken. So if your name's in the press like mine, Tom and Terry, we will be amongst the first that they will take. And the criticism that I personally get is pretty draconian. Because I'm not afraid to speak the truth. And when you speak the truth in the midst of this ugliness, in the midst of this demonic world that we live in today, they come after you, and they come after you with a vengeance.
Yeah, you're a favorite on some of those websites out there that target conservative Christians. So is there a hope in this country that we can reverse the direction that we're going?
I think so. I think like in the 1740s when we had the Great Awakening in this country, where we went from a fledgling Christian country to a country where 4 out of 5 of our Christian citizens were in church at any given Sunday. We need that. And what I outline in Collision Course are 13 very specific goals. The first is 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people will do this. The first one happens to be about Peter. And Peter was in the boat with the other disciples when Christ is walking in the dark on the water. And Peter says, Lord, call me to you. And he does. And Peter, unfortunately, takes his eyes off Christ and begins to sink. And he says, you of little faith. We need to be Christ-like. We need to be people that are keeping our eyes on Christ. Now, that's the first of 7 that I outline. Having come from the Family Research Council, I talk about the criticality of fatherhood and being good husbands and how we have lost that. And that's very biblical. I talk about taking care of our neighbor. I talk about abandoning fear. Fear has captivated as a tool of Satan today to captivate us. We're fearful of COVID-19. We're fearful of race riots. We're fearful of all these things. Christians should not. One thing, I had a good conversation with Jerry Boykin, General Jerry Boykin, who is the Executive Vice President of the Family Research Council. We talked about the Black Robe Regiment. That was what won the Revolutionary War. It was the pastors in the pulpit telling the people in the pews, and after all, the people in the pews are the king of this country by Constitution, telling the people in the pews, this is what you must do. Where are the pastors of America today when we're facing cultural revolution? They have got to be engaged. They've got to be proclaiming the good news of Jesus Christ, the hope through Christ. And if they are failing to do that, they're failing to do what they've been called to do. That's what we have to do. So I go through 7 of those, and then, of course, once the church is straight, like the Great Awakening, then we have to refit. We have to refocus the key institutions of this country, of which 5, which I deal with in some detail.
Why is this movement so prevalent across the country? We've seen some of the protests that emerged in cities that have had a track record of difficult relations between, say, police and certain communities, African-American communities. But these protests have spread to over 600 cities in the country. What is the goal? Why are they on the streets?
Well, it's a rebellion against authority. Of course, God is the ultimate authority in our country, and should be, but we've begun to abandon the Lord in the institutions. He's not allowed in our schools. He's not allowed in our government buildings. He's not allowed, unfortunately, in many of our families, and our churches are not doing their job. So it's ultimately about authority. Police represent authority in this country. You do away with the authority figures. You already have most of the liberal politicians that are hiding under their desk, and so the police are the only ones that are left standing, and it's wearing thin. My own son-in-law is a policeman who's been in these locations as a policeman against these riots, and it's devastating not only to him, it's devastating to my daughter, my grandchildren.
The role of fathers, you touch on that, and when you look at the position statements of some of the organizations behind these movements,
yes,
it's very clear that they are anti-male. There are lots of emotion spent on the need for the community to raise up children. We've seen that famous phrase, "It takes a village," Hillary Clinton's book from years ago. But the role of fathers, the role of men in society, how is that a Christian value, and how would that change if we reinstituted and re-emphasize the role, the importance of fatherhood in our families again?
When I was interviewing Pastor Stu Weber, he's from Oregon. Of course, he's now retired, had been in the pastor for more than 40 years, and he was one of the original speakers for the fatherhood campaign years ago. He said he decided to preach a series on the male's responsibility in the family, fathering, being a good husband, and so forth. The first Sunday he spoke, at the end of the sermon, there was a quietness. It was uneasy. So he said, well, they needed more. So the second Sunday he spoke again, and the same thing. And the Lord put it on his heart. He says, you need to announce that next Saturday morning at 8 o'clock here, I'm going to talk to you about what the Lord calls all men to do in their families, as a husband and as a father. And the next Saturday morning at 8 o'clock, hundreds of men from his own congregation were hungry, and they were there to hear the message of what God's design was for a man in a family. Given what's happened to the African-American family in this country, which is devastating, given what's happening today with distracted men that are in homes that aren't paying attention to their families, that are captivated by pornography, captivated by their little toys of games and so forth, we have lost the foundation of this country in terms of the family. God created that family, created that bond between a man and a woman, and blessed that family with children, and we've lost that really. And as a result, if we don't call it back, if we don't rebuild that, then we're going to have a lost culture.
I heard a brilliant statement once, and I've mentioned this a number of times in the past, but I think it was so insightful that I keep coming back to it. At a men's conference that I attended years ago, a pastor said, the family as God defined it in Scripture is the smallest battle formation in this spiritual war. And that's why the enemy spends so much effort on trying to destroy it, leaving us alone, unprotected, and you as a military veteran, you understand what happens to a soldier when he's out on the field without any
without any support.
Yeah.
My mind goes to Ephesians 6:12. We struggle not against flesh and blood, but against powers and principalities, against wickedness in high places. And that's what it's all about. And God tells us in those scriptures how to put on the whole armor of God to battle against these things. But he lays it all out there that we are against both human and, of course, the demonic.
Yeah, and that's, of course, been the theme of the conversation today. Lieutenant Colonel Bob McGinnis's new book, Collision Course, and how is it too late for America to regain its moral compass, and why it's so imperative that we do in this hour, why the enemy is so focused on demolishing the family and replacing the Christian foundation on which this country was built. We will talk about that more next week as we continue this 4-week series on the two books, Collision Course and Antichrist and the Final Solution. And we thank you for watching as we keep watch. I'm Derek Gilbert, and this is Skywatch TV. The disintegration of the family unit is a precursor to the disintegration of our country. Watch this.
The United States of America is unraveling for all the world to see. The wave of violence has now washed across 29 cities.
And it just collapsed. There you go. Building just collapsed.
Protests have been hijacked by radical extremists bent on anarchy.
If, like so many, you are shocked, worried, and wondering about what's happening in our world right now, what the growing chaos and uncertainty is all about, and where this may all be leading.
You've got the millennial generation polling in favor of government-ran socialism over capitalism, and at the same time, more than 70% of Americans, including self-identified atheists, asking questions about Bible prophecy and this revelation beast system.
Discerning the signs of the times has consumed most of my research and has been my life's passion to prepare whoever will heed the warning signs for what's coming. For what I and my prophecy scholar friends have always known, that great rebellion, chaos in the streets.
Many in government are asking if President Trump will use the Insurrection Act to declare martial law.
Groups of outside radicals and agitators are exploiting the situation to pursue their own separate and violent agenda.
Would set the stage for the arrival of Antichrist.
Let no one deceive you in any way, for that day will not come unless the rebellion comes first and the man of lawlessness is revealed. And as the transgressors are come to the full, a king of fierce countenance and understanding dark sentences shall stand up, and his power shall be mighty. And he shall destroy the mighty and the holy people, and shall magnify himself in his heart, and stand up against the Prince of Princes.
The answer to the hard questions that the whole world is suddenly, desperately seeking explanations for is why I sanctioned this urgent and historic work, a volume that for the first time in over 50 years lays out how the dominoes will begin falling very soon, and the key signs to look for as the chronology of the future is finally unveiled in Antichrist and the Final Solution.
There are no National Guards members here. No firefighters, no police officers.
Welcome to Skywatch TV. I'm Derek Gilbert. This is the 4th week of a series on 2 brand new books, important new books from Defender Publishing, books that are essentially an outline to what is happening now and what is to come. First, the co-authors of the new book, Antichrist and the Final Solution. First, partner in RaptureReady.com, a website that looks at end times prophecy, and the book, author of 36 books on that subject. We welcome Terry James back to Skywatch TV. Terry?
Great to be here.
Skywatch TV's CEO and a best-selling author in his own right. Again, the two of them, the co-authors of the new book, Antichrist and the Final Solution, Dr. Tom Horn. Tom,
good to be here.
Back. And a book that will be the subject of discussion, or at least the launching point for our discussion today. He is an author and Pentagon insider, commentator on network news, and we're honored to call him our friend. the brand new book, Collision Course. We welcome Lieutenant Colonel Bob McGinnis back to the program. Bob?
Thank you, Terry.
We'd started talking last week about the family unit and why the role of men and the integrity of the family as defined by God was so important. Why is there this connection between what we see in the family unit, the strength of the family, and the strength of the nation?
Well, as the former vice president of the Family Research Council, dealing with policies on family structure for many years, I look back over the centuries and I see the likes of Edward Gibbons, who wrote in the 18th century that the family foundation crumbled and so did Rome. We have seen that lived out through the history of mankind.
And interesting, Gibbons was not writing from a Christian perspective.
No, not at all. He understood, though, that family structure is absolutely essential if a nation's going to survive. And this is relevant to the Black Lives Matter movement is against families. Totally against families if you read their literature.
Right.
And I have. And as a result, they understand how to transform societies, how to have a cultural revolution that is going to be totally, at the end of it, ruining what we, the Judeo-Christian heritage of this country want to preserve and what our founders had in mind. So these are troubled times.
Yeah.
Well, Bob, you mentioned Gibbons, and Derek points out that he wasn't writing from a Christian point of view, but he's recognizing the obvious within society. There are things that are necessary. These are historical facts. Regardless, they're amoral of your religious ideas, right? And that is the role of a father, the role of a mother, the strength of family, and what that does to create strength within everything from law to the country, to the battles we fight, to why we are fighting wars, and what it is that we're trying to preserve, right? So when your book came out, by the way, perfect title, Collision Course. 2 words that describe exactly what we see happening, not just within America, but around the world today. But started reading your book, I thought, wow, I got to go back and I have, again, to read The Fourth Turning, right? The Fourth Turning, this was written by a couple of professors that, William Strauss and Neil Howe. They analyzed all the different civilizations, right? Going back as far back as history would allow in Western culture. So Rome was among them. But they found that there were these 4 turnings, what they call 4 turnings, that society goes through a process. It begins with what they call the poets and the dreamers, right? The people that get a big idea, the philosophers that come together and they dream of a utopia, if you will. But then come the people that actually, put their shoulder to the plow, and they're the ones that make it happen. That's the industrial age. And so they build this great empire. Then the 3rd turning comes along, and what happens is the people start kind of living off of the fat of the lamb. They start living off of what the generations before them worked, fought for, built, and so now they're just drinking the milk of the lamb, right? They're the ones that are saying, we want socialism over capitalism. We don't want to have to work so hard. We want everything free, and we want somebody else to give it to us. And ultimately, that sets up what they call the 4th turning. That's the most dangerous time in the history of a civilization, when it begins to crumble and fall apart, because nothing that was there formerly that actually built that empire exists anymore. It all becomes parasitical. But I want you to notice what these guys wrote. I'm just going to just quick line on you back to your book. 23 years ago, here's what they wrote about America. They said, just after the millennium, America will enter a new era that will culminate with a crisis in which the very survival of the nation will almost certainly be at stake. Real hardship will beset the land with severe distress, listen to this, that could involve questions of class, race, nation, family, and empire, right? Sometime before the year 2025, here's that year turning up again that we talked about in the first program, 3.5 years ahead of Wormwood.
Yes.
Right? Sometime around the year 2025, America will pass through a great gate in history, commensurate with the American Revolution, the Civil War, the twin emergencies of the Great Depression, and World War II. The risk of catastrophe will be very high. The nation could erupt into insurrection and civil violence and succumb to authoritarian rule. If there is war, it is likely to be one of maximum risk and efforts, in other words, a total war. They have to understand they base this on every great empire that ever existed, and they found that redundantly these four turnings exist, and basically they say they're inescapable. But again, like the guy that wrote about the Roman Empire, these guys are not writing from a Christian worldview. They're analyzing history, and they're saying they say this is as certain as spring comes ahead of summer and fall follows summer. It is going to happen.
Yeah. As we go from the third turning, which we've seen in the undermining of the five institutions that I go into collision course: education, economy, family, church, government, and how each has changed from where it started. The founders are very clear. We had a principled foundation in this country, and we did pretty well in spite of the Revolution, in spite of the Civil War, in spite of the Great Depression and World War I and World War II. But we have come to the fourth turning. And as revolutions, much like the National Socialists launched a revolution in their country, it took a true dictator, as Tom indicates, Hitler, to really cause that to become cultic in its direction. We've seen that throughout history. And we've seen it in this country, the diminishing of those five institutions. The foundation is crumbling, and the moral compass is fractured. If we do not turn back, as I recommend in my 14th chapter, going through 2 Chronicles 7:14, if my people will do these things, then we will turn it around, or there will be the end times.
What role has the American church played in getting us to where we are?
An absent role in many cases. It is disengaged from the culture. I go in collision course and I explain why. We as the king, based on the Constitution that we were given, we are king. We're supposed to dictate what happens in government. We the king have removed ourselves. We have gone into exile. We have come into our own little cocoon. We let the rest of the world do their thing, but we're going to take care of my family and my church, and I could care less about what goes on because I can't control it. We have disengaged, and because we have disengaged, we have destined our culture to implosion. We've seen that throughout history. And that is why the five institutions have crumbled. That is why the proxies of this world of Satan, the mainstream media is off the rails. These associations, these corporations, and even these mainline antichrists themselves, are able to continue to erode the foundation that we were given. We've almost lost that foundation. And if we do not engage, we, the king given the civics of our country, we believers in Jesus Christ, if we do not engage directly with our elected officials, if we do not engage our pastors directly with the people in the pews, we will lose our nation, and it's real.
Coming back to the idea of the family, I remember very well a conversation I had as a young man coming home from college and talking to my parents, and being told by my father and mother that they believed that I had been brainwashed at school. And looking back now, I can see, yeah, they're pretty much right. How does the role of education then within the family, not public education, not in the schools, not in Sunday school and Sunday morning, but the role of the family, the father and mother, training up our children in the way they should go, how would that impact this engagement with the culture?
Well, we started off with parents educating their children mostly out of the Bible. And if you look at the Westminster Shorter Catechism, it talks about education is knowing Christ and knowing God. And that's the purpose in life. Even Harvard University's, its mission statement is right out of the Gospel of John, because it's loving God and doing his purpose. But over time, Satan and the progressives have fully understood the value of education. They took captive the educational establishment in this country, starting, I would argue, right after the American Civil War. And even the advisor to Teddy Roosevelt, social science advisor, says, we want to take the children out of the homes and mold them like a piece of clay into socially useful to our cause. And we've seen the progression of this. And today, most of the secondary educational establishments in this country are totally lost. They're totally against the things that you and I believe in. And as a result, when our kids go to these universities, they are indeed brainwashed. And they are coming home radicalized against the very things. And no wonder, unfortunately, most of these young people today are abandoning Christ when they reach adulthood. And that's because, though in spite of all the effort we had at home, once they're cut the cords and have gone into college, they return something radically different.
Yeah, and isn't it interesting that Marx, he wrote how you're not going to defeat America by marching in with, armies. The way you're going to defeat America is in their institutions, academia, and that's exactly what has been happening. The Marxists, the socialists, the philosophers that are teaching these, Rush Limbaugh calls them the young skulls full of mush, right? But they are coming out in lockstep, and now look what they're doing. They're in the streets. They want Marxism. They want socialism. So we are headed towards a revolution. And isn't it also ironic? You said we are the king. So you have this whole issue right now, right, with don't put your hand over your heart and pledge allegiance to the flag. Take a knee. Well, these dodos don't even realize that the reason why we put our hand over our heart is because we refuse to take a knee before the King of England. And so that's how that became codified. We will stand up, we'll put our hand over our heart, we'll pledge a loyalty to an idea that is for we the people, right? Government will be of and for the people. We will not bow our knee because we're not going to follow the totalitarian or other ideas that were coming out of Great Britain. And so we've gone full circle. They don't even know their history. They're out there pulling down statues and don't even know why we would put our hand over our heart and not take a knee.
Well, civics, was abandoned a long time ago, and so we don't teach how our government was structured and why it was structured the way it was, so that the people in the pew, so that the common man was king. And as a direct result, these young people have no idea, other than some of the, quite frankly, Marxist ideas that have been implanted in their brains by social scientists that are running a lot of these organizations called universities in our land. This has got to be reversed. And it's interesting amongst Christian parents where we find a proliferation of homeschooling and church-based schooling, where there's a recognition that I don't want my little child polluted as they are being today. It's time, and I talk about that in Collision Course. We have to take responsibility, just like our early founders, for the education of our children. That's my first responsibility to my family.
Training up our children in the way they should go. Where is all this leading? It looks like things are completely falling apart. But again, this is all seen from the very beginning. We'll talk about what this leads to and what our responsibilities are in these turbulent times when Skywatch TV continues after this.
The world is on an end times collision course and time is short. But the chronology of the future is finally unveiled in the Antichrist Final Solution Special Collection. In this incredible offer, you'll receive the new book by best-selling authors Terry James and Dr. Thomas Horn, Antichrist and the Final Solution, the step-by-step roadmap to the chronological events unfolding now through to the return of Jesus Christ, including the imminent arrival of Antichrist and a totalitarian one-world government. You'll discover the truth about what's fomenting chaos in the streets, the arrival of the false prophet, the coming third temple, the battle of Armageddon, and your own destiny. You'll also receive the new book by Lieutenant Colonel Robert McGinnis, Collision Course, that details how America is approaching a moral tipping point which demands we change course and fight to reclaim our moral compass before it's too late. Plus, back in print for the first time in decades, Dispensations, the complete Clarence Larkin collection. This beautifully bound, oversized collectible book includes Clarence's legendary works on dispensational truth, rightly dividing the word, and the Book of Daniel. We're also including the data disc of Clarence Larkin's nearly 200 hand-drawn charts and images that reveal the Bible's prophetic timeline from the beginning to present day and to the end. But that's not all. We're also including the brand new Skywatch TV Classics Volumes 1 and 2. This 2-disc collection is valued at $150 all by itself and includes the best of the most popular audio series in the history of our ministry. Now, for the first time ever, you can re-experience entire audio series like Something Transhuman This Way Comes, The Coming Replacement Humans, As It Was in the Days of Noah, Conspiracy Theory Special Edition, The Coming Zombie Apocalypse, and Psychotronic Warfare, all on 2 digitally remastered volumes. Also, backed by popular demand, you'll receive the Best of Defender Publishing ebook collection on data disc, featuring 70 of the most information-packed best-selling books in Defender history. These full-length works are in popular ebook formats, so you can read them on EPUB, PDF, Kindle, and other handheld electronic devices, valued at over $700 all by itself. Sold separately, these items hold a retail value of $940. Yours now for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling while supplies last. The times we live in today and the future we're headed for explained. The urgently needed Antichrist Final Solution Special Collection is available now at skywatchtvstore.com. Order now or call 1-844-750-4985.
Welcome back to Skywatch TV. Please take advantage of our web-exclusive programs. You'll find them on our mobile app. It is a free download available for iOS and Android devices, Amazon Kindle Fire tablets as well. We have links to the app stores at our website, skywatchtv.com. Not only brings you these weekly programs, news the mainstream media wants to filter out of your life. We're talking about the 2 brand new books, Lieutenant Colonel Bob McGinnis's new book, Collision Course, which certainly summarizes where we are in a country today, and the book by Tom Horn and Terry James, Antichrist and the Final Solution. In the final segment here of this 4-week series, let's try to bring this around to where we're going and what we do about this. Terry, some final thoughts. What is all of this chaos leading to? How does it fit into God's prophetic timeline?
Well, of course, the whole thing from Satan's perspective is to get people, we're talking about bending the knee. In effect, he's convincing more and more people to bend the knee to his way of thinking with regard to chaos and all of these kind of things. I remember back in 1961, 62, as a sophomore in college, having this very handsome college professor in his 30s sit up there and say how the United States is just rotten. It defeats other people, it puts other people down, and the Marxist, Leninist way is the best way. I remember that way back in 1961 and 62. What happened after that was, of course, in 63, we lost prayer in the school, we lost Bible reading in the school, and later we got abortion by the millions. And I believe God started trying to turn people around then. But what I believe we have going on right now is that despite the fact that everything looks so bleak, I still have some hope in that people really prayed before that election, and I believe God turned it around. He put his man, not a godly man maybe, but God's man, as he raises up kings and puts them down, in the presidency. This totally threw the elitist, globalist totally out of whack, and heading all of that up, of course, is Satan, and that's when we see satanic rage. So where it's all heading is exactly the collision course that Bob is talking about. And I, for one, I haven't read his book, but I look forward to reading it because I know, based upon what we've heard here today, that he has his thumb on what's going on, particularly from the perspective of Washington, D.C., which is the capital of the world at the moment. Jerusalem will one day be, but right now it's Washington, D.C. And I think this will be a really great book for people to get their thinking into and wrap their minds around and see where we're going.
Colonel McGinnis, in Collision Course, you outline steps, practical steps that we as Christians can take. Can you summarize a few of them?
Well, it seems to me that Americans need to appreciate their civics and their Christian history in this nation. We weren't founded to be a theocracy, but we were founded to be a Christian nation, and it's evidenced, I think, as I go through in Collision Course. We need to understand what happened to the underlying the foundation, those key institutions, and how they were radically changed over the last 250 years. We need to understand our enemy. knowing your enemy and the psychological warfare that the enemy uses against the unbelievers as well as the believers, and how it has been incredibly successful, and how we counter that. That's important, and I go through that. But the plan out of 2 Chronicles 7:14, those 13 goals that I outlined, they're all scripturally based. God wants us to be prayerful. God wants us to bathe what's happening in our country in prayer, and then to, I think, go through a great awakening. We clearly need that in this country. And if we do those sorts of things that I believe need to be done, that are clearly scriptural, then we can, once we get our act together, quite frankly, then we can turn on those key institutions that need desperately, are on life support and need to be turned around. If we do those sorts of things, then I see some hope. Otherwise, I don't, for this country. And, we should then, perhaps think of Jerusalem.
Tom, Antichrist and the Final Solution. We're clearly living in times that appear that we're much closer to the end than we were to the beginning of the timeline here.
Right. Yeah, so for me, I've never had more of a sense of urgency, partly based on what we see happening within our world and culture, and look how suddenly everything changed in just 12 months. COVID played a part in that, but it's not the only thing. And so, like I said, in week one, I got a hold of Terry James. Terry's been around forever. He's almost the wheel in the middle of a wheel in Bible prophecy, right? And said, Terry, I need you to help me, if you will, because the questions that I heard being asked, mostly by millennials, but even a lot of the nuclear age and Z-Genners, was, why is this happening? What's going to happen next? What's coming? And it was clear to me that we have a whole generation of people who don't understand dispensational theology. Even though if you attend your average evangelical church, it is based on dispensationalism. That is, that there are times that God has set in motion, and ultimately this is going to wind up at a 7-year tribulation period. There are signs. Jesus says, when you see these things begin to come to pass, then lift up your head and look up, because your redemption is drawing nigh. It points to the imminency of the second coming of Jesus Christ. But what are those signs? Well, that's what this book is about. Antichrist and the Final Solution takes dispensational theology and it breaks it down into every domino. When Antichrist appears, here's what's going to happen next. There's going to be a peace accord with Israel. There's going to be a push to build the third temple. For a while, everything's going to be great. And by the way, they're training the priests in Israel right now to resume the sacrifices in the third temple. 60 Orthodox rabbis at the Temple Mount just this week calling for the reinstitution of the third temple and the daily sacrifices. Well, Bible prophecy says it's going to happen. In the middle of that week, 3.5 years later, Antichrist is going to break his covenant with Israel. He's going to defile the temple. He's going to claim that he is God. At that point is when the 144,000 Jews will stand up, realize that they have been duped, and become the most dynamic end times preachers probably that the world has ever seen. And so that's what we do. We tell you exactly what is happening, what is going to happen, how ultimately this is going to wind up at the Battle of Armageddon. So this book, a book like Antichrist and the Final Solution, has not been written in 50 years. The last guy that did it was this guy, and we're giving you all 3 of his books for free. So you will, if you're a millennial, you will literally have the handbook that will tell you exactly what's happening now, exactly what is getting ready to happen, and your eyes can be open to the future. So the first thing you need is education. The second thing that we need more than anything right now, listen to me, we need preachers of the gospel. We need young millennials who are on fire for God. We need old people who have forgotten how to preach to stand back up, dust off your Bibles, and preach under the anointing of the gospel of Jesus Christ. Paul said, I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power, the dunamis. We literally make the English word dynamite. It is the dynamite of God. You want a cultural revolution? Jesus and the disciples taught how to do this the best way and turn the world upside down with 12 followers of Christ. This can happen again. Please consider who you are, where you are. I know we're out of time. We need preachers of the gospel, and you need to be educated about what is coming.
Yeah, so please take advantage of this special offer this week from Skywatch TV. You'll find it at skywatchtvstore.com. Terry James, Lieutenant Colonel Bob McGinnis, and Tom Horn, thank you, gentlemen, and thank you for watching as we keep watch. I'm Derek Gilbert, and this is Skywatch TV.
Unlike any other time, the topic of exposing child sex trafficking has seen a recent surge in attention on social media. Sex trafficking on its face is already difficult for most individuals to fathom. But is it possible that there's even yet a darker side that most people aren't aware of? Watch this.
How do we measure the innocence of a child's life? Would we measure it by value, by usefulness, or by fragility? Or is it the case that innocence is inherent and cannot be measured? Maybe there is no gradation, no gray area, no middle ground. Perhaps innocence either exists or it does not. Every day that we are allowed to enjoy the freedoms and pleasure this country has to offer, a growing number of children are having their innocence ripped away.
Under the federal law, anyone who recruits, patronizes, solicits a minor under the age of 18 for the purposes of a commercial sex act can be found guilty of trafficking. Upwards of 80% of all confirmed sex trafficking cases involve U.S. citizens, and up to 40% of those cases involve the sale of children.
Unfortunately, to some of our fellow countrymen, destroying the human spirit in a child is a worthy sacrifice for a lucrative and flourishing business. However, this goes well beyond the sickening perversion of the flesh. There exists an occultic evil that has been awakened. These demonically fueled agents of sexual abomination regard the bright light of innocence as a trivial and inconvenient flame that must be snuffed out. We must not close our eyes from the sting of the smoke any longer. It is time we look upon the smoldering ashes of what used to be our children, become properly horrified, and finally decide to adopt within ourselves an insatiable motivation to expel this scourge from our land. It's time to stop ignoring the desperate cries of our children.
So how do we stop sex trafficking? We're going to show you today why expecting the government to dismantle this massive enterprise may not be the best course of action. On panel with me for the next few weeks are the writer, director, and editor of the new film, Silent Cry, The Darker Side of Trafficking, Josh Peck, and the executive producer to the film, Dr. Thomas Horn. Now, before we get into our discussion, I should explain that we've decided to use this 4-week investigative series as an opportunity to show you actual clips from the brand new documentary, Silent Cry. Watch this.
On a cold day in February of 1987, a Tallahassee woman notices 6 disheveled and malnourished children at a park in the company of 2 well-dressed men. Something feels wrong about the situation, so she calls the police. What follows would prove to be a source of conspiracies, cover-ups, and confusion for decades to follow. In 2018 and 2019, a series of official police reports and government documents concerning a secret group known as the Finders were released to the public, confirming the suspicions of many regarding the American government's involvement in cover-ups. The official story speaks of a post-hippie commune who had some rather unorthodox ways of living, but were by and large harmless. The group, who called themselves the Finders, were seen as off-the-grid futurists who kept to themselves and enjoyed teaching their children certain lessons through so-called hands-on experiences. 2 weeks after the initial call to police was made, the entire case was dropped and was largely forgotten by the public. However, the recent release of official documents concerning the Finders tells a very different story. What follows is the story told directly from official yet heavily redacted documents provided by the U.S. government and official police records. Tallahassee police arrived on the scene to question the two men and their involvement with the 6 unkempt children in their care. The two men were unable to provide information regarding their custody of the children and were reportedly uncooperative in providing their own or the children's identities. Officers decided to bring the two men and children into custody for further questioning, during which information was divulged linking this case to Washington, D.C. When the Tallahassee Police Department contacted the Metropolitan Police Department in D.C., it was revealed the MPD had information concerning a group known as the Finders based in D.C. The MPD issued search warrants on 2 properties owned by the Finders. When police searched one of the properties, an unused preschool, they discovered a plastic plate with 3 hand-drawn pentagrams on it. They also discovered over 100 animal bones. When police investigated another property, a farm in Virginia, they discovered what was reported as evidence of satanic cult rituals and cages that witnesses claimed were used to keep children in. It was also reported that a special agent with the United States Customs Service claimed to have observed documents containing instructions for obtaining children, including purchasing, trading, and kidnapping them, and also impregnating women. There was apparently reason to believe the Finders had infiltrated and were working with the government on a state and federal level. A member of the Finders, named Isabella, was discovered to have worked for the government from 1950 to 1971. It was alleged that the Finders were involved in an organized child abuse scheme that was being covered up by the State Department and the FBI's Foreign Counterintelligence Section. In the official documents, it is stated an individual whose name was redacted became convinced that numerous other children had been abused and that this was all part of a large, well-organized scheme. The testimony of the children did not help end any suspicions. When questioned, the children said they were being weaned from their mothers. They also described games the adult in the Finders group would play with them, including taking a man's clothes off, though apparently just the jacket, and seeing women walking around naked. When one of the children was asked about how the group operated, she said there was a man known as the game caller named Marion Petty who would tell them all what to do, such as read bulletin boards, take notes, and babysit at people's houses. When one of the children was asked about possible sexual abuse, she reportedly became evasive and fidgety before denying any inappropriate behavior occurred and wanting to end the interview. During the interview, the children were reported to all be extremely hungry and apparently in deteriorating health as they urinated and defecated on the floor. After the interview, the children were medically examined, where it was discovered that 2 of the children, named Max and Mary, were confirmed cases of sexual abuse. Concerning these 2 cases, the Tallahassee Police Department offense reporting form specifically says Max lacks anal specter control consistent with previous sodomy. Mary, right half of hymen is absent, enlarged orifice, consistent with digital penetration, but would not rule out penile penetration. It would seem, with all of this evidence, it would have been an open and shut case of at least sexual abuse of children. However, the entire investigation was called off on February 18th, only 2 weeks after it was first launched, and the 2 men involved were released from custody with all charges against them dropped. The date of the original report, which contained the confirmation of sexual abuse, was dated February 4th, 1987. However, an affidavit which was written sometime on or after February 5th of 1987 stated the children were all examined for sexual abuse at a hospital in Tallahassee, but the results of the examination were not available at this time. If we look at the Tallahassee Police Department offense reporting form, we can confirm that the date of the original report describing the sexual abuse was February 4th, 1987, with a date of February 9th, 1987, listed under date of this report, all of which were days before the whole investigation was called off on February 18th. It was also reported that the children discovered in Tallahassee were eventually turned over to individuals claiming to be parents or guardians. Even more, it was claimed there was no evidence to link the finders to sexual abuse of children or satanic activity. It was reported that the judging of the lifestyle choices of the finders was subjective, and that investigations revealed there was no group or individual actions that appeared abusive or neglectful. The evidence that was previously uncovered was largely ignored and dismissed. Adding to the mystery, among the official documents was a strange report dated April 13, 1987, from the Domestic Security Branch of the Metropolitan Police Department in Washington, D.C., titled The Finders Investigation. It alleges that the finders have been utilized by the CIA to spread disinformation to other organizations in the U.S. and overseas. It claims they are capable of destructive and illegal activities. The writer of the report doesn't believe the child abuse was originally planned, but developed because of the sick and demented subjects in the cult. The report does say, however, that the shaping of the children was a planned experiment similar to the Nazis in order to form a perfect society. The writer states he doesn't believe the finders have disbanded, but rather believes they are still active. Given all of this released information, and considering the inconsistencies found within the reports, many believe the finders, or a splinter group, are still alive and well today, preying on young children behind the scenes through kidnapping, sex trafficking, and illegal international exportation with the protection of the deep state within the United States government. However, what if the finders are just the tip of the iceberg?
That video was just the beginning of this strange and disturbing journey I've been on the past year or so. It started when I read my good friend Tom Horn's book, Shadowland. And in that, he talks about some connections between the US government and child sex trafficking rings. So I wanted to see where this began and really how widespread it is today. I started with the finders, but during investigation for that project, I found out a lot more that couldn't be condensed down into a short 10-minute video. Something else that kept me going, I live in a small town, middle of nowhere. While I was researching for the finders, I was seeing all of these news reports and articles about child sex trafficking rings in areas local to me. So it made me wonder, I have kids myself. How safe are my kids in a small town? If it's happening here, where else is it happening? Is this just everywhere? Part of the problem too is in researching this stuff, I realized how much sensational conspiracy stuff is out there. I was finding it really difficult to separate truth from this sensational stuff. And because of that, I didn't know what was really going on. So it was about that time I decided I am not researching for a book. I'm not researching for a YouTube video. I wasn't even researching for my own curiosity. I was researching for a documentary because I needed to talk to experts who are working in this field, who are on the front lines fighting against this, and who aren't afraid to talk with someone like me on camera about what they know. I knew that was the only way I was going to get to the truth of this matter, so that's exactly what I did.
In just a moment, we're going to have a conversation with the film's director and producer, but first, we want to tell you how you can get a hold of this film right now. A child who is trafficked is sexually abused on average 5 to 15 times a day, and only 1% of these crimes are ever reported. This unimaginable darkness must be stopped. And right now, we want to invite you to join us in the fight to end child sex trafficking. Skywatch TV is proud to announce the Silent Cry Help the Children package. When you order the groundbreaking new feature documentary movie Silent Cry from film visionary Josh Peck, you'll learn firsthand from the world's most renowned experts in the fields of trafficking, pedophilia, and Satanism how Hollywood elites are actively engaged in the sexual exploitation of children, why the mainstream media and culture are attempting to normalize pedophilia, why we can't depend on the government to eradicate this ever-present evil, and what the risks are to you, your family members, and communities. Plus, the lead authorities from the Silent Cry movie are back in the never-before-released Covert Investigation on DVD, featuring pivotal, never-before-seen commentaries that couldn't be included in the original Silent Cry film. From cases of demonic possession to satanic perversion, experts on the front lines discuss the worst crimes fathomable being committed against the most innocent amongst us. You'll also receive the brand new MP3 audio series on CD, A Cult of Perversion. In this explosive series, experts like Russ Dizdar, William Ramsey, and others share extremely sensitive research into the most perverse evils plaguing our country now, proving through over 12 hours of content that believers must combat this spiritual malevolence for the sake of our children. This incredible package also includes the never-before-released DVD Fake News or Hidden Truths. Join investigative researcher Stephen Bancars as he guides you through the most current research into the Pizzagate scandal. Is it all conspiracy? Who is involved? How does it pertain to events unfolding right now? Stephen shares explosive new revelations on the subject that have come to light since Pizzagate first broke and haven't been revealed to the public until now. Finally, the paradigm-shattering audio series by Dr. Thomas Horn himself, The Hidden Occultism of Epstein's Orgy Island. What demonic atrocities were going on at Epstein Island? And who were the high-powered individuals involved in some of the darkest occultic activities the world has ever witnessed? The contents of this mind-boggling 3-part exclusive MP3 audio series comes directly from the private vault of Dr. Thomas Horn. Sold separately, these items hold a retail value of $135. Yours now for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling while supplies last. An excess of 500,000 children are being trafficked every single day in our country alone. Now is the time to take action. 100% of the profits from your donation for the Silent Cry Help the Children package goes directly to Whispering Ponies Ranch, a safe haven where children who have been abused in unimaginable ways can find rehabilitation and healing in Jesus Christ. The Silent Cry Help the Children package, available now at skywatchtvstore.com. Order now or call 1-844-750-4985. Well, welcome back. We're having a very serious discussion today, gentlemen. And it's one that a lot of individuals watching this program have probably been picking up if they've been on social media. They're seeing a lot of memes being floated around. They're seeing a lot of arrests being made. There's a lot of hints that pedophiliaism is far-reaching. It might be in our government, our leadership, Hollywood. A lot of individuals are going to be learning now over the next few weeks what they can actually do to be engaged in this fight. But I want to ask you, Josh, why can't we just trust the government? I mean, obviously they're heavily funded, they've got officers everywhere, eyes and ears everywhere. Why can't we just expect that they would have, the good guys out there doing this for us so that we can all go back into the matrix and enjoy our lives without participation?
I wish we could. I really wish we could. But what the Finders case has shown us is, unfortunately, the government has a terrible track record for this kind of thing. Okay. So in the clip that people just saw, we learned that there was a case of...
Absolutely.
Yeah, child sexual abuse confirmed, medically examined.
Over and over again.
Yeah, and the documents show that it was covered up. I mean, 2 weeks later, after the sexual abuse was discovered, the whole case was called off. It turns out a member of the Finders cult was working inside the government, which is probably why the whole thing was called off. We have that case proven by these documents that have been released from the government. Anybody can look these up, they're official documents. So it's a terrible track record. That was decades ago. So Do we expect that the government would have cleaned up their act so now we can trust them? I don't think so. I think if anything, it's probably gotten worse, especially knowing this hasn't come to light until just now.
So if we cannot trust the government, as you're talking about, then what do we as civilians do? And I know we're going to be diving into that, but where does a person start?
There's several things that people can do right now. First, we have to know that this is not going to be a top-down approach, which we just discussed. So the change has to start in the individual. The individual has to do something. That type of change can influence families, can influence communities. So simple things like not taking in any entertainment that might be sexually explicit, even TV shows, but it can go as far-reaching as pornography.
Okay, I want you to hit on something that we talked about yesterday, and I know this is going to be like a hammer for some individuals. These are very intense programs. We feel like this could be very significant if you're a person in ministry in particular. I really want you to share some of what we talked about. I know it's a hammer, but it's got to get said.
It does, and it's a hammer that needs to be swung. So 68%, and this is the most conservative numbers, it's probably more because this is just people that admitted it. 68% of Christian men and 57% of Christian women are addicted to pornography. This is not just people that have watched one porn video one time when they were a teenager.
No, this is reoccurring.
This is reoccurring.
It's chronic, it's constant.
There is a direct one-to-one connection between normal pornography, if we can call it normal, pornography and child sex trafficking.
Okay, now hang on, slow down just a minute, because we know that a lot of Christians, I've been at Men at the Cross, these are great guys, they bring revival to towns, the Lord does amazing things. One of the most common themes is ministers, we're talking youth pastors and the leadership of our church, one of the most common things that they identify as a request. When you're synonymously writing down prayer requests, one of the largest things they get reoccurrences for is addiction. People are wanting redemption. They're wanting set free from the bondages of pornography. We're talking about the leaderships of our churches. Now, slowing down a little bit, I think most Christians would accept that. They know that this is a scourge. They know that this is a common issue. But say again what you just told me, because this is what a lot of them don't know.
Right.
That there's a direct correlation behind their secret involvement in what they're doing privately. They're hiding this from their wives, their family members. But there's a direct correlation between that and how this could impact someone's child.
Yeah, there is a direct link. And there are numerous articles. People can back up what I'm saying. They can look into it themselves. There is a direct one-to-one link between pornography for adults and child sex trafficking. And the connection is because every single view of pornography, even if it's just one view, one time, every view contributes to this over-sexualized industry. And it incentivizes traffickers to bring children into pornography. Pornhub, one of the largest purveyors of pornography in the world right now, has been implicated several times.
Yes.
They have had children on their website because there's an incentive for it, because people will watch this not realizing there are children involved in this.
And I think a lot of people out there struggling with that. The struggle is very real for them.
Yeah.
But they may think it's more interpersonal. I'm damaging my relationship with God. I'm damaging my relationship with my wife. I'll get through this someday.
Yeah, they're not hurting anybody else. It's just about
it's just
them.
my thing. But that's not something you can unhear.
Right.
If you're a person, and I'm not casting judgment, I'm saying if you're a person out there who is struggling with that, you can't unhear the fact that you may be and are likely contributing now to sex trafficking.
It's not even maybe or likely. It's absolutely. If you're viewing pornography, you're contributing to child sex trafficking.
And if I can jump in, you're contributing for another reason, because if you're viewing it, you're building their viewership, their sales, their marketing, their everything else, which then funds this overall issue. But I'm astonished when you say that like over 50% of Christian women, over 50%.
Those are just the ones that admit it.
Yeah, the ones that admit it. We know, and I won't say the name of the company, there was an online portal, that was really popular for people to set up affairs, right? To cheat on their husband, to cheat on their wife, whatever. And remember, their data got hacked like a little over a year ago now, and as a result of it, over 500 pastors, youth pastors and senior pastors in the United States alone had to wind up resigning their churches. Over 500. So we're talking literally something that is an epidemic, and they were only the ones that had signed up through that one portal. We don't know how big the issue is. It's a real problem, but back to Silent Cry. Yaku Bullens, of course, is in the documentary film. We'll talk more about him as as we move on in this series. But he too was one of the first ones that brought that up. I know we're going to run out of time.
If that's the church, just very quickly, if that's the church,
yeah.
Then the question I asked earlier about why can't we trust the government to fix this for us answers itself. You're talking about people that don't even subscribe to a belief in God or have any conviction.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Now, Josh, but you started out to answer Joe's question by saying there are things, plural, that people can do. One of them is, censoring, filtering, doing the best you can to make sure that this kind of stuff. So it's not just the people that are watching porn. One of the major toy manufacturers just had to withdraw a doll that they had created so that if you touched its privates, it would giggle and blush. I mean, this is a demonic thing, right? And children are being sacrificed on the altar of these very dark desires. So what else can people do?
Well, people need to be informed. So any company that engages in any kind of sexualization, especially of children, we should not be supporting with our money. Okay. So that even goes on into entertainment that might not be technically pornography, but it's sexually explicit in nature. We should not have anything to do with that, because there comes a point where we have to ask ourselves, is our entertainment more important than the abuse of children? Because all of this supports this sex trade.
And I want to jump in here because we're going to run out of time so fast. Every dime of profit, when you buy the new documentary film, and you need to buy it, Silent Cry, The Darker Side of Trafficking, every dime of profit goes to support the Whispering Ponies Ranch. We'll talk maybe if we get a chance more about what that is, but it is a ranch where children rescued out of sex trafficking and other abusive situations, they wind up wards of the state. Right. They are brought there where there are special counselors, psychologists, psychiatrists. They take them through a whole week of restitution ministries where they are restored, where they are taught to trust once again. WPR, Whispering Ponies Ranch, is the charity that is owned by me and Nita Horn and Skywatch Television, and we make all of those services available at no cost whatsoever. So we're talking overnight lodging, food services, recreation. We provide the staff, we provide everything other than the counselors that they have to bring with them. But every dime, and so please consider making a donation to get the Silent Cry documentary film, because when you do, every penny of profit is going to support that ministry.
Absolutely. So that's a simple thing that people can do. There's other things that we'll talk about through the course of these episodes that people at home can do. One other quick thing, post about it on social media. Make sure your posts are factual and not sensational, but are actually rooted in truth. And when you post, use the hashtag Silent Cry.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, people are using hashtags Save Our Children, Save the Children. Excellent. That's great. Please add in hashtag Silent Cry when you post about this on social media, because it'll really help get the word out.
The more we can do this, the more we can make go viral these things, the more people that put their eyes on this stuff. I saw earlier this week, there was a whole bunch of peaceful protesters, the kind that you like to see. They had signs. If I understand correctly, they marched into or very close to a CNN news building with signs that said Save Our Children, hashtag Save Our Children. There's a whole bunch of them. It looked on video like there might be as many as 150 people. But there are people now becoming very active in this. I love it. I think the Lord is raising up a remnant, and He's not just exposing darkness on a select number of things. He's blasting light on everything.
Absolutely.
And right now, this to me is one of the elephants in the room.
Yeah, and hashtag Silent Cry is not about just promoting a movie. It's about promoting the end of child sex trafficking.
Wow. For the next few weeks, we're going to continue to show you extended clips that only showcase small highlights from the over 2-hour-long Silent Cry film. So make sure you get your copy of the full-length documentary right now at the Skywatch TV store. And remember that all of the profits from the sales of Silent Cry go directly to Whispering Ponies Ranch in order to help children who've been rescued from sex trafficking and other abuses. Next week, we continue this expose and reveal even more horrific findings surrounding the child sex trade industry and what Americans simply must know. For Josh Peck and Tom Horn, I'm Joe Horn, and this is Skywatch TV. If you missed last week, we are in week 2 of our 4-week investigative series surrounding the new film from Josh Peck, Silent Cry, that exposes the darker truths behind child sex trafficking and the normalization of pedophilia in our culture. Watch this.
how do we measure the innocence of a child's life? Would we measure it by value, by usefulness, or by fragility? Or is it the case that innocence is inherent and cannot be measured? Maybe there is no gradation, no gray area, no middle ground. Perhaps innocence either exists or it does not. Every day that we are allowed to enjoy the freedoms and pleasure this country has to offer, a growing number of children are having their innocence ripped away.
Under the federal law, anyone who recruits, patronizes, solicits a minor under the age of 18 for the purposes of a commercial sex act can be found guilty of trafficking. Upwards of 80% of all confirmed sex trafficking cases involve U.S. citizens, and up to 40% of those cases involve the sale of children.
Unfortunately, to some of our fellow countrymen, destroying the human spirit in a child is a worthy sacrifice for a lucrative and flourishing business. However, this goes well beyond the sickening perversion of the flesh. There exists an occultic evil that has been awakened. These demonically fueled agents of sexual abomination regard the bright light of innocence as a trivial and inconvenient flame that must be snuffed out. We must not close our eyes from the sting of the smoke any longer. It is time we look upon the smoldering ashes of what used to be our children, become properly horrified, and finally decide to adopt within ourselves an insatiable motivation to expel this scourge from our land. It's time to stop ignoring the desperate cries of our children.
Joining us on panel today is the writer, director, and editor of Silent Cry, Josh Peck, and the executive producer, Tom Horn. Before we talk with our panel, though, we want to give you just a sample of what's in the actual movie. Watch this.
Hi, my name's Jakub Boyens. We started fighting sex trafficking because it deeply touched our family personally. My sister Ilonka went through an experience of being trafficked over a period of 6 years.
I am Ilonka Deaton. I grew up in a little town called Brakpan outside of Johannesburg, South Africa. Growing up there was a home of a single parent, 2 amazing brothers. I had a really good childhood. Fun, sports, loving environment, and just being a kid. Music was a part of my life as far back as I can remember. So 12 years old, there was a national singing competition. I brought the flyer home, begged my mom to, enter me into it. She did. I went through several rounds of it and ended up winning this competition, singing Whitney Houston's The Greatest Love of All. And I got an opportunity or an offer to sign my first record deal. And to me, that was just somebody hanging the moon. I was just elated. My dad wasn't actively involved in my life, even though we would periodically see him. He wasn't what I would call a daddy. Like, I wasn't a daddy's girl because I didn't have that opportunity to form that kind of relationship with him. So when the music manager stepped into my life, and to give you perspective, he is someone who is about almost 6 or 7 years older than my mother. So he would be in his early 70s now. And he kind of filled that void for me. I can remember thinking as a 12-year-old girl, this is what it must be like when you have a dad who's investing in your life, because he really started mentoring me. I just thought that he was a good person who really cared for me, who cared for my family. And he really, through the first year of my sign career, he gained the trust of not only me, but the trust of my mom, and just became part of our family.
Child sex trafficking is really the sexual exploitation of children, or to really get down to what it really is, the rape of children, but repeated rape. This is forceful. This is not something that's pleasant for any individual, even if a rape occurs one time, but these children are trafficked over and over, average 5 to 15 times per day. We are in excess of 500,000 kids per day being trafficked in the United States, with only 1% of the crime reported.
As part of my anti-trafficking work, I've seen video content of a child that's the same age as mine being raped by an American man that was a sex tourist in Cambodia. And this child was so conditioned by her environment that she thought she was engaging in play.
So it's an epidemic. It's a true epidemic in our culture. It's a silent crime. It's in every zip code in the United States.
I'm David Heavener. I've made over 50 films for HBO, Showtime, networks, a lot of indie films. You know, I've written, directed, starred, produced. I've been a distributor ended up a distributor for many years. My first connection with human trafficking was making films abroad. And I would have to hire local, I won't say which country, and I noticed there was things going on in the set where people were being told what to do, but they were like robots. But in my little world of me investigating, I say for God and looking for truth, I ran into these doors, and it was pretty scary.
Sex trafficking has taken on multiple forms, especially with children. We have 25 different forms of child sex trafficking or child sexual exploitation, all the way from a kidnapping, kids being trafficked in the foster care system.
As the secret rings continue to invade communities, schools, and the streets, traffickers are getting smarter about recruitment.
You know, a lot of the girls that are being trafficked have come through the foster care system. Numbers range anywhere from 60 to 90% of them.
As we now know, deeply infiltrated Boys and Girls Club of America.
According to court documents as recently as January of this year, over 12,000 victims have come forward claiming some form of molestation or abuse at the hands of a leader within the organization.
For the most part, the life expectancy of a child who is in a sex trafficking environment, unfortunately, is 7 years. So these children will either die by force, because it's forceful, again, it's a forceful crime, suicide, overdose, or literally, unfortunately, a lot of those that are runaways will die on the street.
The very first time that I was raped by my music manager was the first day that my mother allowed him to come and pick me up and take me to a rehearsal. This was a year into my career, almost a year into my career. Again, this is a man who gained tremendous trust with my family. My mother could not take me to a rehearsal that specific day because Mom was a single parent and she had to work 2 to 3 jobs at a time just to put food on the table. And he said, well, I can pick her up. Well, we trusted him. He picked me up and we went to the rehearsal space. Now, something about a person like, and we'll call him John, okay? A person who has the characteristics of John is a person, a predator, who is extremely patient in their approach. They don't move fast. This is not what you would think of a rape scene in an alley where someone is walking home or walking from a nightclub, that happens. That's not how it happened for me. What happened for me was the grooming, the preparing me. Showed up at the rehearsal space. We were the only people there. I'll never forget the iron gate opening to the property. We went in, we were the only people there. That wasn't strange, that happened before. But something was different that day. I had a feeling of intuition inside of me that something was wrong. Before we even got out of the car, I asked to go home. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what I was feeling. I didn't really understand what I was feeling. I just knew that something was off. We got out of the car, went into the rehearsal space. I walked in first, he was behind me, and then he locked the door. I knew at that point that I was in trouble. It was pre-puberty for me. I didn't really even have a concept of where this was gonna go. I just thought, he locked the door, he's gonna hurt me. So he locked the door, I turned around, and he proceeded to tell me how special I was to him and how that he wanted me to engage with him in something. And he told me exactly what he was going to do, how he was going to do it, and what he would do afterwards. My brother Yaku, who fights sex trafficking with me so amazingly, he explained it one day to me. He said, Lanka, when you are in the presence of someone that is evil but it's calm, it's a different level of fear that you get to experience. And I told him, like, that's what I went through the day that he raped me the first time. I was in the presence of calm evil. And it is the most frightening thing I'd ever experienced in my life, to see a human being that could change and morph into an actual demon himself.
The at-risk factors vary based on demographic, socioeconomic status. Now, it's a crime that doesn't profile. This is a crime that is in every sector of society, in every economic and socioeconomic class. It doesn't profile race or gender, although over 95% of the victims are girls. But boys on the rise steadily. The child that's at the highest risk today is the child with the lowest radar. The child that is walking through life in what we call the green zone with no situational awareness. And that child is actually a child that is living at home with two parents. That's actually a child where money or stuff fixes problems. That's actually a child that escapes into a cell phone and the interaction. A father may be home, but not home, if you know what I mean, right? The attention is not there. That, to me, is the highest risk child, because the kid that today has lived on the streets or is with a foster family, which is also infiltrated by sex trafficking, that child's radar is up. A kid that lives in the project today probably has family members that's been incarcerated, probably has seen friends or family members killed, has heard gunfire, has seen gunfire. So that's a child that lives in a state of awareness. In suburbia, they're oblivious. Fastest rising trend in trafficking children in America is what we call familial trafficking, which means family members or known individuals trafficking the child. So it's not a stranger, it's someone that they know. Because they can hide it in plain sight.
So after he told me what he was going to do, he did everything he said he was going to do. At first, my fighting, my fear, my fight and flight responses were triggered. You fight, you scream, you're silenced, put his hand over your mouth, you kick, you scratch, you try to get out of it. And then at some point, as the rape progresses, your limbs go numb. You just become still and hope to God that it would just stop. When it did stop and he was done satisfying himself, he said, I'm going to take you home and you will keep this a secret, because if you don't, I will kill your mother in front of you, then I will kill your brothers in front of you, and then I'll kill you. But make no mistake, I'll make you watch me kill your mother. The shame and guilt and condemnation started just spilling over my 12-year-old body like you could not believe. My brain was trying to make sense of the atrocity of the trauma that happened. There is no compartment in our brains that understands trauma, that will ever understand trauma, because God did not create us to ever experience trauma. Same as death. There's no compartment in your brain that can process it. That's why the process takes so long. So my emotional state just started spiraling because I had no capacity as a 12-year-old to deal with that emotion.
Well, how would you get a society to buy into sexually exploiting children? You would normalize sex. You would create political correctness around sex ed. You would create and normalize the vernacular. Let's not call it prostitution, let's call it sex work. It's just work. Everybody's allowed to work, right? And so this is the subtleties, how you normalize sex with minors, and you start getting society to become numb to it and become normal to this talk, and then you blend it into society. This is as old as time. This is Sun Tzu, the art of war. This is how you do it. This is how you infiltrate. True battles are never won from the outside in. It's one from the inside out. So you have to get society, schools, to normalize sexual behavior, and you start talking about it like it's normal. You get the media to drive that narrative.
According to current research, pedophilia is an unchangeable sexual orientation, just like, for example, heterosexuality.
You use the tools at hand to normalize through general conversation, and very quickly before you blink, you have a society that's aiding and abetting the most heinous crime on our planet, and that's sexually exploiting children.
My mother threw everything at me to try and get through to me, but I absolutely was convinced that he was going to kill my mom, and I would rather sacrifice myself than have my mom be hurt. For about 3 months, nothing happened, and then he struck again. The more he did it, the more broken I became, the more he broke my spirit, the more I started going along with it, the more I just gave up. So after he groomed me, then attacked me, then broke my spirit, then almost for 9 months after that, he was the only one that abused me, then he started introducing me to other girls. Said, well, they're like you, they have a special relationship with me and secrets. And then I realized, oh my goodness, both of his children, his daughters were in this ring. There were 3 other singers in this ring. So a man was brought into one of my dressing rooms. He just introduced me to him and said, you're gonna go with him and you're going to do as he says, and you will do this because if you don't, you will know what I will do. So that continued, and then the deeper I got into it, the deeper I saw just the darkness of how many men that are CEOs and owners of companies that are involved. So my situation was a lot like a very high-end escort trafficking service that was in high-end hotels. I was given diamond rings and jewelry and expensive clothing to dress myself up for these men. It's sickening. It's beyond sickening to think that men would do that with children.
Look, the majority of our population, the children go to public school. It's not very affordable today to have your children in private school, especially if you're a family with multiple children. So your level of control or your control mechanisms as to what your kids are actually being taught in the classroom is very limited. The safest recruiter, if there was such a thing, is a recruiter of similar age. So you use a peer. That makes the crime very hard to fight. When you start having 12-year-old kids in school recruiting 12-year-olds. And a recruiting exercise is not necessarily kidnapping a kid. It's introducing a child to a world as if it's normal, such as a 12-year-old child introducing another to pornography. Sites like Pornhub are in cahoots with YouTube. They will literally share pornographic content to YouTube, knowing that if YouTube streams it for free, it takes 2 to 3 videos and a child is hooked on porn, and ultimately they'll end up being a customer. YouTube for Kids are featuring pornographic content. But so does TikTok, and so does Twitter, and so does Instagram, and absolutely so does Facebook.
17 years old, I was to perform again. John wanted sex from me again before performance. And that day I just thought, I don't care if you kill me today, but you are not touching me. And we got in a brawl. We got into a drag out fight where he dragged me by my hair across the floor. Ripped my dress. I mean, it was just a hellacious fight. And an off-duty officer who was moonlighting to make some extra money at the casino came to tell me that the management had asked him to tell me to go on a little bit earlier with my set. And he knocked on the dressing room door, but you know when you kind of knock and then you push open? He did that and then saw what was happening. So he did what any normal police officer would do walking in on a situation like that. He acted immediately. He pulled John over me and got me separated, and then the 2 of them got into a fight because he wanted to arrest him. They struggled for quite some time. I kind of removed myself. People are still screaming obscenities and cussing and back and forth, and I'm trying to say what he did, and nothing's making sense, and it's just absolute chaos. Well, John breaks free from the struggle. The police officer turns to me and says, "Are you okay?" I am an off-duty police officer. That's how I learned that he was that. In those few seconds of him doing that, John fled the scene and just went into hiding for years, and I have never seen him since that day. When I ran away after the police officer unintentionally rescued me out of that situation, my mom attempted to reach out to anybody to locate me. Yaku, my brother, and actually one of his friends, with the help of my mom and then police, located me in this town where I was, just by word of mouth. And I'll never forget when they came to pick me up. I was expecting my mom to be angry, and when I saw her, her first words to me were, "You don't have to tell me anything. I just want you to come home." She wasn't asking anything emotionally from me. She was just welcoming. And I think that's how Jesus is with us. He doesn't condemn you to say, "Look what you've done. You did this, you druggie, you outcast, you prostitute." He doesn't do that. He just says, "Hey, hold on. I want you to know you can come home. Just the way you are. In your brokenness, in your messiness, I want you to come home." So my mom really was Jesus with skin on for me, and I didn't even know it. Yaku went with me for my very last performance in Swaziland. He drove me up there. We had an incredible time. Again, he didn't ask me any questions. He was just happy to spend time with me. I had struggled with insomnia tremendously during that time, and I couldn't sleep, and he kind of stayed up talking with me, so we just ended up playing tennis at 2 o'clock in the morning. He stayed with me, I did the performance, and that was my very last performance before we immigrated to the United States in 2001.
Well, welcome back. We want to make sure that you know how to get your own copy of this incredible new film, and when we come back, we'll have some closing thoughts from our panel. A child who is trafficked is sexually abused on average 5 to 15 times a day, and only 1% of these crimes are ever reported. This unimaginable darkness must be stopped. And right now, we want to invite you to join us in the fight to end child sex trafficking. Skywatch TV is proud to announce the Silent Cry Help the Children package. When you order the groundbreaking new feature documentary movie Silent Cry from film visionary Josh Peck, you'll learn firsthand from the world's most renowned experts in the fields of trafficking, pedophilia, and Satanism how Hollywood elites are actively engaged in the sexual exploitation of children, why the mainstream media and culture are attempting to normalize pedophilia, why we can't depend on the government to eradicate this ever-present evil, and what the risks are to you, your family members, and communities. Plus, the lead authorities from the Silent Cry movie are back in the never-before-released Covert Investigation on DVD, featuring pivotal, never-before-seen commentaries that couldn't be included in the original Silent Cry film. From cases of demonic possession to satanic perversion, experts on the front lines discuss the worst crimes fathomable being committed against the most innocent amongst us. You'll also receive the brand new MP3 audio series on CD, A Cult of Perversion. In this explosive series, experts like Russ Dizdar, William Ramsey, and others share extremely sensitive research into the most perverse evils plaguing our country now, proving through over 12 hours of content that believers must combat this spiritual malevolence for the sake of our children. This incredible package also includes the never-before-released DVD Fake News or Hidden Truths. Join investigative researcher Stephen Bancars as he guides you through the most current research into the Pizzagate scandal. Is it all conspiracy? Who is involved? How does it pertain to events unfolding right now? Stephen shares explosive new revelations on the subject that have come to light since Pizzagate first broke and haven't been revealed to the public until now. Finally, the paradigm-shattering audio series by Dr. Thomas Horn himself, The Hidden Occultism of Epstein's Orgy Island. What demonic atrocities were going on at Epstein Island? And who were the high-powered individuals involved in some of the darkest occultic activities the world has ever witnessed? The contents of this mind-boggling 3-part exclusive MP3 audio series comes directly from the private vault of Dr. Thomas Horn. Sold separately, these items hold a retail value of $135. Yours now for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling while supplies last. An excess of 500,000 children are being trafficked every single day in our country alone. Now is the time to take action. 100% of the profits from your donation for the Silent Cry Help the Children package goes directly to Whispering Ponies Ranch, a safe haven where children who have been abused in unimaginable ways can find rehabilitation and healing in Jesus Christ. The Silent Cry Help the Children package, available now at skywatchtvstore.com. Order now or call 1-844-750-4985. Well, welcome back. We're going to move very quickly because we are literally already almost out of time. Josh, in a minute or less, tell me why, with so many films on the subject of sex trafficking, human trafficking, why is Silent Cry so important?
Those documentaries are really good, but a lot of them don't deal with the darker areas that are true that we deal with in the movie. But there's sensationalist stuff too. There are unfortunately a lot of conspiracy, sensational kind of stuff on social media. So with this film, we did everything we can to separate sensationalism from fact, but without holding back. We actually deal with spiritual matters in this, and I haven't seen another film that does it.
Me neither.
Yeah, and
it's usually statistic-driven, that kind of thing.
Which is great, and we need it, but there's more to this problem. There is a darker side of trafficking that we need to be aware of.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
And if I can jump in, even Jakub Bujans, who is like the expert that's in this film, he's worked in this for a long time. His sister, Ilanka, is in the film. She was actually trafficked for years. But he too makes this point that in Hollywood and in other places there is, whether we want to accept it or not, there is an occult element to this. Some of that is covered in the documentary film. You don't get into the deep. You're not going to see, a slasher movie in this film. So it doesn't get into the dark elements, but it does uncover what's going on. And keep in mind, folks, every penny of profit from Silent Cry goes to support the Whispering Ponies Ranch, where these children are being helped. But I had to jump in and say that because it was Yaku who really helped me a lot, because as you know, I was dealing with Jeffrey Epstein.
Mm-hmm.
We were already looking into the occult elements of the trafficking of children, and he was the one that was able to come alongside of us and say, you're spot on, this is happening, and it's important that people know this information.
It's important to have that confirmation because, again, there is so much misinformation out there online. It's difficult to separate fact from fiction in the way that this movie does. I would ask people, when you post truthfully, but use the hashtag Silent Cry if you're talking about child sex trafficking, because I want to get this out to as many eyes as possible, and getting this hashtag trending is a great way to do that.
And on the note of how intense this movie is, it's properly paced.
Yes. Right.
I watched this with my 15-year-old and my 11-year-old, and I had no issues at all with what they were learning. Okay? And they learned a lot, but I was comfortable with that. We want to remind you that your support of the Silent Cry film is one method by which you can get involved in this fight right now today. Next week, we're going to discuss some of the occult elements behind this ever-present scourge upon our children. For Josh Peck and Tom Horn, I'm Joe Horn, and this is Skywatch TV. We are in excess of 500,000 children being trafficked each and every day right here in the United States alone, with only 1% of the crimes being reported. How can that be? Might your children be at risk? We're in the middle of a 4-week investigation discussing the new film Silent Cry, The Darker Side of Trafficking. Watch this.
How do we measure the innocence of a child's life? Would we measure it by value, by usefulness, or by fragility? Or is it the case that innocence is inherent and cannot be measured? Maybe there is no gradation, no gray area, no middle ground. Perhaps innocence either exists or it does not. Every day that we are allowed to enjoy the freedoms and pleasure this country has to offer, a growing number of children are having their innocence ripped away.
Under the federal law, anyone who recruits, patronizes, solicits a minor under the age of 18 for the purposes of a commercial sex act can be found guilty of trafficking. Upwards of 80% of all confirmed sex trafficking cases involve U.S. citizens, and up to 40% of those cases involve the sale of children.
Unfortunately, to some of our fellow countrymen, destroying the human spirit in a child is a worthy sacrifice for a lucrative and flourishing business. However, this goes well beyond the sickening perversion of the flesh. There exists an occultic evil that has been awakened. These demonically fueled agents of sexual abomination regard the bright light of innocence as a trivial and inconvenient flame that must be snuffed out. We must not close our eyes from the sting of the smoke any longer. It is time we look upon the smoldering ashes of what used to be our children, become properly horrified, and finally decide to adopt within ourselves an insatiable motivation to expel this scourge from our land. It's time to stop ignoring the desperate cries of our children.
Joining me in the studio today, writer, director, and editor of the film Silent Cry, Mr. Josh Peck, and executive producer of the film, Dr. Thomas Horn. But before we start our discussion today, we want to show you another extended clip from the film showing you just how far beyond sex trafficking this problem actually reaches, which shatters the current paradigm. Watch this.
Sex cults exist in Hollywood. Without sex parties exist, but not just sex parties and orgies for adults. We're talking about a particular flavor profile of children being abused in group sessions by elites.
At least 6 men accused director Bryan Singer of sexual misconduct spanning 2 decades, all of them underage at the time, after a year-long investigation and interviews with 50 sources. Many describe regular Hollywood parties where teenage boys were allegedly given alcohol and drugs and encouraged to have sex with older men.
A lot of prostitution in our country is not prostitution. It's sex trafficking. Because if there's any force, fraud, or coercion, it's sex trafficking, it's not prostitution. And our numbers show us that under 2% of global prostitutes in the world are actually prostitutes. Because by definition, to be a prostitute, it would have to be 100% free will. If that person has ever been raped, ever been abused, ever been held over for fraud, force, or coercion, or to pay off debt, that's force and fraud, right? That is a sex traffic victim, not a prostitute. Potentially considering that something like sex cults or elites engaging in sex is just conspiracy theory would be hypocritical. Evil has no end. Orgies, sex cults, orgies, without question. Once you've made an agreement spiritually to go to that place, when you feed darkness, darkness grows. Every single human being has dark and light in them. What we feed will grow. Satan comes to steal, kill, and destroy. And so you could just try to justify it any way you want, under your faith, your belief system, your occult, your satanic rituals, your secret society, right? It's happening.
Of the few times that you ever hear about child sex trafficking in the mainstream media, you never hear about the occult connection. I've never heard it. But here talking with me were experts who work in this field. They see this stuff every day. They've seen it all, and they were telling me that it's real. Some of the stuff they were saying reminded me of some things my co-author, Stephen Bancars, wrote in our book, The Second Coming of the New Age. In that book, we talk about how New Age theology is basically the same as occultism, just with a few different words here and there. Steve knows that because not only has he done a lot of research on it, but he's also lived it. He's experienced it. He's been in that world and has come out of it. So I knew he would be someone I would have to talk to learn more about these occult connections.
My name is Stephen Bancars, and I used to be an author in the New Age movement. I had a very successful website of my own, and I was a guest author on the largest New Age website in the world. And when I came to Christ back in 2015, I started researching Satanism, and I actually purchased a copy of the Satanic Bible because I wanted to search through it to find parallels between the doctrine taught in theistic Satanism and even LaVeyan Satanism and New Age spirituality. And I was very surprised to see that a lot of the stuff I was practicing while in the New Age movement was sourced from Luciferians such as Helena Blavatsky or Aleister Crowley, and it was documented right in front of me in the Satanic Bible.
I am a Sunday school teacher turned filmmaker, exposing ritual abuse, exposing human trafficking, exposing the cults and Satanism and things like this. And I am involved in ministry to people that come out of ritual abuse, to people that come out of satanic cults. And I made my first film, started about 4 years ago. It's called Detestable, to expose ritual abuse and satanic cults.
You know, you don't want your mind to go here. It goes beyond just abusing children, as horrific as that is. A single case of abuse on any human being is unacceptable. But this is repeated abuse with these children, but it goes deeper than that. But the fact that it is organized and it happens is real.
Well, as many know, the Satanic Panic was this era throughout the 80s and 90s when interest in the occult, especially among teen circles, had become a nationwide phenomenon. There were newspaper headlines at the time heralding this new trend in murder, ritualistic human sacrifices in the name of Satan. In fact, one of the most famous cases at the time took place on March 5th, 1986, when Sean Sellers killed his mother and stepfather while they were asleep in their bedroom in their Oklahoma City house. At his trial, Sellers claimed he was a practicing Satanist who had read the Satanic Bible by Anton LaVey hundreds of times, he said, at the time of the murders, and that demonic possession had caused him to murder his victims. His attorneys also argued that Sellers was addicted to the game Dungeons and Dragons, which fueled his interest in dark matters and murder. There have been numerous books written about the Satanic Panic, all of them in their own way presenting these various reasons as to the cause of what took place during that period, which were presented as telling the true stories of survivors of the most horrific, grisly, inhumane, satanic cult and occult practices in American history. Some might remember that John Todd was this famous fraudulent minister claiming that he was born into and appointed to be the high priest of a satanic cult. Jack Chick, who published all of the Chick tracts of the 60s, all well through the present day, he actually published several tracts addressing Todd's warnings to the world. Now, Chick was completely innocent, I think, only intending to warn the world of dangers that he believed were true as they were told to him by Todd. But his publications nevertheless played this enormous role in the church's war on the occult during that time. Todd was later arrested and charged with rape and child molestation. The tragic lies, of course, drove unnecessary fear into the hearts of concerned people and proceeded to fling this unnecessary egg on the face of the Christian church after it was rightly exposed as a hoax. The unfortunate side effect as a result of these famous hoaxes within religion has been, both before and after the falsehoods were uncovered as scams, there really were abuses of children by Satanists who follow the teachings of men like Aleister Crowley, who taught in his Telema text that the blood of children could energize special favor with unseen demonic intelligence.
A very prominent player in the popularization of occult practice in the West is someone named Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley was a 20th century occultist who actually had the name the Beast 666. That was a nickname he gave himself. He was once dubbed the most wicked man in the world, and a lot of what is now practiced in 21st century occultism comes from Aleister Crowley's material. In the New Age movement, he is heralded as being someone who really birthed New Age spirituality in the West, along with Helena Blavatsky.
The reason for satanic rituals and the reason for child sexual abuse and human sacrifice is to gain demonic powers so they can empower themselves and so they can send those powers out to attack other people, whether it would be politicians, whether it would be their enemies, whether it would be Christians, Christian churches, pastors. As Christians, we believe there's power in the blood. We believe in the sacrifice of Jesus Christ. His sacrifice and his shed blood gave us power to overcome the enemy. The dark side believes in the same thing, but they believe in animal sacrifice, human sacrifice, and sexual abuse of children. That's how they gain power. That's how they summon the demonic and they send it.
What was interesting for me to find out as someone who had been involved in New Age spirituality was a lot of the cultures that I used to venerate, a lot of the cultures that are praised and heralded in the New Age as being spiritually advanced, technologically advanced. Some of the cultures you'll see mentioned on Ancient Aliens, they were all practitioners of ritual child sacrifice. Cultures like the Incans, the Aztecs, the Mayans, even First Dynasty Egypt. These are cultures that are praised. You'll see people walking around with Mayan tattoos, and it's really trendy within New Age spirituality. But when you actually look at what they believed about their spiritual practice, they believed that sacrificing people and children unto these deities was how they would receive favor, how they would receive spiritual ability, and how they would ultimately appease these gods. And what people will quickly find when they start doing research into this is a lot of the same practices and ideologies adopted by these cultures, they're mirrored in the modern day elitists who are ultimately running our planet and kind of governing the show. And people will credit things like the Satanic Bible, which talks about how there is bioelectrical energy within the blood. In the Bible, it talks about how the life of the animal is in the blood. And the idea is that demons are ultimately fueled and energized by this blood once it's offered unto them. And when it's innocent, it's more pure. And so people will ultimately claim that there is this correlation happening in the world right now between what we see with these pedophile rings and this idea that the blood of young children in particular is most powerful if you're doing some kind of a demonic exchange or an exchange with one of the gods who the Bible would say are demons in 1 Corinthians 10, verse 20 to 22. What pagans offer unto idols, they offer unto demons.
Satanic cults are still out there operating, and they're still doing rituals, and they're still summoning demons, and they're still sending demons. When we talk about Satanism, there's different denominations of Satanism, but when we're talking about the people that are doing rituals, we call them the undergrounders. We're not talking about kids that are wearing makeup, that are wearing dark clothes, that listen to heavy metal. We're talking about generational groups that pass on their dark religion from one generation to the next. They're abusing their children, and they're doing all the things that are being testified about. And on and on and on, we hear these sorts of things from people that don't know each other, that have no ability to network, mostly children, same testimony.
Well, satanic ritual abuse, what is it? It's exactly what it says. It's satanic, it's a ritual, and it's abuse. It's a continual abuse in a very specific manner in order to split the thought processes of the human being into multiple categories. I've interviewed and I've seen people with as many as 32 personalities. There's millions of SRA victims out there. Half don't even know they're victims, but they're carrying forth an agenda that was given to them at birth or as a young child.
I think that the interest in children is for multiple reasons. One, children are an easy target. They can't fight back. I believe it's mostly about the innocence. They love destroying the innocence of a child. Satan hates humanity, and he wants to destroy the innocence of that child. Whether they're going to use them in a human sacrifice or they're going to recruit them for later, it's also to split the mind. When a child, especially under the age of 5, experiences just traumatic sexual abuse, the human psyche splits and there's a shatter there, and there's what we call DID or MPD, multiple personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder.
Being raised in a Christian home by a single mom, we've always had faith as our foundation. And my mom, she's an angel, the woman who walks on water. But when you experience some of the things we've experienced, and we've experienced quite a bit as a family, you know, we were not victims. Ilonka was victimized. And you live through those experiences, it shapes you. There's no way that you can go through that and it doesn't radically impact your life. It wasn't until the early 2000s here in the US when we started seeing trafficking situations based on what we learned as a family from my sister, you know, and then started seeing, but this is happening, and then realizing how people are turning a blind eye to it. To fast forward to me having a radical encounter with the Lord for the first time, having been a Christian my whole life, engaged in an active personal relationship with Jesus, that then radically revealed to me the depths of evil and what the plan is of evil and why it's so important for us to fight this fight. We fight for life. Look, we fight child sex trafficking, make no question, but it's because we value life. I'm proud to fight this fight alongside my sister. I'm saddened that we have to. I believe unequivocally we can end sex trafficking. We can end it. But it's going to take the public engaging in the conversation. It's going to take the public engaging in combating the crime. Can no longer look at government to fix this problem. Government is never going to fix it. We can beat this thing, but it's going to take the communities to engage.
I 100% believe that there is hope, and that if the body of Christ would wake up to this issue, stand in the gap, call out to God, and then also take action. It's our job. We cannot count on the world. The body of Christ has got to wake up. We just have to be ready.
Our hope ultimately has to come from what God says about the future of mankind in His Word, where He's going to create a new heavens and a new earth wherein dwells righteousness. Every tear has been wiped from every person's eyes, and we are eternally dwelling in the presence of the Lord. My hope is in that. I know that every single wrongdoing ever perpetrated against a child will be vindicated and judged by the Lord. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. And He's going to pour out His wrath on this earth, and He's going to pour out His wrath in eternity against them. They have an eternal price to pay for that. Nobody's getting away with anything.
Welcome back, everybody. We want to make sure that you know how to get your own copy of this incredible new film. But when we come back, we'll talk to the writer, director, and editor of Silent Cry, Josh Peck, and executive producer of the film, Dr. Thomas Horn. A child who is trafficked is sexually abused on average 5 to 15 times a day, and only 1% of these crimes are ever reported. This unimaginable darkness must be stopped. And right now, we want to invite you to join us in the fight to end child sex trafficking. Skywatch TV is proud to announce the Silent Cry Help the Children package. When you order the groundbreaking new feature documentary movie Silent Cry from film visionary Josh Peck, you'll learn firsthand from the world's most renowned experts in the fields of trafficking, pedophilia, and Satanism how Hollywood elites are actively engaged in the sexual exploitation of children, why the mainstream media and culture are attempting to normalize pedophilia, why we can't depend on the government to eradicate this ever-present evil, and what the risks are to you, your family members, and communities. Plus, the lead authorities from the Silent Cry movie are back in the never-before-released Covert Investigation on DVD, featuring pivotal, never-before-seen commentaries that couldn't be included in the original Silent Cry film. From cases of demonic possession to satanic perversion, experts on the front lines discuss the worst crimes fathomable being committed against the most innocent amongst us. You'll also receive the brand new MP3 audio series on CD, A Cult of Perversion. In this explosive series, experts like Russ Dizdar, William Ramsey, and others share extremely sensitive research into the most perverse evils plaguing our country now, proving through over 12 hours of content that believers must combat this spiritual malevolence for the sake of our children. This incredible package also includes the never-before-released DVD Fake News or Hidden Truths. Join investigative researcher Stephen Bancars as he guides you through the most current research into the Pizzagate scandal. Is it all occult conspiracy? Who is involved? How does it pertain to events unfolding right now? Stephen shares explosive new revelations on the subject that have come to light since Pizzagate first broke and haven't been revealed to the public until now. Finally, the paradigm-shattering audio series by Dr. Thomas Horn himself, The Hidden Occultism of Epstein's Orgy Island. What demonic atrocities were going on at Epstein Island? And who were the high-powered individuals involved in some of the darkest occultic activities the world has ever witnessed? The contents of this mind-boggling 3-part exclusive MP3 audio series comes directly from the private vault of Dr. Thomas Horn. Sold separately, these items hold a retail value of $135. Yours now for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling while supplies last. An excess of 500,000 children are being trafficked every single day in our country alone. Now is the time to take action. 100% of the profits from your donation for the Silent Cry Help the Children package goes directly to Whispering Ponies Ranch, a safe haven where children who have been abused in unimaginable ways can find rehabilitation and healing in Jesus Christ. The Silent Cry Help the Children package, available now at skywatchtvstore.com. Order now or call 1-844-750-4985. We're talking about Silent Cry, the darker side of trafficking, with writer, director, and editor Josh Peck, as well as executive producer Dr. Thomas Horn. Josh, let's get right into this because we've got limited time. Many of the viewers at home might be asking themselves, why don't we ever hear about the occultic side of sex trafficking? We hear a lot of statistics, we hear a lot of numbers being recited, but it's almost more mathematical, statistical, having to do with region and city and where it's happening and where it isn't happening, where they're fighting back, where they're not. Why does nobody deal with the occultic underbelly that's actually behind so much of this?
It's really rare to even find mainstream media that'll cover this topic at all.
Sure.
And, you know, typically, not that this should not be a political issue, but unfortunately, like everything else in our society, it's become politicized.
Right.
And usually only those on the right typically will even deal with this at all. But even when they do, you're right, they don't really get into the occult side. And I think there's a couple reasons for that. First, I think people know that they're putting their credibility on the line. So if they accidentally report, say, a conspiracy that turns out to be unfounded, they're going to be embarrassed.
Right.
They don't want to risk their career. Because there is a lot of sensational misinformation out there. It's not all misinformation, though. There is an occult side to this.
So would you say there's kind of a fear if a person thought to talk about the occult side, but that they wouldn't be taken seriously?
Yes, because there was a time where this type of thing happened with the Satanic Panic, where there was real things going on, but the whole thing was labeled as conspiracy. We're dealing with that again today. And actually, Dr. Tom Horn has dealt with the Satanic Panic in the film.
Yeah, in the film we talk about the Satanic Panic, and of course I was in the ministry when all of that was happening in the 80s. I recall how there was, in fact, a real side to this. We were going through a period in time where all of these dark, like rock groups and stuff, and Black Sabbath and all that, and kids were going from the nuclear generation, Leave It to Beaver and Father Knows Best, and we were in a real transition. Now all of a sudden you got these very dark groups are out there, they're wearing upside down pentagrams, they're preaching about Satan and the devil and the praise. They're doing blood on the stage. All this crazy stuff. Well, children, of course, you know, they're young, they're impressionable. They start kind of buying into all this. They want to be cool. They want to be with the hip crowd. So they too start wearing pentagrams and talking about Baphomet and saying prayers to Satan and all that. So the Satanic Panic was kind of born out of that. But it is
playing records back.
Well, it especially took off though when there were a series of mass murders, serial killings that were happening where, like, for instance, Sean Sellers, brutally murders his parents. Then during the trial, he's in his trial, he says, well, I read the Satanic Bible hundreds of times, and he's praying to the devil. So this really caused a panic. You know, what's going on? We have to save our kids. Well, along the way, part of what happened was you had fake preachers like John Todd, who came along. He claimed that he had been born into a Druid witchcraft house and was groomed to become, the high priest of this satanic underground.
It's totally sensational, and all Christians got labeled
making
with
all
that.
the, Jack Chick, Jack Chick, the guy that made all the famous Jack Chick tracks, and still does to this day. He bought into it too and made these tricks. So that all kind of fueled the fire. But then when it turns out that John John Todd was actually a pedophile, was arrested and went to prison for raping kids. He was a very sick-minded man. Then it gave the other side, that gave the liberals, right, the people like Right Wing Watch, it gave them the opportunity to jump in and say, see, these Christians, they're a bunch. And listen, Ilanka, who is in our film, she just had an article published, and the headline of the article is, President Trump is fighting hard against sex trafficking, but the mainstream media hates it, right?
Oh, yeah. It's
So
become politicized.
You have these people that are out there trying to do the same thing. Also, yesterday, President Trump was asked about QAnon, that movement, and is he, in fact, saving the world from pedophiles and Satanists? And he said, I've never heard of that, but would that be such a bad thing? Because Donald Trump really is. In fact, some of his people have worked with Yaku. There really is the real thing, and it is very disgusting what many of these people are doing in terms of, in addition to the fact that they get turned on, if you will, by the torturous rape of a child. Some of them are going even further with that, and they made it a part of satanic rituals. Of course, I wrote the whole book, Shadowland. If people want to read that, they can find all about Epstein's Island. Ghislaine Maxwell was just arrested. It looks like this goes really deep, and she's probably going to wind up committing suicide if she starts giving up too much information. But again, please, folks, keep in mind, every dime of profit from the sale of Silent Cry, the darker side of trafficking, goes to help the Whispering Ponies Ranch, where these kids are brought in and they are helped and they are healed by professionals who do this.
And it's important to get good factual information. This movie is a great start. That's not going to sensationalize it for you, but it's not going to hold back either. You're going to get real information, and use the hashtag Silent Cry when you post about this on social media.
Exactly. We are completely out of time. Next week is the final week in our Silent Cry special investigative television series. We'll be talking to you about how to keep your loved ones safe from the dark underbelly of sex trafficking and how you can help end this imminent evil. For Josh Peck and Tom Horn, I'm Joe Horn, and this is Skywatch TV. Those that purchase the children for the purposes of sex slavery need you to believe that it's all baseless conspiracy theory. Let me say that again. The individuals that purchase children for the purposes of sex slavery need you to believe that it's all baseless conspiracy theory. The question is, how long will we continue acting like it is? Watch this.
How do we measure the innocence of a child's life? Would we measure it by value, by usefulness, or by fragility? Or is it the case that innocence is inherent and cannot be measured? Maybe there is no gradation, no gray area, no middle ground. Perhaps innocence either exists or it does not. Every day that we are allowed to enjoy the freedoms and pleasure this country has to offer, a growing number of children are having their innocence ripped away.
Under the federal law, anyone who recruits, patronizes, solicits a minor under the age of 18 for the purposes of a commercial sex act can be found guilty of trafficking. Upwards of 80% of all confirmed sex trafficking cases involve U.S. citizens, and up to 40% of those cases involve the sale of children.
Unfortunately, to some of our fellow countrymen, destroying the human spirit in a child is a worthy sacrifice for a lucrative and flourishing business. However, this goes well beyond the sickening perversion of the flesh. There exists an occultic evil that has been awakened. These demonically fueled agents of sexual abomination regard the bright light of innocence as a trivial and inconvenient flame that must be snuffed out. We must not close our eyes from the sting of the smoke any longer. It is time we look upon the smoldering ashes of what used to be our children, become properly horrified, and finally decide to adopt within ourselves an insatiable motivation to expel this scourge from our land. It's time to stop ignoring the desperate cries of our children.
On panel today, we have writer, director, and editor of Silent Cry, Mr. Josh Peck, and the executive producer of the film, Dr. Thomas Horn. But before we talk to our panel, we want to show you one final excerpt from the Silent Cry documentary showing more about this horrific evil. Watch this.
The ultimate agenda, I hate to be simplistic, but is to condemn the soul, is to put the soul into hell, keep it out of heaven. That's their ultimate agenda. But now let's look at the carnal, at the world. They're in the political system.
On page 294 of the report, Bobby, there's this, it kind of jumps out of the page at you. It's titled Hillary Clinton and Foundation, Crime Against Children. Unrelated, Anthony Weiner texting 15-year-old sexually explicit initial analysis of laptop, thousands of emails, etc.
They're certainly in the religious system.
Pope Francis long knew of the cardinal's abuse and must resign, says Archbishop. On the final day of Pope Francis' mission to Ireland, as he issued wrenching apologies for clerical sex abuse scandals, could we all agree that rampant pedophilia in the Catholic Church is disturbing and a cause for real concern? In fact, the story is that he's long known of all of this and hasn't done much about it.
They're in the financial system. The fourth one is the entertainment system, which is what does Hollywood have to do with it? The satanic ritual abusers have used Hollywood from the very beginning to move forth their agenda. Sexual perversion, anti-God. In Hollywood, for the past 30, 40 years, which, I have witnessed from a distance, they do channeling. Lots of channeling. I've made films with Academy Award winners, nominees, stars, and I've seen things that are horrific in this world of channeling. The most horrific thing that I've seen the after effects of in person, you would think I would say a child in a cage, or children, or people handcuffed and held prisoners for the purpose of abuse and as sexual slaves. You would think that. But it's not. The most horrific thing that I see in America is the acting out and the manifestation and the carrying on of satanic ritual abuse in homes today, right in front of our faces, and yet no one's acknowledging it. So you have a housewife that's a program multiple. I know, because I talked to a lot of them. I've interviewed many of them, and they're screaming out for help. And society's just marking them as a crazy person. They need to go off and get drugged and whatever. Yet living in their house is their husband. I've had in 2 cases that was part of the satanic ritual abuse. So in other words, my answer is, what's the most horrific is that it's happening right here in our neighborhoods, next door. And nobody's acknowledging it. Nobody's standing up against it, especially the church.
Nancy Yarborough from Fresh Start Learning says this can happen to any family, in any house, in any neighborhood.
We always think that it's happening in a kind of like a traditional poverty issue. We forget that it happens to the vulnerability of a child. So that lies in the heart of any child.
And trafficking is starting younger and younger. The Human Trafficking Task Force of Greater Milwaukee says the average age of a victim is 13.
But we know there are a lot more trafficking victims are starting to come up that are at least 11 and 12 years old.
Shanda Shear. Shanda was a 12-year-old girl that was met by, I think, 4 other girls about her age, maybe anywhere from 12 to, I think the oldest was 17. They were friends of hers, supposedly, and they asked her to come out with them. They were going to go riding around, things that girls do. young teenagers do. But they decided they were going to take her, Shonda, up into the woods, put a blanket over her, beat her to death, and set her on fire. Why? Because one of the girls accused Shonda of liking another girl and they were jealous. That's just the face of it. That's not what's behind it. It's demonic. Again, we're talking program multiple. You can't have 4 girls just go out and do this. I'm sorry. You might have 1 and you have 3 stopping, or you might have 2 and you'll have 2 stopping. All 4 falling into it? Shonda was my cousin, and just 4 weeks before that happened, I was looking at her beautiful brown eyes, so precious, you know, so innocent. And it's the last time I saw her alive until I got the phone call that what had happened. This was almost 30 years ago. I didn't know then what I know now, but now that I know what God has given me, and to, I believe, many Christians in this day and time, is that I look back and I say, no, this was these were demons. This wasn't 4 girls getting together and beating someone to death, setting them on fire. This was demons, satanic ritual abuse.
I think there's a few reasons why people, the common man, might be deterred or disinterested from further investigating claims like this, or the Epstein conspiracy. I think that people are deterred. They're scared of being labeled a conspiracy theorist. That's kind of just this broad stroke general title that's been given to demonize anyone who would suggest anything really other than what the mainstream media is force-feeding them. And people don't want to be labeled that among their friends. They don't want to be thought of as, a tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy theorist. And I think another reason too is they might feel like they don't really know where to start. There really is a lot of disinformation online. There's a lot of sensationalism. There's a lot of people not bucketing evidence correctly, or they'll find 1 or 2 pieces of suggestive evidence and come to a guilty verdict prematurely, and it kind of turns people off. Like, where do I go? Where's a reliable source where people aren't going to sensationalize these things for me, where I'm actually being given credible information? Another reason for the minority might be that they're scared to talk about it, especially on social media. That was the case for me. I was scared of what the implications would be if I posted this stuff. Would I start being surveyed? Would my house be surveyed? Would I be being tracked somehow? Would my conversations be monitored somehow? This stuff's not uncommon. Would I happen to just go missing or commit suicide if I started posting videos about this stuff?
Is the work dangerous? Yes, it's dangerous. Are we fearful? No, we're not fearful. And we're not, boastful about anything. I'm just not going to give evil more time a day in sensationalizing what they're doing. One has to be vigilant. One has to be prudent about these things. You have to surround yourself with people who are like-minded, people who actually want to fight this crime to end it. I'm interested in a place, a country, a nation that is the greatest nation on earth, the United States of America, where freedom reigns, where every life has value, agnostic of their belief system, whether they believe what I believe or not, whether they affiliate with my political affiliation or not. We fight for every child, the Muslim kid, the Hindu, the Buddhist kid, the Christian kid, doesn't matter. Because we're doing it for the right reasons and we've got great support, we are confident that we're being smart about it, but we're not going to pull any punches.
And I really don't think that people have a hard time believing that it's likely, because the Epstein didn't kill himself meme is proof that the majority of people, especially in the online community, especially those who are active on social media, have a general understanding that world elites, people at very high levels of political power, have some kind of interest in sex trafficking rings or pedophilia or something to that effect. That's the reason we can all embrace the Epstein didn't kill himself meme and believe it. Nobody believes that official story. Nobody. We all know something fishy went on. We all know this, but we feel sometimes like we have to whisper about it to one another. We can't really be public and bold about it because of what the dangers may be in speaking out against it.
These kind of crimes only exist when it's allowed to exist. We're fighting a battle of good and evil. The battle is not in flesh and blood, it's spiritual. And so there is a defiance of God in our culture, in our country, and for those who are Christians who understand the Word of God, this is where it's going. There is an ultimate spiritual battle over every single human being. A lot of these occults and their rituals, whether you are in the cabal or whether this is part of a sacrificial pact that people have to make in blood sacrifice in order to be a member of a certain society or a Satanistic cult, there are sick people, very twisted people that have made an absolute agreement with evil, like I've made an agreement with Jesus Christ. I've made an agreement with salvation. I've made an agreement that He died on a cross for me, that I am saved. There are folks in our nation and in the world that make agreement with the other guy. To ignore that fact or to think that it's just too grotesque to be real and just turn a blind eye is ridiculous, right? It's hypocritical, actually, because, and especially in the faith, in Christianity, say, well, if you're going to make an agreement that the blood of Jesus, by His blood, you're washed clean. Do not for 1 second think that the enemy that's against Him does not want to blaspheme and use blood to perform other rituals. It happens in our nation, and it's happening on people's watch.
At this point, I was starting to feel really convicted. I mean, I'm talking to people who are on the front lines in this fight against this horrible evil. And I've heard of child sex trafficking before this whole endeavor, but I never really did anything about it. I largely ignored it, just like a lot of people out there today ignore it. It just felt like a topic or a cause that was too big for me. You know, I couldn't get my head around it. It's too disturbing, and I have kids. I just couldn't imagine all of that stuff. Well, I had a conversation with my friend Joe Horn, who helps run Whispering Ponies Ranch, and turns out he knew exactly what I was going through.
To me, the idea that a person could be so morally depraved, completely bankrupt of any humanity whatsoever, that you could actually take pleasure in the ritual abuse or trafficking of a child, to see a child suffer and to somehow that, let me just say that for most normal people, it sends them into a delirious rage. For a lot of years in my own life, this whole conversation, pedophilia, the ritual abuse of children, was so overwhelming to me that it literally just kind of exceeded my threshold and would shut me down, emotionally shut me down. There was a time I recall my wife and I sitting at a church service where a missionary had come in and he was talking about this work that he was doing overseas in the proactive rescue of children that were being trafficked and abused. And I remember sitting there the whole service with a sense of guilt that I had never confronted the issue myself or done anything to assist ministries like this financially or otherwise. But I remember being so knotted up in my stomach, so overwhelmed by the prospect that the things he was alleging could be done to children were happening. It was so overwhelming emotionally that I didn't do anything proactive at the time. I remember thinking, Lord, I'm so grateful for ministries that do that. But as a father of four, I just cannot allow my brain to dwell upon these things. It's just beyond my ability to reconcile how a person becomes such a monster and is capable of the types of things that this minister was sharing, that other than being emotionally overwhelmed, I just kind of put it on the shelf. I'm thankful this is somebody else's ministry, but I myself don't even know where to begin in my pursuit to do anything about it. Therefore, I'm going to focus on the ministries that God has called me to do. And as I look back, I feel like that was a very convenient, almost kind of cowardice place to land. And one day, after we had our own guest on Skywatch TV, Opal Singleton, she's an expert in how pimps profile teenagers, grooms them for the use of trafficking and the exploitation of sexual abuse.
You know, 60% of kids in prostitution come from foster care. The FBI will tell you there are more than 1 million predators online at any given time. They're really looking for somebody who's sexually active, you know, if you kind of put something out there, because you're easier to kind of lure in. It depends on whether they're looking to hook up to exploit you or to groom you to put you into prostitution. And believe it or not, that is the bulk of the ways that human trafficking is happening. In Southern California, you know, most of our kids never ever thought of themselves as ending up in prostitution, but they get lured in and then it all changes very quickly for them.
I was really grappling with the subject material again. Lord, this is so beyond my threshold. I can't spend my daytimes thinking about this stuff. It's beyond what I can do physically, emotionally. My threshold is spent. But it was like the Lord tapped me on the shoulder and he said, yeah, but you know what, Joe? Your unwillingness to confront this issue doesn't make it any less real, and it doesn't help the victims of its abuse. That download trumped any of the feelings that I had felt before about being overwhelmed and paralyzed, and I had to become proactive. I could not just cheerlead for those who are confronting this problem from the sidelines anymore. Lord, what can I do? How do I get engaged?
Talking with Joe really helped get my head around this whole thing. You know, the only reason child sex trafficking has been allowed to continue is because people ignore it. So this was when the most important part of this whole puzzle presented itself.
We're making the Silent Cry film available to you with some never-before-released extra bonus materials that aren't available anywhere else. And when we come back, we're going to talk with the director and producer of the film about what we can do from home to combat this problem. A child who is trafficked is sexually abused on average 5 to 15 times a day, and only 1% of these crimes are ever reported. This unimaginable darkness must be stopped, and right now we want to invite you to join us in the fight to end child sex trafficking. Skywatch TV is proud to announce the Silent Cry Help the Children package. When you order the groundbreaking new feature documentary movie Silent Cry from film visionary Josh Peck, you'll learn firsthand from the world's most renowned experts in the fields of trafficking, pedophilia, and Satanism how Hollywood elites are actively engaged in the sexual exploitation of children, why the mainstream media and culture are attempting to normalize pedophilia, why we can't depend on the government to eradicate this ever-present evil, and what the risks are to you, your family members, and communities. Plus, the lead authorities from the Silent Cry movie are back in the never-before-released Covert Investigation on DVD, featuring pivotal, never-before-seen commentaries that couldn't be included in the original Silent Cry film. From cases of demonic possession to satanic perversion, experts on the front lines discuss the worst crimes fathomable being committed against the most innocent amongst us. You'll also receive the brand new MP3 audio series on CD, A Cult of Perversion. In this explosive series, experts like Russ Dizdar, William Ramsey, and others share extremely sensitive research into the most perverse evils plaguing our country now, proving through over 12 hours of content that believers must combat this spiritual malevolence for the sake of our children. This incredible package also includes the never-before-released DVD Fake News or Hidden Truths. Join investigative researcher Stephen Bancars as he guides you through the most current research into the Pizzagate scandal. Is it all conspiracy? Who is involved? How does it pertain to events unfolding right now? Stephen shares explosive new revelations on the subject that have come to light since Pizzagate first broke and haven't been revealed to the public until now. Finally, the paradigm-shattering audio series by Dr. Thomas Horn himself, The Hidden Occultism of Epstein's Orgy Island. What demonic atrocities were going on at Epstein Island? And who were the high-powered individuals involved in some of the darkest occultic activities the world has ever witnessed? The contents of this mind-boggling 3-part exclusive MP3 audio series comes directly from the private vault of Dr. Thomas Horn. Sold separately, these items hold a retail value of $135. Yours now for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling while supplies last. An excess of 500,000 children are being trafficked every single day in our country alone. Now is the time to take action. 100% of the profits from your donation for the Silent Cry Help the Children package goes directly to Whispering Ponies Ranch, a safe haven where children who have been abused in unimaginable ways can find rehabilitation and healing in Jesus Christ. The Silent Cry Help the Children package, available now at skywatchtvstore.com. Order now or call 1-844-750-4985. Well, welcome back. As usual with these shows, we are almost out of time, so I'm going to jump right into the first question. Josh, the people watching this program just witnessed an excerpt from the film where I'm talking about how emotionally shut off I was at the very notion that this kind of stuff could be happening, and really just overwhelmed with where I would start. How would I, as Joe Horn, the civilian, ever do anything to change the needle on this at all? And how God eventually tapped me on the shoulder and he said, Joe, your unwillingness to confront this issue doesn't make it any less real, and it doesn't help the victims of its abuse. And that download just it just annihilated my sense of unwillingness, and it became more important that I do whatever I can. Mm-hmm. And that was when Tom, and I collapsed this way down, but that's when Tom and I said, you know, we're going to start really advancing Whispering Ponies Ranch. We're going to do a lot more with the program. We're going to go to a 10 out of 10 as God permits us financially and everything else. If a person's watching these last 3 weeks, and they're where I was, mm-hmm. and it's been really tough to watch this 3-week journey, and they're at that point, they're at that teetering point where they feel convicted or compelled or moved, but don't know where to start. Josh, what can they possibly do? What advice can you offer?
There's a lot of great things that people can do. Most of them are outlined in the movie, but I can say a couple quick things. First, our media, social media and mainstream media, is filled with two kinds of people. Either people who don't want to discuss this issue at all, right. or people who are so willing to go in every sensational direction they can that right. you can't trust anything they say. So we have to be sure that we're getting accurate information out there. Even something as simple as posting an article can make a big difference as right. long as the article is factual, so we don't give people an excuse to throw us into the right. baseless conspiracy camp. So, and when you do that, hashtag Silent Cry will go a long way in helping get this topic trending. It's more than just exactly. trying to promote a DVD, it's trying to promote right. accurate information. That's one thing we can do. Another thing we can do is refuse to contribute to the over-sexualization of our culture and Absolutely. Our entertainment. So you can vote with your dollar. Don't get right. movies if they have sexually explicit material. We talked in the first program about the dangers of pornography, and people can go back, because I know we're limited on time, can go back, watch that if they missed it. So there's several things like that we each can do, but it all revolves around getting a hold of accurate information, and that's Silent Cry is a great place to start for that.
Tom, I know this is going to be difficult to ask, but in 30 seconds or less, 30 seconds or less, how did this project impact you?
Well, it impacted me in, of course, the most meaningful ways. This began years ago with me and Nita seeing the Rural Family Kids camps and how they help these kids, and then deciding in retirement that right. we were going to build a place, which turned out to be Whispering Ponies Ranch. But I would like to tell the audience there definitely are tangible things that you can do. Number one is educating yourself. What Josh Peck was just talking about is very important. Don't hide your heart. Don't put your head in the sand regarding this issue. This is literally the biggest pandemic Absolutely. On earth today, is the sexualization of children. Our children are being lost. The whole culture is being trafficked as a result of what's happening. So the Bible makes it clear that without knowledge, people perish. Of course, Joe explains that in the film. Burying his head didn't help him at all, as you saw in the clip a moment ago. So educate yourself. You can start by getting the film Silent Cry. Every dime of profit goes to help children who have been sexually abused, trafficked, and otherwise harmed at no cost to them or their counselors whatsoever. Secondly, though, you can also help educate others. You could get this documentary film, do a study in your home, do it in your church, do it on a Wednesday night. I one time rented a school gymnasium, and I played a film, and people gave their lives to the Lord as a result of that. So there's things you can do. Of course, support Whispering Ponies Ranch.
Yeah, this week alone, we've already had churches contact me and let me know they're playing this in their youth group. Phenomenal way to educate young people. Friends, we are out of time. If you've been following this investigative series, then you know now that this problem will only continue to worsen, save for our pushing back. Children are suffering, and each one of us bears a personal responsibility to fight this evil. Make sure that you get your copy of the Silent Cry film and bonus materials from the Skywatch TV store and join us in this fight against child sex trafficking. Together with Jesus on our side, we can transform this world into a place that values and cherishes the most innocent amongst us. For Josh Peck and Tom Horn, I'm Joe Horn, and this is Skywatch TV.
Angels waging war in the unseen realm. Global events fulfilling biblical prophecy. Eternal life. What lies beyond mortality? From analyzing the paranormal from a biblical worldview to the discussion of cutting-edge science and technology, conspiracy, discovery, special investigative reports. Unafraid to explore the challenging issues facing humanity. Welcome to another edition of Skywatch TV.
As we approach the end of 2018, our third full year in ministry here at Skywatch TV, we have exciting news on how you can become an essential part of the future of Skywatch TV. Welcome. I'm Derek Gilbert. Joining me on the panel today, our CEO and our COO, men behind the ministry here, Dr. Tom Horn and Joe Horn. Welcome.
Hi, Derek.
It's been an exciting 3 years. We've completed our third full year in ministry here, and as we kind of look back at where we started and where, you know, what doors appear to be opening for us in 2019, it's really remarkable when you think so much has happened in such a short period of time.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we were talking off camera before the program started, and it's amazing when we look back at how we started. We had a vision. Nita and I clearly knew that God was telling us to start a television program. I actually knew this for several years before we even committed to doing it, and you know, God spoke once, yea, twice, and kept speaking and kept saying, and we finally got the hint and committed to this, not knowing where we were going to go, how we were going to, you know, build a studio, who are the hosts going to be. And I had, of course, recommended Derek and Sharon several times to other television ministries, recognizing their talent, and they were available, and we called them, and they came up, and but, you know, and then we built our first little studio.
Yes,
remember that?
I do.
And just a table.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, we first started, we had just these 2 chairs and a coffee table and some little bookshelves, and we jokingly called it the 2 guys in a library set.
Yeah.
And of course, you know, Tom and my mom, you know, they had this vision for a long time before they actually put finances into seeing where God would take all of this and how quickly things could be built and how much the dream could become reality. For some of us, it took a little while longer. You know, back when he was talking about building a TV ministry, I was training dogs. I had a dog training business, and I was out in the field dealing with behavioral resolution, you know, dog-related problems in people's houses, and dealing with clients. And I remember at the time even cautioning my dad a little bit. You know, this is a huge endeavor. We've not done TV before, this is a huge major step. Just make sure that you've, crossed all of your T's and dotted all of your I's. And
the other part of it is because I know a lot of people in media.
But he was certain that the God was telling him, you need to just do this in faith. He was absolutely without wavering. Even when I was, are you sure now? He just absolutely didn't waver, and he held that this was something God wanted him to do. And we built this little studio, 2 chairs and a little coffee table where one person could interview one guest.
Yeah.
And he saw the first show, the first program that we ever produced, and he said, it's too small.
Yeah.
I want a bigger panel. I want more guests.
Yeah, actually, Nita and I, it's the debut, right? So we're all sitting there in front of the big screen at home, and and the minute we saw it, we looked at each other and went, that's not it. That's not it. It's never going to work. And of course, now we struggle where we can have 4 people sitting here, and it's certainly not enough. So we saw that right away. The set was never going to work. And so
it's the kind of stuff that you learn, though, when you actually start applying the dream and working out the realities of what it is.
Well, it's also cost, because Nita and I, we have it was like running it like a mom and pop shop, right? Everything started out as just a hobby, our little publishing house, all growing faster than we can keep up with, which is cool. It's a great blessing.
It's really humbling.
A great problem to have, right? But when you start talking about building a studio, the kind of buildings that are required for warehousing and the set pieces and the cameras and the lights and all of it. And I'm talking to the people at Sid Roth, who I know. I'm talking to the people over at Jim Baker that I know. And they're talking, just to get started, we're talking $500,000 to $1 million.
Right.
And this can easily run into millions of dollars.
Right. Easy.
And Nita and I are trying to do all this just out of our retirement, which was kind of quickly running out.
Right.
You buy some land, you buy some buildings, and we're out of money now. What do we do?
Yeah.
So we had to try to figure out, okay, how can we do this so that it is presentable? Because, you always try to do the best you can for the Lord, right?
Right.
The first studio was not going to get it, so it's how can we take and improve the studio? So,
and I remember the day that the news desk arrived.
Right.
And then we thought, we didn't really think about how we were going to get this in through the studio door being 38 inches wide, right?
Because this is considerably wider than that.
We had to cut a hole in the dining room wall, which is right next door, which has created some other audio crossover issues with our studio.
Right.
But anyway, we had to cut a hole, wheel this in, and then assemble the top and put it together after the fact, and then put it in place. So,
and we were having lots of lighting issues. Again,
lots of lighting
people,
issues.
The average person would be terrified to think how much these lights cost, right?
Right.
And then Joe, all by himself, not having the experience, he's in here for 2 or 3 weeks trying to figure out the lighting conundrums. You'd get it right one way, but then it throws shadows the other way. And finally,
doing a lot of research online and just talking to the people that I knew in filmmaking and stuff. So we just did not have a pool of 50 able-bodied top-shelf pros to come in and do it for us.
The thing that's really I found remarkable, and I know that Josh would feel the same way, is that we've had to learn a lot of different hats. Video editing, video skills that we didn't have when we came in here. And I think people would be surprised to see at how cost effectively things get done. Yes, these LED lights, which are truly a blessing, because the old incandescent lights, we'd be sweating like crazy right now if we had those kind of lights here. But the fact that there's a lot of consumer grade equipment that has gone into what's being done here, that this building was repurposed and and is now doing double duty, not just as the Skywatch TV studio, but also as the Defender Publishing offices, Skywatch TV store, and the warehouse space, which means when the forklift comes in with a delivery, we can't record. We can't record during the lunch break because the office folks need to have their lunch break because it's in the next room over. So there are a lot of things that are being done here for a lot less than you would see in a network television broadcast.
Well, and it's also because, and we're hoping that sometime in 2019 we're going to turn the curve on this, but until now, it's purchasing built. I mean, we're using cash flow to try to run these operations, and there's certain limits on that, right? So it's along the way, God blessing us with us being able to buy this building for much less than what it's worth. Another building we're going to tell people about it here in a few moments, having to do with the new studio that is coming in 2019. But we certainly have staff needs And you say wear many hats. Every one of us do. Every one of us are doing triple duty because we haven't yet had the money that we can commit to personnel, because we've been buying buildings and building buildings and just trying to keep up with the demand. Well, again, this is a really great problem.
Amen.
In that we've actually had to hold the brakes back on growth. People, I mean, I'd love to be able to share with you the opportunities to expand into other major networks, which we want to do because that means our reach is expanded in being able to take the gospel around the world and to be able to interview these fabulous authors that God has given us favor with, experts, right?
And then there are just some obvious logistical problems, like when you're talking about, well, if the Lord has blessed your ministry so much and you're doing so well and you have so many viewers and followers and exploding with growth, you know, why not be content to keep it where it's at now if it's balanced and all of that? But to your point, there are some abilities to reach so much further that right now, infrastructurally, in terms of the number of offices that I would have I have essentially repurposed every building that I can into office space. So some of the outlets, I wouldn't even have the staff to facilitate managing those outlets. You know, I won't name the specific networks because we're not ready to talk about specific networks, but we have the infrastructure in place where people are saying, when your videos are ready, we're ready to take them and run with them. But we're holding back because right now, if we did that, and then let's just say in a month's time, you know, the number of people calling the warehouse, they'd be flooded with calls that we don't have enough operators to answer. Books and DVDs would arrive, and we might not have enough people to fulfill those orders and put them into boxes. So there's logistical things that have to do with the simple need to have more space to put more staff so that we can actually sustain the infrastructure side of what it would mean to actually grow and to reach these larger audiences.
And most people out here that are running companies of any size understand that, right? They understand the needs to be able to have office space and to be able to have, you know, personnel and assistants and all the little menial tasks and jobs that all of us are actually doing every day keep us from being able to reach, you know, out and communicate to a larger audience.
And one of the things that we do that I think is worth pointing out, and you know, not to pat ourselves on the back here, but I think that we have a different approach. Some of the topics that we cover are not covered by other ministries. That's not to say that they're not doing their job. It's just we all have a certain role to fit within the kingdom. And for whatever reason, God has led us to approach topics that are not covered often in church or in other ministries. So if you want to hear about the spirit realm, if you want to hear about the occult origins of the UFO phenomenon, or if you want to hear about the spiritual forces behind the geopolitics of the day, with experts like Carl Gallups or Colonel Bob McGinnis, we have a unique voice in that regard. The feature film, the documentary, Belly of the Beast. Yeah, I mean, I guarantee that's not something you're going to see on 99% of Christian television.
No, not absolutely.
So Skywatch TV has a unique voice out there, and I think that trying to extend that reach is an important thing.
Well, and we hear it all the time. People, you know, they'll contact us. Do you know where I can go to a church that also talks about the kind of stuff you guys are talking about? Or thank you so much because you've helped my son who was losing his way, but then after watching Skywatch TV, because we're dealing with critical issues, right, that the millennials and other people have questions about, that, you know, some of the older discussions around, you know, Middle East prophecy or whatever may not be reaching that audience, may not be appealing to them. And we hear that all the time. So
there's a very exciting part of this that makes for a pretty interesting announcement, though.
Yes.
And this is where I think, you know, viewers at home are really going to get the opportunity to see what we do up close, firsthand for the first time. Because what we're dealing with here with the limitations of the current facility, there is no reality in the world where we would have seating or the opportunity to come and do a live viewing. And that's something you'd be surprised. We get a lot of emails.
We do.
Is there possible that we could come and see a live taping, or is there a place for us to sit? And right now the answer is, for security reasons and other things and size limitations and so forth, the answer is no.
Yeah, dodging forklifts.
Dodging forklifts, right. Insurance issues, you know, we're not zoned for it. The new building, and I want to show you some B-roll right now. This is Tom and I walking around in the new building. We already own it. Much of the framing is finished, but we still have a long ways to go in terms of drywall, electrical,
cameras, lighting.
Well, and let me jump in and say for people, you just said the new building. A lot of people out there are going to say, "What new building? What are you talking about?"
Okay, right.
You know, we over the last year especially, we have faced this issue. We have to build a new studio. We've tried to figure out how could we soundproof a part of this building, but the problem with that is we've already outgrown this building anyway.
Right.
Then out of the blue, I won't go into the whole long story, but a real estate developer called me and literally almost gave us the perfect building for a brand new studio that'll be much larger than this one. That'll have space for a live audience. We'll be able, on the new studio podium, I mean, we'll be able to have, you know, 8 or 10 people up there at a time if we wanted to, including live music. Spaces for green rooms, spaces for offices, for all the media department. And he literally gave me the building for a nickel on the dollar. Just the you know, the insurance company appraisal on it is 20 times what we paid for it.
Wow.
So we have the building, and now it's the matter of, you know, trying to finance the construction of a new studio, which we're hoping and believing that we'll be able to get people that are watching this program, others of our friends that will join us, that will partner with us, and we'll tell you how you can do that in a moment, and then the ways, of course, in which we would recognize those contributions for the construction of this new studio.
And the new studio, to my point, and this was part of the big announcement, will finally allow us to be in a position, as you're seeing B-roll now of the new stage inside the new building, you can see there is plenty of room for a live studio audience.
Yeah.
And that to me is very exciting, and I'm sure the viewers at home are going to take full advantage of that. You'll be able to put periodic times of the year on your calendar to be able to fly out to Missouri when we're doing live tapings and actually sit there live
and be part of the audience.
Yeah, be part of the audience.
Yeah, right. And I can tell you, just as a host and having done a number of programs in front of live audiences, there's a certain energy involved.
There is.
With a studio audience, where you can
things.
play to the studio audience, the reaction from the studio audience when somebody makes a point. We see this when we go down to Morningside and at the Jim Baker Show. So yeah, there's something really exciting about that prospect. You know, not that we're playing to, you know, a crowd just for our own ego's sake, but the interaction and the sense of family that you develop as well with having a studio audience there is really special.
It is, and it's a way for the people that already care about Skywatch Television. They already believe in what we're doing through Defender Publishing. They're a part of our family. It's a way that somehow in their calendar they could also come and visit Skywatch Television, be part of that live audience, you know, have a meet and greet with the staff that are there. So it's a very cool thing. We're very excited about it, and we've already started the construction. So the framing is there, part of the infrastructure is there, electrical, plumbing, that kind of thing. We need to raise another $175,000 approximately to finish out the inside of that building. That would be the studio primarily, and then some remodeling inside where the office complex already is. We're going to just keep moving forward. We're taking every dime that we can generate out of the current operations to pour into getting that finished. But if we're only doing it out of cash flow, it's going to take way too long, too many years to get it done. We'd love to have people who would partner with us. Now, there's a couple of ways that you could do this. Obviously, be praying for us. We know that there are people that watch our program on a regular basis that could literally just write the check and pay for it. If that happens, that would be wonderful. That'd be an answer to prayer. But we also would just ask that if you could make a one-time, think of it as a Christmas gift maybe, to Skywatch Television, a one-time gift of $250. For every person that does that, we are going to include your name on the wall of honor inside the studio, where it will be there permanently, where people will be able to see that you participated in helping us make that happen. Also, we are going to include your registration to the brand new, old but brand new again, Skywatch Television Conference. We are taking our conference back to the Radisson in Branson, Missouri. It will sell out. There's going to be limited seating there. But for every person that makes a $250 donation to help us build the studio, we are going to pay your registration to that event. You'd only have to get your hotel room. We'll also recognize you during the conference in a special honor. For every person that could donate $500 or more, we're going to do everything that I just said, and then we're also going to have a special banquet during the conference in which you will be honored, and you'll see a film there that shows the construction process, which we might even play in the main auditorium too. But would you pray about that? Help us make the dream of this new studio happen so that going into 2019 we can expand our ministry reach to people around the world.
This is really exciting. The conference, we got the location, the dates, yes. August of 2019?
Yes, so the, August 2 through 5 of 2019, and we're going back to where we actually started this, because you remember in 2011, right, we started the Future Congress in Branson at the Radisson. It sold out the next year. Meanwhile, Nita and I, our home burned it down, so we handed that off to some other people and said, you can have the conference and we'll help you with advertising it or whatever, but I got to think about building a house for my lovely wife, right? And so we helped Prophecy in the News, we helped Prophecy Watchers get their conferences going. Meanwhile, though, there has been things that we've wanted to do, very specific to Skywatch Television, that's different than the way that a lot of other conferences operate. And we're not going to let the cat out of the bag yet, but believe me, when we start talking about this conference, you're going to want to be there. And that'll be just in probably the next 2 to 3 weeks. We'll broadcast a program, start talking about the speakers. There's going to be 18 to 20 speakers there, and we'll tell you who those people are. And then some other just very cool, original stuff that you're going to want to be part of.
So this is really exciting. So for a $250 donation, you not only get registered for the conference, you will be forever on the wall of honor inside the new studio at the Skywatch TV studios, the new building. Again, the new old building. It's new to us, but it's been around for a while. And as Tom said, we got it literally for nickel on the dollar, which, again, is God just opening the door to make the most use of the resources that He's provided for us. For a $500 donation, not only registered for the conference on the Wall of Honor, but then a participant. You'll be there at the special banquet for the early supporters for the new studio at Skywatch TV. And this is really an exciting thing to be a part of. Again, having seen the original studio, the 2 chairs and the coffee table, and the furniture from the home center in Springfield. Again, putting it together with as frugally as possible in order to make this happen and to get the word out about important topics that are often not covered in churches, but as I think one of the key examples here is the recent book, Tom, that you published by Josh Peck and Stephen Bankars about the second coming of the New Age movement. It's luring people in. It's a topic that Christian churches need to be addressing, and yet it's not getting enough play in our churches or in many Christian media outlets. Well,
this again is why I use the term critical issues, because all these recent stats and polling, Pew Research studies, showing that the fastest growing religions in the United States are not only not Christian, they're occultic.
Yes.
And then that influence is reaching inside the sacred halls of Christianity, where many churches today really I'm not going to name names, but their doctrine and the stuff they practice and how they've diminished their idea of the divinity of Christ and just so many things like that. For those organizations, I'm actually glad to see that their numbers are going down, right? But on the other hand, to know that 61% of all professing evangelicals in the United States today 61% of them, and probably more, hold actually New Age views.
Yeah.
And so we did all the programs on that, but that's what we are committed to doing. We deal with the critical stuff, and sometimes it takes bravery. I mean, to be able the programs that we've been broadcasting and the documentary we just produced on Belly of the Beast,
yes,
not only would many ministries not touch them, many of them would be afraid to touch that. They'd feel like they might lose some of their audience or even something worse, right? But this is what we do. So we take this stuff on, head on. We deal with stuff that we think is very important to the church. And besides the church, even important to our nation. People need to know what is happening in this great country, in God we trust, right? So that's what we do. We're different than anybody else. And we've received a ton of positive feedback for doing the kind of programming that we do. And we got a lot of prayer warriors around us that are constantly reminding us, that are praying for us. They believe in what we're doing. They believe in everything that we have to say. By the way, in the new studio, the lineup is going to get bigger too, right?
That's right.
So there'll be more of us that'll be able to sit there to weigh in on other kinds of critical issues. Without giving it away, one of the things at our upcoming Branson conference, all of Sunday, is going to be a Back to Eden seminar, where kind of a takeoff on the time bomb book. So again, though, critical issues, but more than just saying, hey, you shouldn't be eating GMOs. After your book came out, look at all the feedback we got. Okay, this is great. I'm glad to know this, but how do I get clean food? Where do I buy it? What are the kind of supplements, right, that a person should be taking? So everything critical issues. That's what we are. We should change our name from Skywatch TV to Critical Issues TV, right?
It's difficult to be effective in ministry if you're not feeling well. And again, the issues that we're addressing are ones that are compelling, that are leading a lot of people down paths of a deception. And so it is an honor and an excitement. It's exciting to be a part of this every single day. I mean, to be able to get up and say, hey, I get to go to work today is really a remarkable thing. And we are excited to partner with you in this. And we pray that you will find it important enough to invest in for the future. Because as Tom said, 61% of American evangelicals hold New Age beliefs. Josh Peck and I found during the research for our book about the UFO phenomenon that American adults are 4 times more likely to believe that the Earth is being visited by extraterrestrials. And again, that's a belief that comes from the New Age teachings of Blavatsky and Crowley and so on, than to believe in the God of the Bible. And so at the same time we're addressing these cutting-edge topics, we're also addressing it from very biblical, conservative, orthodox Christianity.
Well, and we're not just recognizing what's wrong with the world, we also are making disciples. We're pointing people in the right direction. We want to be part of the answer. That's why we also publish books like Final Fire, and like that is, could we be on the cusp of another great awakening? Skywatch Television wants to be a part of that, right? I grew up a hippie during the Jesus People movement, and I saw how providential that was, right? And I see that, it's easy to be critical of millennials and to say they're leaving the church. Well, why are they leaving the church? Why are they not interested in the church? When they're surveyed on that, it's because we don't want to go to church and see a big concert. We want good, solid Bible teaching. So they're hungry for something actually much deeper, right? And we want to be part of what provides that. The Z generation, they're saying they're even more conservative than my generation was. So what is it? The fields are white to harvest. We're living at a moment in time where we can be part of the answer and not the problem, right? So that's what we're going to keep doing. We've got our shoulder to the plow. We're going to keep pushing, and we want to be part of what God's doing and what's coming.
Amen. And that's why we can smile and laugh while we're talking about some of these topics here, because there is a joy in being a part of this. Yes, we know the enemy has, we're essentially behind enemy lines temporarily, but spoilers, if you've read the end of the book, you know that God wins, and being on the right side of history is a good feeling. With Tom Horn and Joe Horn, I'm Derek Gilbert. We thank you for watching as we keep watch, and we look forward to watching in 2019 as well. This is Skywatch TV.